My lords, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to the third and final day of the 2014 Goodwood Revival meeting. We have ahead of us the world's finest historic racing on four wheels and two, the world's greatest aviation, and so much more to celebrate at this, the 17th Revival. On behalf of Lord March and his team, who've done the most amazing job in putting this extraordinary event together, this is Marcus Pye in the main commentary box, up above the pits. I'm on the top of the tower here, and I'll be looking after the race commentary, bringing you all the action today with the help of my fellow commentators, Bruce Jones out at St Mary's, Henry Hope Frost, who will be doing the pit, paddock and podium events, Barry Nutley, of course, who will be in charge of the motorcycle action and the Setrington Cup, the pedal car Grand Prix, which will take place in front of us this morning. And also Chris Druitt, who is our aviation guru, pilot himself. The action will begin quite shortly with some track parades. We're going to hear a most extraordinary motor car, the BRM V16, in a high-speed demo fairly shortly. And as you take your places, which I invite you to do around the circuit, do equip yourself with the wonderful programme. If you haven't been here in the past couple of days, they're absolutely vital guides and a wonderful lasting souvenir to the race meeting here. It's more than a race meeting, of course, it's such a festival. With a Jaguar on track, and that has Amanda Stretton on board. She'll be racing a big Jag. That's a Sterling in the passenger seat, it may well be. But it's a great circuit, going back all the way to 1948, when on September the 18th, the Duke of Richmond and Gordon, pre-war racer Freddie March, and our current Lord March's grandfather, opened the circuit at the behest and inspiration of Tony Gaze, pilot officer from Australia, who was based here, to motorsport. It was the birthplace, really, of motor racing in the post-war period. Quite a lot of airfields were less busy, shall we say, than they had been for the previous few years, and the wonderful backdrop for the great and the good of motorsport to come and show their skills. That same skill set, talent set will be evident in all of our races today. We're going to be kicking off at 10 o'clock, our first race, the Ford Water Trophy for GT cars of the 1960s. We have the Richmond Trophy, 2.5 litre front-engined Grand Prix cars at 10:50. The Setrington Cup pedal cars at 11:30 and 11:50 are two-wheeled action, the leather-clad loonies and the Berry Sheen Memorial Trophy, the second part of that bike race. That's our morning activity. We've got St Mary's Trophy saloon cars later in the day, 12:40. The Royal Automobile Club Tourist Trophy celebration, the big pageant of GT fever in the afternoon. Glover Trophy, 1500cc Grand Prix cars of the early 60s, and the Freddie March Memorial Trophy for cars in the spirit of the 3 9-hour races here in the early 50s. That's our race action, after which, of course, we'll have the prize giving, the traditional prize giving, down on the start line area beside the pits. But it is Amanda Stretton herself, a Le Mans racer in recent years, and she's chauffeuring none other than Sir Sterling Moss, who won the 500cc race here on opening day in 1948 and had the best batting average of any race driver at Goodwood in its first heyday, which ended in July of 1966. It was 50 years to the day after the circuit was opened for the first time that our current Lord March, Charles March, a great petrol head himself, reopened the track at the first of the Revival meetings. We'd had 5 festivals of speed at nearby Goodwood House prior to that, and that set the scene for this second event in the current portfolio, if you like. We had the superb members meeting reintroduced in March this year, the 72nd members meeting. We had 71 members meetings in period, and only last week the announcement of the 73rd on the 21st and 22nd of March next year. was unveiled, and you can buy your tickets now if you're a Goodwood Road Racing Club member for that splendid event, which will bring us all together next spring. This is the 40th meeting, unbelievably, of the current Goodwood era. 40th meeting, which is quite staggering. Barry Nutley, who's alongside me, our motorcycle guru, you've been to pretty much all of those meetings, haven't you? And I know you enjoy it just as much as we all do.
Oh, what a fantastic atmosphere. It really, really... And as always, I'm impressed with your stats. You just trot them out, and not a piece of paper in sight. Mightily impressive.
Oh, well, one trick pony, that's me.
Brilliant stuff, Marcus. Yeah, there's a little camera down on the side of that Jaguar doing something.
Yes, that's Amanda Stretton doing her drive around the circuit, being talked around by Sir Sterling Moss. Sir Sterling, who was such a star here, always is a star wherever he goes, but his amazing results in the TT races with Aston Martin in 58 and 59 when it was World Championship sports car race. He won the TT again, of course, in the Ferrari 250 short wheelbase cars in 60 and 61. He'd won the TT before that as well in the days when it was in Northern Ireland. But a remarkable driver, celebrates a big birthday next week.
Would it be fair to say that he's done more laps around here than just about anyone?
I think short of anybody who perhaps instructs on track days here, yes, you're absolutely right. Of course, his mainstream career ended here by a big accident on Easter Monday in 1962. But it's great that Sir Sterling continues to be such an inspiration to many.
And a nice peck on the cheek from Amanda. Can't
Exactly.
be bad, can it? 9 o'clock on a Sunday morning.
Yes, he will describe her as the first piece of crumpet of the day. His inimitable style.
How lovely. What a man.
You'd be very careful piloting Sir Sterling around here, because he doesn't passenger lightly, I wouldn't imagine.
No, great man. Well, it's a good way to set the scene, isn't it, for what we hope will be an absolutely, in fact, what we know will be an absolutely fantastic day.
Absolutely. We've had some sensational racing over the past couple of days. The first of our races, the race till dusk, Sussex Trophy on Friday night, and a full day yesterday, culminating in a magnificent Whitsun Trophy unlimited capacity sports car race. But from my left, onto the grid come the band of the Royal Marines, and I think it's beholden upon us to be respectful and listen to the music. And making their way through the band of the Royal Marines are two event chaplains who will shortly deliver the circuit blessing.
Good morning and welcome to Goodwood on this beautiful day. I don't know about you, but waiting for this has been like a child waiting for Christmas. But we're finally here, and there's lots to look forward to today. This afternoon, there's the World War II parade where we remember the West Hampton Airfield on its 75th anniversary. I want you to save your loudest cheer for those World War II veterans that we will see going around the track, because it's in the light of their courage and their sacrifice that we can enjoy this wonderful day today. Let us pray. Father in heaven, we give thanks for life and the experiences that life brings us. We thank you for our joys, sorrows, trials, failures and triumphs. We thank you for the hope that we have in Christ, that we shall find fulfillment in him. We praise you for our country, its beauty, the riches it has for us and the gifts it showers upon us. We thank you for your peoples, the gift of languages that we speak, the variety of races that we have, and the cultural heritage that we cherish. Let your mercy and your blessing and your love rest upon our land and our nation, upon all powers which you have ordained over us, our Queen, and those in authority under her, that we may lead a quiet and peaceable life in all good godliness and honesty, this day and forevermore. Amen.
The Goodwood Collect. O Lord, the creator of earth and sky, as we gather in this special place, we remember with gratitude days gone by, and we look expectantly to a time when heaven and earth are one. In the air and on the track, keep us bold in deed and true in spirit, and may each of us run the race set before us this day with courage and compassion. We ask this through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. And a word of blessing. Unto God's gracious mercy and protection, we commit this day. May the Lord bless us and keep us safe. May Christ take care of us and be gracious unto us. And may the Holy Spirit enlighten us all the days of our life. The Lord be our defender and keeper of body and soul, both now and forever. Amen.
After that, the first of many poignant moments here at the Goodwood Revival today. The marching band prepares to turn around in beautiful formation, make its way down the grid, and you can see cars and motorcycles beginning to form up to begin the traditional circuit opening. Chaplain said, so much to look forward to on this wonderful day.
Marcus, there's always something about this opening that just makes me feel very proud.
Absolutely right. Look at that Union flag there as well. Beautiful composite picture on your big screens. An essential guide to your day. There's a big screen near you, and you'll be able to see all of the action on it. Sort of the colour and the pomp and the majesty is just such an intrinsic part of this meeting, which makes it stand out from any other.
Absolutely, so traditional, and I've said before, I'm sure, that I don't think anyone does it the way we do. And here at Goodwood, in this fantastic period setting, it's just the most evocative way to start the final day of the 2014 revival, and long may it continue.
Very much so. The fashion is extraordinary here, from the military uniforms that our guests espouse to some most beautiful civilian clothing. Had a nurse there and injured servicemen.
Yeah, wonderful.
Brilliant.
The lengths people go to enter into the spirit of the thing, and if you do attend and you're not suitably dressed, then you would stick out like the proverbial sore thumb.
Woe betide you.
Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic.
I'm hoping that Bruce Jones is out of the back. We've seen pictures of him on, apparently. He's up in his tower at St Mary's.
I wouldn't be anywhere else, Marcus. 2 fabulous days down so far, 1 to go.
It is, and you've got a most wonderful view over the entire aerodrome stroke racetrack, haven't you?
I do. It's almost impossible to know which window to look from, because I can see the cars as they leave the first corner at Madgwick, lose them slightly. I see them going down into
There's
Ford
Bruce,
Water,
ladies and gentlemen, on the screen.
bunching up, and then coming down into the corner before St Mary's, and then St Mary's. We often discuss this, Marcus. There isn't a corner I'd rather be at.
No, that's
at
right.
the circuit. Do bring your cameras out here. And then the cars go down to Lavant, beyond lots of nodding down on the banking there. This is the place to be. And if you don't feel like walking out around the circuit, you can come out. There are tractors that have big trailers behind them that lead from behind the Super Shell building down at Woodcote. So do ride out around the circuit through the course of the day.
As you look over the whole campus here, and you can begin to gauge, as we did when we came in this morning, brother and I, the enormity of the scene, and you can only begin to think of the extraordinary effort in logistics that goes into everything to make this big festival come together.
Marcus, at 7 o'clock this morning I did a lap of the circuit on a bicycle, and I went round past the point at which Bruce is housed in his tower, and it appeared to me that if he looked left, the trees are now overhanging. I don't think, Bruce, correct me if I'm wrong, you can actually see Lavant, can you?
No, I lost it a few years ago. They cut the trees down to my right, so I can see the kink before St Mary's, but it'd be good to see Lavant. But sometimes you can actually see too much from a commentary box. Seems the wrong thing to say, but it's the fact is, if I'm looking left, something's going to happen to my right. So
on the big screen, one of those tractors and trailers you were describing.
It was just passing the GRRC classic car park. Well, let's have a look at our timetable then for the first part of this third day of the Goodwood Revival 2014. BRM V16 high-speed demo is due on track in a couple of minutes. We have, of course, the mods and the rockers and the police ever in attendance will invade the circuit in the nicest possible way in a few minutes' time. Our first race is the Ford Water Trophy, and that will be underway at 10 a.m. Those are the GT cars of the 1960s, the cut-off date being 66 when the circuit closed in its first heyday. Richmond Trophy Grand Prix cars at 10:50. The Setrington Cup pedal cars on the start straight, on the pit straight. That is a fabulous spectacle. 11:30 a.m. I think, not p.m. as on your screens. We'll be waiting a long time past the kids' bedtime. Barry Sheen Memorial Trophy motorcycles 11:50. St Mary's Trophy saloon cars of the 50s at 12:40, and then this special pageant, the West Sussex Going to War, that our chaplains mentioned a few minutes ago, followed by a massive air display. Lancaster, the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight, 2 Lancs overhead, 8 Merlin engines chiming as one. Absolutely priceless.
Just the most fantastic thing to see, isn't it? I can't get enough of that. And just savour the moment, ladies and gentlemen. Look at those Lancasters when they appear, because it's probably once in a lifetime opportunity for all of us to witness that. And what a spectacle.
Very much so. 7,377 Lancasters built, and these are the two that survive in flying order.
There's one other up in East Kirby which is in running order. It will taxi, but hopefully one day the 2 guys who own it will think,
well, out onto the circuit comes the BRM V16. That's in a paddock area up from the National Motor Museum in Bewley, and it really was an extraordinary feat to put this car together. Why anyone would think of building a V16 centrifugally supercharged 1.5 litre engine.
it's such an amazing piece of British and, dare I say, English eccentricity
Yes.
at its hand, and it should be preserved forever. You can go along and contribute.
You might say it was pure folly as it happened, but because it could be done, it was. We didn't think it was quite complicated enough. We made an H16 engine in the 1960s, and that did actually win a Grand Prix, won the American Grand Prix in 1966 with Jim Clark in the Lotus 43. That car was seen here last September, restored to its former glory by Andy Middlehurst and the team that helped him with that project in honour of Jimmy Clark.
Do we know who's on board the V16 at the moment? Just come past me at St Mary's. I can't identify the fellow.
Unfortunately not. It's one of the National Museum guys, may well be Doug Hill, who's driven it many times here before at Goodwood. We've seen Rob and Rick Hall drive these cars in recent years on behalf of many customers they look after, and it's fair to say that the V16 Mark 1s and Mark 2s do still get exercised from time to time.
Well, I was about to say, Mark, are they so rare that they don't actually get used in anger?
Yes, they don't race them, and I think the running costs are prohibitive. They're recalcitrant, and need a big team of very, very dedicated people to keep them running, rather like the aircraft we see. And you start them on one set of plugs. Once the engine's running, you've got to change all the plugs. Then one goes down, and you've got to change them all again because it goes cold. It's amazing. But it's great that some of the engineers who are around, and we heard Jackie Stewart say yesterday that his mechanics, bringing him to, guiding him to 3 World Championships in 1969, 71 and 73, they did their job better than he did his. And that, from somebody of the stature of
quite a statement.
Stewart, is an accolade, isn't it?
Quite a statement.
Well done for leaving your commentary box window open. The sound I can hear even out here at the back of the circuit.
There are 2 reasons for that, Bruce.
Temperature.
One, the temperature rose to about 43 in here, plus the fever. And but I'm told that our producers in the truck had it at about 6 degrees in there. They wanted the temperature, we wanted it to be cool, but we also want to hear for ourselves sounds like the V16 BRM.
And so it should be. I can't wait for a few more revs each lap. The speed picks up a little with the V16.
The multi-cylinder concept was taken on board very much by the Japanese motorcycle manufacturers in later years through the 60s, because the concept of small pistons, very high revving, Honda embraced that hugely.
Absolutely, the most amazing 6-cylinder bikes we see at the Festival of Speed sometimes.
Indeed,
from the 60s, etc. But interestingly, wasn't there a very, very tiny, was it a Van Veen built a tiny V12 or something like that for a motorcycle?
There was something of that, with pistons the size of thimbles.
Yes, absolutely. The egg cups in the BRM. BRM, British Racing Motors. Raymond Mays and Peter Burton up in Bournemouth, the same duo had brought us English racing automobiles before the war, and the ERA Mark celebrating its 80th anniversary this year. BRM won very little other than short Formula Libre races with the V16s, which raced here in period. But it wasn't until the end of the 50s that they recorded their first Grand Prix win with the Type 25, 4-cylinder Type 25, driven by Joachim Bonnier, the Swede who was based in Switzerland most of his career, and he won the Dutch Grand Prix at Zandvoort, wonderful circuit where we were privileged to attend the 3rd historic Grand Prix meeting a couple of weeks ago. And it was in 1962 that Graham Hill gave BRM the World Championship success it craved, hipping Jimmy Clark at the very final round in South Africa. Jimmy Clark, but for other circumstances, would have scored 4 World Championships on the trot, 62, 63, 64, 65. In fairness, he only got the odd-numbered years because he was robbed by issues and by Graham Hill for BRM and John Surtees, who's here this weekend for Ferrari in 62 and 64 respectively. So it's 50 years since John Surtees, who I know we all have tremendous admiration for, Barry, made his car racing debut here in a Formula Junior Cooper.
And was still racing on two wheels as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
7-time world champion and yet to be knighted. How can we fathom that one?
Yeah. John Surtees, so he should be Sir John Surtees.
Well, we'll call him Sir John anyway,
We
because
will
he's
indeed.
Sir John to us.
In fact, I did yesterday.
Top job.
Terrific. What a man.
Yes, John Surtees, who made his car debut here in that Formula Junior Cooper in May 1960. Jimmy Clark and he diced during that race. Clark won it, and you just think back, those were the days when you could combine the two. You're not going to see too many motorcycle races in cars or vice versa
No,
these
I think
days.
they all fancy their chances, and you
They
might
do.
have Valentino Rossi had a bit of a Formula One test and does rallying as well, goes out in a rally car.
And he's fast, isn't he?
Season. He's quick. I mean, once a racer, always a racer.
Yes.
You and I know that.
He's got
But-
that racing mentality, thinks ahead of the game.
And I think the technology now has just moved away so much that it's very difficult to combine the two in this day and age.
It's all about having that, what we refer to as spare mental capacity, isn't it? There are many people who can physically operate one of these cars, i.e. drive it around the track reasonably quickly, but it's when you're against 30 rivals, you have to think so fast, react to what's happening, take everything in, and have that little bit of spare capacity just above everybody else. That's what separates the great from the legend. This is Doug Hill from the National Motor Museum, who's driving the BRM V16, ladies and gentlemen, and how lovely it is to see it there. Do go down to Bewley, to that National Motor Museum.
Well, there's actually a stall here. They have the BRM Trust here, where you can go along, ladies and gentlemen, and have a close look at the car and the workings, and contribute anything really towards the maintenance of it. It is largely supported by public funding.
We're blessed with some great museums around here, aren't we? With the National Motor Museum at Bewley's only probably 35, 40 miles away, something like that. We've got Sammy Miller's wonderful motorcycle museum at Bashley Manor, which is New Milton Way.
Indeed.
We've got the great aviation museums in Southampton, where the Spitfire flew for the first time, and also, of course, locally, the Tangmere Museum. Well, we've got social media all a-buzzing around us, and you can be part of this event yourself. Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, or the goodwood.com/revival website. Post your photos, videos, comments, share them with us. We'll read out some of the best ones during the day. And stepping back into time, the Goodwood Revival with my gorgeous friends, says Carrie Louise. Favourite car scene at Goodwood Revival? A mint Lancia Fulvia. Always wanted one. John Tordoff. Go to JCT. Buy one. Glorious morning at Goodwood Revival. All set for the highlight of the year. With Emma Vodden, says John Vodden. Enjoy.
There are some great cars over the road. Get over there and have a look as well.
Goodwood Revival here. The place is looking fab. Let's see what the day brings, says Ben Burton. Chef Ben, 1975. Wonder what he does.
I wonder when he was born.
Looking forward to racing today again. Goodwood Revival, 4th yesterday. I'll be happy with the same again. Adam Child.
Well done,
at
Chad.
Troy Corsa.
Yeah.
And McWill.
Absolutely. What a battle they had. And yesterday, Troy Corsa actually pinched his bottom on the way through. How about that? In the race.
That's cheeky.
That's cheeky. Well, Mods and Rockers lining up. Traditional Mods and Rockers parade with an array of Lambrettas, wide line, slim line, Vespas as well. So these are the mods of the modern era, but of course reflecting a bygone era in the 60s when the scooter riding mod followed a different sort of music, dressed very differently, and had a clear identity which was poles apart from their motorcycle riding, I won't say brethren, but almost enemies, in the form of rockers who rode cafe racers, Triumphs, BSAs and the like.
It's the mods in the mods in the lead
Yeah, look at
today.
that.
They
Now we've
switched
got
round yesterday.
the Hornets. There's guys there riding old Harleys. Obviously a motorcycling brotherhood. The Hornets, all in yellow and striped, and behind them forming up an array of military motorcycle hardware, and that can be seen over towards where Stonehenge is placed. Just have a look at your maps. But from the British industry, motorcycles were made for the war effort from just about everybody but Velocet. I don't remember seeing anything from Velocet, but Norton, BSA, Triumph, AJS, Matchless were all represented.
That was a heartland of motorcycle constructors in the Midlands, wasn't
In
it?
the Midlands, absolutely. Royal Enfield from Redditch, Ariel from Selly Oak, Norton from Birmingham, BSA from Birmingham, Velocet 2 were from Birmingham.
All green
So-
Birmingham.
Indeed.
Lovely Wolseley.
Lovely Wolseley. 690. It was the trend at the time to adorn the scooter with as much chrome hardware as you could in the way of horns and spotlights.
Natty.
Very
Natty get up.
Or you could just leave them nice and clean and original, but always the crash parts.
Presumably your natty white riding cape would not have been so white by the time you got to Brighton.
It wouldn't, no. But of course the wear of the time, the attire of the time was the parka, sometimes with a fur collar, sometimes without, but a parka being a big sort of khaki military coat. There are one or two out
With
there.
with fur lining around the collar.
Fur lining around the collar.
The Merton Parkers.
Yeah, indeed. And helmets, of course, were not obligatory in period. It was only in later years, in the 60s, that the helmet law came in. So the first phase of mods, of which I was one, actually wore a French beret or something like that, or maybe a small pork pie hat. As was
Really
the-
handy if you came off.
Really handy if you came on. And funny thing was, I was scrambling a 500 PSA Gold Star for a sport, and yet riding a scooter on the road. And I remember
Priorities.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, a real hardware. So I had a foot in each camp. I raced motorbikes, but I rode scooters for leisure and for fashion, and it was very much a fashion. Followed the music in the times that the Rolling Stones first broke into the public domain, as it were, immediately post Beatle in 1962.
But you were spending your fabulous weekly wage on being an aspiring motorcycle racer, weren't you?
I was.
Not on day-to-day transport.
No, I was spending my money and most of my effort on off-road. In fact, I had a scrambles bike before I had a road bike. I used to cycle to work.
I owned a racing car before I owned a road car.
There you go.
Yeah,
Same thing.
very important.
Little Messerschmitt cabine and roller cabriolet there. And I saw two of those over the road. I also saw the four-wheeled version, the Tiger.
The Tiger.
Was over there, yes.
The KR200 or something like that. They were
KR200
very,
Tiger.
very fast. Used
They
to
were
race them at the
fast.
Nürburgring. Had little sort of aircraft style
That's it. It has
open
a-
horn steering,
It
didn't
has
it?
an aircraft control. There it
Yeah.
is. Made by Messerschmitt, the aircraft company, who in the post-war years were forbidden from building military hardware, so they turned their hands, as did Heinkel, to making little cars for the people. Cheap transport, an essential part of post-war Germany, just as it was here in the UK in the post-war era. Looking now at some of the military bikes. BSA clung on to the old girder forks right through the war and indeed into the early part of the post-war years, whereas Matchless and AJS, the AMC organisation, were already tele-forked in World War II, and those forks were so efficient, many of them found their way over the wall and into the hands of scramblers, as you can imagine.
Absolutely. Of course, now suspension very much the in thing on off-road bicycles, isn't it? And adjustable suspension, double adjustable, bump
Indeed.
rebound,
Indeed.
disc brakes, the whole
Indeed.
thing. The little cabine and roller, the Messerschmitt, that will have probably a Fichtel and Sachs engine, wouldn't it?
It is 200cc Sachs, two-stroke single cylinder,
Sachs, the same people who make the clutches
Indeed.
these days, yeah.
and a short chain drive to a stub rear axle. Chain runs in oil, so it's all fully contained. It's a minimum service, as was the way with so much of the German stuff.
How many gears?
Four speed and
Four
no
speed.
reverse in the gearbox, but a separate set of contact points. You turn the key the other way and she would run backwards and you have all four gears backwards.
I was going to ask you exactly that. Ford V8
Interesting.
Pilot on the right, Ford Mustang on the left, leading the fray, the gold Mustang. And yesterday we had the Shelby Cup, which celebrated essentially 50 years since the launch of the Ford Mustang. It was raced here in period by the likes of Jack Brabham and Roy Pierpoint. A good way to alter the power to weight ratio of your scooter was to take a passenger and 43 chrome lights. That is quite the outfit of the day, isn't it?
The helmet she's wearing is called a corker, funnily enough. And Belstaff, of course, were very instrumental in motorcycle clothing and headgear of the time. Belstaff involved as one of the supporters of the Barry Sheen Memorial motorcycle race here later this morning.
It's really come back onto the radar as a very major provider of fashionable clothes these days, and you'll see Belstaff on all of the pit girls and grid girls lollipops.
We're a young Royal Air Force cadet. People here dressed for the occasion. There you have it on the big screen, boys. And now some of the rockers, look at these. And the Hornets behind with their big American bikes, very distinct. America, we discussed yesterday, Marcus, how, you know, that piece of water between us and the USA designed, so, and the two never came together until recent years, really.
It divided the English language for quite a while too.
It did indeed. But you can just see the style of the big American motorcycles of the time, and how different are they from the Cafe Racer in between, with clip-on handlebars, Triumph engine in a Norton frame would be the ideal combination, or indeed a BSA frame, because the Triumph frame had a reputation of not wanting to go around corners very well. And I had a Triumph Tiger 100, which on many occasions the back would try to overtake the front. A bit scary.
I always remember a line from one of the folk songs alluded to Columbus finding America. Actually, it wasn't lost.
Well, people come here from all over the world, and there's the Vincent. Out of Stevenage, the Vincent. We'll see three of those racing later today in the Barry Sheen Memorial.
Stevenage, or St Evanage as it's known, hometown of Lewis Hamilton.
Yeah. Stevenage, Hertfordshire. That's where the Vincents were built, unlike, as you so rightly said, the rest of the industry seemed to be focused around the Midlands. Stevenage, formerly HRD, Howard Davis, and
John Surtees, a great engineer in his own right, and started off as an engineer on motorcycles, didn't he?
I didn't know that.
Well, he was into fettling bikes, Surtees.
Well, that's the nature of being a motorcycle racer, because in those days you took a bike and you tried to make it go quicker.
He's a formidable engineer.
Simple as that. And quite so often, you know, these days it can be achieved just by blueprinting. That is, taking an engine to pieces and putting it together very, very carefully to make sure that all the faces match. There are no sharp edges.
These days, interestingly, if you have an American car, maybe a small block V8 like we saw racing for the Falcons and the Mustangs and the Barracudas, etc. yesterday, the Ford engines and Chevy engines, just buy a crate engine. You buy a new crate engine made in Mexico. It's really nicely made, all CNC'd, etc. And you literally bolt in and you've got your 500 horsepower, whatever it is, and they're not expensive.
No, that was the answer, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Really, that's Americans had the right idea there. You know, just size.
Well, I love the
helps.
notion of the old boy tinkering away in his shed of an evening, fettling an engine to just the very, very finest detail, because so they weren't made on CNC machines back in this kind of day, and you could always improve on the standard product.
You certainly can.
The important thing, certainly with the cars, was to do the brakes first and then tweak your engine. So have better brakes, then bring the engine power up to match. Didn't want to leave the standard brakes and have an extra 50% of horsepower.
Well, the rockers then, and lots of them. This event gets bigger every year. People actually join the waiting list to bring their bikes along and perform and do just 2 laps of the Goodwood circuit. to the delight of everyone here to really set the scene.
Then they return to the Ace
This
Cafe
stunning
up near Wembley,
Ace Cafe.
which is a wonderful place to go.
The 59 Club in Kent was also founded in the same period, so some big associations came out of the period and are still going strong today. Probably the biggest motorcycle organisation in the world is the HOG, the Harley Owners Group, and that is a worldwide organisation promoted, actively marketed by Harley Davidson. So when you buy a Harley Davidson, you buy into a lifestyle. It isn't just a question of buying a motorcycle, you buy into a lifestyle, and membership of the Harley Owners Group comes with it. There are different chapters in areas of the country putting on events 12 months of the year, so that's the Harley commercial over, but it's a very, very...
Do you have to have WD-40'd hips to ride a Harley? There seems to be sort of a very wide stance required.
I once, yes.
Well, let's hear from our Goodwood Revival commercial partners. We're back live at the Goodwood Motor Circuit for the 2014 Revival meeting, third day of this amazing pageant, which has been running now, say, for 17 years. There goes Sir Sterling Moss in Jaguar D-Type. Jaguar D-Types, which won the Le Mans 24-hour race in 1955, 56 and 57. As you can see, he has a human air brake riding around with him. I think this may well be a competition winner. He's going to have the ride of a lifetime. Sterling's nestling down inside that fairing of a windscreen. Mintek's overall riding mechanic, in inverted commas, is rather more exposed to the elements. But you can see the extraordinarily graceful lines of the Jaguar D-Type. Took over from the XK120C, which itself won Le Mans in 51-53, car in which they developed the disc brake. But you can see this car with its monocoque centre section, beautiful flowing lines, courtesy of the pen of Sayer. And Sir Sterling Moss, greatest driver certainly in the history of Goodwood Motor Circuit. No one else had as many wins as he did here. From opening day, September the 18th, 1948, when he won the 500cc race in the Cooper Jab. Only a 3-lap race. In fact, the first race was won by Paul De Ferranti Pycroft in the Pycroft Jaguar, so a Jaguar-powered special. Paul Pycroft, who in the 70s was still racing in a Di Tommaso Pantera, I seem to remember, or Mangusta maybe. But there's Sir Sterling, who has a big birthday this week coming. Retired from historic racing a couple of 3 years ago, and very much in demand as ever as a speaker on the subject of his extraordinary career. Sterling raced Jaguars, of course. What didn't he race? And you really ought to buy the super book All My Races by Alan Henry, which with Sir Sterling, who charts this career. Everyone annotated, the significant ones remembered in some detail. And there is Sir Sterling. I can hear the applause in the background as our generous Goodwood audience recognises that they're in the presence of greatness. Cars then lining up for the first of our day's races. This is down in the assembly area to the Madgwick end of the pit complex here, on which I'm perched in my tower behind the Credit Suisse Res Control building. That's Andrew Smith. He's in the Porsche 901, which is one of the forerunners of the 911. I've seen Andrew in a lot of action this weekend. Triumph TR4 Beyond, then the ISO Revolta, Chevy-powered ISO Revolta of Alan Collett. But there's Lee Mumford's little Ginetta, and that's the little 1 litre Ginetta that sits on pole. Ginetta G4, made in Suffolk by the four Walklet brothers. Started off making a kind of Lotus 7-esque type car. They made quite a lot of these G4s, which were beautiful handling. There's Alan Collett's ISO Revolta, Count Revolta, behind this. And it's a big Chevy under the bonnet. Fabulous miscellany in this race. And as we go down the line, there's another little Ginetta there, the number 3 car of Nigel Winchester. And Brian Arculus' Lotus Elite. They first arrived in 1957 with the 1216cc Coventry Climax FWE engine, developed from the 5-pump engine. In the background with the silver hair is Tony Mantle, Climax Engine Services fettler of those engines, or aluminium engine. Here then the lovely power of the straight 6 twin overhead cam Jaguar engine in the D-Type with that, say, Malcolm Sayer body with the little tonneau removed, and a lucky rider out there watching Sir Sterling, whose amazing career included that sensational Mille Miglia victory for Mercedes-Benz, though he nailed his flag very much to British manufacturers' masts in the early days of his career, racing Coopers and Kiefts in 500cc Formula 3, HWMs and Jaguars, and of course for other concerns too. Van Wall, of course, at the end of the 1950s. There's no more iconic sports car than the Jaguar D-Type range K120D of the 1950s era, certainly, with that distinctive tail fin that wasn't absolutely straight in line with the car. Norman Dewar saying it had a slight offset. It's all done for aerodynamic advantage. We had the Lavant Cup race yesterday for Jaguars, in which we had long and short nose D-types running, and a couple of XKSS's, the road version, proper two-seater open cockpit version. And those two cars of Derek Hood and John Breslow finished only about 0.7 of a second apart after a race-long duel. They certainly weren't going to match the Ds, the full race cars, but certainly they enjoyed themselves, and that's exactly what this pageant is all about. So 3 times a winner at Le Mans, the D-Type, with Mike Hawthorne, Ivor Bueb, Ron Flockhart, Nillian Sanderson, the 4 drivers, and they kind of swapped. One was a works car, 2 were Kyriakos cars run privately with works assistance by David Murray from the base in Merchiston Mews in Edinburgh. Likes of Wilkie Wilkinson and Stan Sproat mechanicking. Down adjacent to the assembly area, things beginning to hot up down there. I'm pleased to see that spectator banks are filling. The Ginetta so sleek down there, a real rival to the Lotus Elan in the day.
Where is he?
Raced by the likes of Chris Meek in period. Another period Ginetta racer was Nick Grace, who restored the Spitfire that we see his widow Carolyn fly these days, a 2-seater Spitfire. There's Sir Sterling Moss, and a warm handshake. He's such a gentleman, Sir Sterling. Back in the early 80s, I was extremely privileged to be his teammate in a two-car Chevron team at Snetterton for the Wilhire HSCC Enduro, and one of the younger mechanics who was running the cars with Roger Andreasen that day was Ian Cox, or Shirley as we know him, because he had hair halfway down his back then. He's now MD of WDK, the race team down in Stockbridge, Hampshire, which prepares a big fleet of cars that are here today, and also quite a lot of historic Formula 1 cars, many of which are in pallets on their way to Singapore for a support race, the Masters support race at next weekend's Formula 1 Grand Prix. Down in the assembly area, I'm glad to say that we're going to get a chance to speak with Sterling Moss via our colleague Henry Hope Frost.
So Sterling, some wonderfully evocative sights of you climbing out of the Jaguar D-Type, a car that you raced all those years ago at Le Mans. Bring back good memories?
Yeah, great memory. Driving anything here is fun, and that car is absolutely beautiful. I mean, really so easy. I mean, I think I use 1 gear all the way, you know, really adaptable.
This place, of course, is intrinsically linked with you. You started your career here, you ended your career here. Is it nice to go back round again in such a wonderful car?
Oh, it's a fabulous circuit. I mean, the fact that I had a crash here was not my fault, not the car's fault. So coming back here is always a wonderful thing. It brings back so many memories.
It's a real treat for us. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much. Enjoyed it. Thank you.
I thought we might get a bit.
Well, we're back live then. Brief chat with Sir Sterling Moss, whose career ended here, contemporary career ended here on Easter Monday 1962 with a bad prang in a Lotus Grand Prix car. But as you say, he doesn't dwell on it. It's his fault. And that's what racing drivers do. They bounce back. And focus on the next one. TVR Grand Tourer goes out, another Lotus Elite. That's the famous Akiri Shirley Bob Chalman car from the States. David Clark drove that. A Warwick GT with a big aluminium V8 engine in it. More early Porsches. Bill Wickham's in one of those. An AC Cobra down there. Look at these lovely Porsches. The 911 shape still very much evident. Behind the AC, a very rare beast, the Tornado Talisman. Gilburn GT, the little Welsh-built car of Mike Bell. Lovely Morgan, that's Murray Smith. In +4 Supersports, beautiful Ferrari. Ogle and a Sunbeam Alpine there. Early TVR Grand Tourer, little Lotus Elan, C-Reg, 1965 at Turner. Now that Cobra and that Ferrari, which Jackie Oliver is driving, they are cars not in this Ford Water Trophy race, but going round to do an extra qualification lap for the RAC TT celebration. A whole bunch of MGBs, including a DBL car there I saw. This is going to be a super race. Let's hope it's another close one, because over the years the Ford Water Trophy, which does change in terms of its focus year on year, has provided some extremely good races. It's the kind of circuit which really does encourage great racing. Little cars coming into their own in some of the corners, and the big cars flying down the long straights. Looking forward certainly to seeing how it pans out, and it's such a great entry. Ginetta, Porsche, Triumph, ISO, Revolta. That's the top four. So you've got Lotus, TVR, Warwick, AC. It's an AC Ace down there. It was a Cobra before, it's an AC Ace, of course. It's supposed to be a Rochdale Olympic out there, but I'm not sure that it survived qualifying. Number 63, Tony Sinclair, the Jade Man, nephew of the late great Bert Ray, who was a top Formula 2, Formula 3 mechanic in the 60s, went on to build cars under his own name for Formula Ford, and his son still maintains that tradition. Nelva in the field as well. Reliance Sabre 6, Ferrari and Ogle. Well, the grid for this, our first race of the day, race 9 in your programme, is going to be as follows. The Ford Water Trophy race then, number 4 Lee Mumford on pole with the Ginetta G4. 64 Andrew Smith, Porsche 901 alongside. 16 Alan Ross Jones with the Triumph TR4 completes the front row. Row 2 is 5 Alan Collett with the yellow ISO Revolta GT. Number 3 is Nigel Winchester, ex-Clubman racer in his Ginetta G4. 71 is Brian Arculus in the Lotus Elite. 18 Robbie Bernberg with his TVR Grand Tourer Mark III. He's on the middle of that row. And David Clark with the number 7 Lotus Elite is next. Row 4 is 15 Chris Ryan, Triumph TR4. 75 Robin Ellis, Lotus Elite. Row 5, 25 Ian McDonald, the pale yellow Warwick GT. 11 Bill Wickham with the Porsche 911. 57 Peter Rutt in a similar car. Row 6 is number 1 Holly Mason Franchitti with ACA's Ford, and 14 Joe Allen B. Byrne with the Throb Nozzle Racing Tornado Talisman. Row 7 is number 9 Joe Bamford MGB. 63 Tony Sinclair's Rochdale Olympic, and it does appear to be missing, I think. And then Mike Bell with the Gilburn 1800 GT called Gilbert. Car. Row 8, 39 Barry Siddery Smith MGB. 8 is Tony Binnington in an MGB. 23 is Darren Turner in the Turner Mark 1. Watch that car, didn't get much in the way of practice. 2 is Martin Greaves in the Elva Courier GT. And next up will be Murray Smith in the Morgan +4, car number 29. 12 will be Simon Drabble, Reliance Sabre 6 with the Ford Zodiac engine. 61 is Carlos de Miguel with his Ferrari, all the way from Spain, 675 GTB. 10 is Julian Draper in the Ogle. 33 Tristan Bradfield in the Sunbeam Alpine, and 24 Richard Pavey, the TVR Grand Tourer Mark IIA.
I think you've got an extra car on the back of the grid. Peter Adams, number 17. I spotted his
Peter Adams with the Turner. That's a car that broke on the first lap of practice. So I'm glad that Peter Adams, who with son Ben goes very well in a pair of Turners that they run between them. Well, the race is scheduled to run over 25 minutes, and the countdown well and truly has begun. There'll be a green flag lap before they get underway, just as a final opportunity to see a line around the circuit. It's tightly packed down there on the grid. There is that green flag given for what will be race 9 of our programme. Interestingly, per tradition, we do not have a race 13. We don't have a race 13, but we'll go from 12 to 14. Martin Greaves I saw there in the mid-blue Elva Courier GT. Car that Fred Boothby has raced here in previous years. I remember Neve Maguire driving it at Silverstone, now Neve Wood, Tony Wood's wife. Watch for Darren Turner in 23, little Turner Mark 1. Aston Martin ace these days. The man who tested Project 212 for an Autosport feature, which is part of the magazine's Goodwood preview. It's a great read, very interesting. We'll see that car out this afternoon.
But he is going to have to pedal pretty hard because he's only got 948cc, smallest engine of any of the competitors in this race.
Darren Turner and pedalling hard are synonymous, Bruce, are they not?
Of course they are, but it looked as quick as it could be, and he was certainly using all the road in practice, as you'd expect, trying to eke speed out of it, but he's got a steep hill ahead of him.
I think we'll see some guile
Indeed.
Employed. Mike Bell's little Gilburn is beautifully presented, like a really good engineer, and has a great fleet of cars, including an Escort BDG, which
we've got an extra runner. Jeremy Cook in number 6 Lotus Elan, a little red one. He, like Peter Adams, didn't set a time in practice, but number 6 Jeremy Cook will be on the back row.
Jeremy Cook, who we see sometimes racing a Shelby Mustang. Porsches as well, Porsche 911 as well, so watch for him, and a Cooper Bobtail he has in his stable, I recall too. The red car flicking through was the Reliance Sabre 6. They were pretty good in rallying as well, particularly historic rallying, raced in events like the Autosport 3 hours in period, and we're privileged this weekend to have with us Jack Sears, winner of that last of the contemporary Autosport 3-hour races back in 1964, driving the John Wilment Cobra Coupe. Gentleman Jack was here yesterday as part of the Jackie Stewart tribute, which was an absolutely wonderful interlude between the races. But the mix of cars in this field, and that's plugging his ears there as well he might, with that sleek little Ginetta on pole position, car of Lee Mumford. Number 4.
Very, very nimble in these hands. Absolutely fantastic around the twisty parts.
It is. They're lovely little cars. We've seen one of these cars win the Historic Road Sport from the Historic Sports Car Club in the last few years, with Josh Sadler driving it. Josh was in a Ford Falcon Sprint. You see the man behind Auto Farm, the Porsche Emporium, up near Bicester. The last of the cars arrived, including the extra one and the extra one. Bruce spotted for us very kindly. What a sight.
There isn't a more diverse field this weekend.
These
Fabulous.
are very much members meeting type cars from the period. And a very, very good start off pole from Lee Mumford. The V8 Warwick is going well. McDonald, and look at that, the ISO Revolta comes through into third place. Alan Collett in the fight, but the second Ginetta is trying to get in on the act, and that is Nigel Winchester, who is already up into third place. Nigel Winchester then sneaking through into third at the first corner. Ginetta from Porsche 901, and then the little pistachio coloured Ginetta. Alan Ross Jones didn't make a great start in the Triumph. They tend to have fairly weak drive shafts, so he may just be preserving that car. But
well, Andrew Smith right on the tail there of Lee Mumford leading the way. The ISA Revolta is dropping back. He's on the grass. He's back on the circuit. He's going for a big rotation at St Mary's, heading for the crops. Has he reached them? He's in them. He's driving through them and will come back. So he went off on the right of the circuit. Fabulously caught by the camera crews there. Alan Collett. It went so well at the start, and the Ogles off as well at St Mary's, and just tapped
Julian Draper.
Julian Draper just tapped the tyre wall in front of the faux commentary position on the infield, but leading the way, it's Ginetta's 1 and 3. Will it be 1 and 2 any minute now? But Andrew Smith pushing very hard in the Porsche.
He'd like that Porsche to be ahead of the Ginettas. He's trying to impose the 2-litre Porsche on the smaller engine Ginetta, but Ginetta has the poise and the stability under braking down into Woodcote to resist the attack from the man who holds the outright lap record hold here, Lola T70. Nobody improved upon it yesterday in the Whitson Trophy, which he was tagged on the towards the end.
Glad to report that Julian Draper's got going again in the little oval that went off at St Mary's back into the race. But leading the way, Lee Mumford onto the second lap. Andrew Smith pushing him very hard indeed. And now Alan Ross Jones has sort of imposed his TR4 into third place.
That was a huge spin via the whole series of spins.
Well, it was because he was on the grass on the right-hand side as he approached St Mary's, which is never the best place to get any traction, and it was a long slide. And as you can see, there's the ISO Revolta going for a little tour through the long stuff. But this time down to St Mary's for the second time, it's very, very close at the front. I'd say the first four are closer than they were on the opening lap. Lee Mumford still leading the way from Andrew Smith and Alan Ross Jones, but Nigel Winchester keeping them very honest indeed. Then there's quite a gap back to the fifth place, which is now it's changed. It's 71 ahead of 7. So where's Bernsberg gone? We've lost him from that little group, but Arculus into fifth. Yeah.
Brian Arculus, ex-historic Formula 2 racer, and coming through on the inside is the Triumph TR4, Alan Ross Jones. And trying to get into the slipstream there is Winchester, but Smith holds on. It's going to be a battle of the late breakers down into Woodcote.
Well, certainly Ross Jones is the driver on the move. He came from 4th to 3rd. Now he's having a go at 2nd. He's got in front of Andrew Smith, but Andrew won't just back off yet. He's going to try the wide line, but well done. The TR4 up into 2nd place. Lee Mumford still leading, but Ross Jones into 2nd.
Yeah, more Porsche pogoing. That caused a bit of fun on the emails and things the other day. Well, it's Mumford in 4. Now it's Ross Jones in number 16. Back in 3rd place is the Porsche, which is Andrew Smith from Edinburgh in the sexy 901. It says so on the number plate, so it must be true. Nigel Winchester, so he started out Clubman's racing in the 70s with the Automania Mallock. Clubman's celebrates its 50th anniversary next season. Look forward to that. That will be a great thing to have at Goodwood, where Derek Bennett raced the Works B1 in period.
Well, watching the first 3 come past me at St Mary's, totally different driving styles. Lee Mumford keeps the Ginetta G4 very much true and planted, but the Porsche and the Triumph TR4, beautiful drifts, and that's the way they go faster around the circuit. But Mumford is, okay, the tail a little happy just as you catch him going out of Lavant, but really he is much more direct in his driving style.
The Bernberg car 18 must have a little transponder glitch, I think, Bruce, because it still is there.
It's popped back up, exactly.
It's Ross Jones then in 2nd place in car 16, 64, the silver Porsche of Andrew Smith is 3rd, just sneaking away. Another fastest lap last time through, a 1:33.902 within an ace of his pole time. Lee Mumford is pushing on. Winchester's in the 34s, Ross Jones in the 34s, Smith only in the 35s up to now. A new fastest lap to Lee Mumford, and that is sub pole time. It's a 1:33.356.
Ross Jones all but matched that, 11,000 slower on that time around. So it's 1.25 seconds between 1st and 2nd, between Mumford and Ross Jones, and battles going on the whole way down the field.
Yes, Ryan making a move up the order, number 15, which is Chris Ryan, and his TR4, particularly well suited round here.
And well picked up by the TV director, because Jeremy Cook, we mentioned him starting at the back, he's picking his way up the field. He's picked off, I'm just trying to see how many places, more than half the field. He was at 12th on the start-finish line, and he is, I'm just looking to my right, I can't quite pick him out coming towards Ford Water, but he's picking off places with every lap in that little Elan.
Yeah, 12th within 2 laps. They're quick cars, the Elans. Of course, they handle beautifully. And he's in among the sort of works MGBs. That's Joe Bamford he's fighting with, and behind them looks like Peter Rutt.
His next target is Robin Ellis in number 75. So
yeah, who's not that far ahead. In fact, Robin Ellis attacking Ian McDonald with the Warwick, which is essentially the same chassis as a Peerless, made up over in Slough. Big rumbling American V8 under the bonnet. I remember seeing one of those, the Peerless racing in 1962 at Brands Hatch with Dickie Cove in it.
And there is Jeremy Cook, has joined the battle we were talking about, the Warwick and the Lotus Elite in front of him now. I think he'll probably pick another one off as they go down towards Woodcote.
Going to be fairly tame into the corner. He's going to use the power of the Elan 1600cc Lotus twin cam engine as opposed to the 1216cc Coventry Climax in the very good handling Elite with that gorgeous body by Peter Kerwin Taylor. And you can see the American grunt under the bonnet of the primrose coloured Warwick. But here comes Jeremy Cook. He's up another place, past Robin Ellis.
And just behind them in the shot, you can see Joe Bamford in the MGB and Bill Wickham in the white Porsche, number 11.
Great number on the Robin Ellis Elite, 1227 EL. They were known as 1220 Elites, but not only is it an Elite number, but it's an Ellis number.
Well, the driver who's new fastest lap for Lee Mumford leading the race, but I would say Ross Jones is closing in the Triumph TR4 as they go down to Lavant for the 5th time. So it's Ginetta still leading from Triumph TR4, but it's closing right up as the midfield battles continue.
Yeah, this is a super battle with the Warwick, and then Cook, Ellis.
Well, we know the Warwick's not the most gainly car, and it had a little bit of a tail waggle as it came out of St Mary's. Oh dear me, good grief, Gilbert up on 2.5 wheels that hit the curb on the inside, the little Gilbern at St Mary's. So very lively, but what a fantastic battle with Jeremy Cook trying to pick off another place from the Warwick, but not quite getting it at Lavant.
You wouldn't believe it. I think that Mike Bell's trying to conserve the Gilbern for next weekend's Spa 6 Hour race.
No, I won't believe it, Marcus.
Well, that's the first time we've not seen a fastest lap for Mumford, but you're right. Ross Jones has the new fastest, 32.812. 32.812.
Well, he took half a second out of the lead now. It's down to just under 0.9 of a second between Lee Mumford in the pale blue Ginetta G4 and Alan Ross Jones in the metallic blue Triumph TR4 closing in. I'm just trying to see where. Oh my gosh, they're very close. They come through Ford Water. Beautifully picked up there by the cameras. And is there going to be a move around the outside at the kink before St Mary's? I sort of hope not. Save it for St Mary's. Do it right underneath my feet. But again, that Ginetta G4 is so nimble and carrying greater speed, a bit more grunt under the hood. Wonderful side-on shot as they go down to Lavant. And I think Ross Jones just trying to pick his moment. And around the outside before St Mary's was not that moment.
No, that's right. But, he's pushing on hard, Ross Jones. He's raced Healy 3000 as well. He's very quick using the torque of the Triumph engine to pull himself out of Lavant. There's up ahead is the Alpine, but they're side by side through the kink, and Alan Ross Jones does sneak ahead, but will he be outbraked by the Ginetta down into Woodcote? No, Lee Mumford's going to tuck in behind.
He left only half a gap. Gosh, Mumford's getting a bit taily as he goes around the outside, but there the sheer nimbleness of the Ginetta as it weaves one way and another, trying to not only brake but then place himself either side, one side or the other of the TR4. It didn't work, so leading for the first time in this race, Alan Ross Jones at TR4 number 16.
Yeah, this is super, and looking to see how Jeremy Cook in number 6, the Red Elan, is progressing. He's up into 9th place, or was last time round, and got a bit of a gap now to David Clark in the number 7 Lotus Elite. Smith in the Porsche in 64 is still 3rd. In 4th place is Winchester, but he's right on the tail of 911, as you can see here. Nigel Winchester in car number 3 also races an early U2 in 1 litre Formula 3 trim. the ex-Edward Lewis Westover U2.
Okay, down to St Mary's, and we've still got Andrew Smith holding down third place, but Nigel Winchester, as you said, Marcus, getting closer and closer, and the little green Ginetta, pale green, going down to Lavant. Right, there's a back marker ahead of them. Is that going to favour Winchester? It's the number 17 Turner that started at the back with Peter Adams. That should stay out of their way, hopefully, but he's sort of in the middle of the track there, but Andrew Smith will be able to get past. Now, is this the chance for Winchester to dive one side of the Turner? No, they're both going around on the same side. And in fact, Andrew Smith can probably hardly see Nigel Winchester, that Ginetta solo.
They're not that far behind Lee Mumford, are they? I mean, it's they're foreshortened camera angles, a little bit
just
deceptive.
over 3 seconds.
Yeah. Gorgeous corner to drive through Woodcote with that double apex. You need the second one, big style. And yes, the little Ginetta. Gilbert has hit trouble. Mike Bell climbing out of the Gilburn.
Oh, well, hopefully that will be okay for your trip over to Spa.
Yes, absolutely. So 7 laps in. Ross Jones 1.15 seconds to the good. That's up before Majwick somewhere, isn't it? Oh, there's lots of waving among the elites, and that's David Clark on Brian Arculus. And David Clark has been eased out onto the grass. David Clark, a winner of the Spa 6 Hours in recent years with Wolfgang Friedrichs and Simon Hadfield in Aston Martin from the German stable.
Behind the first 4, behind Nigel Winchester, who's holding down 4th place in the... there's a big old gap back to number 18, Bernberg. Robbie Bernberg in the TVR Grand Tour, a huge gap. I have to look to my right the whole way to Fordwater to see them after the first lot have left. But then it's very close indeed, because right behind Bernberg is Chris Ryan in the red and white TR4. They're fighting over 5th place.
Yes, quite a few elites down there, aren't there, with Arculus in 71, Clark in 7, and Ellis in 75. They're beautiful cars to drive. Race 1 at Spa in the wet, George Hadfield's car, probably more than a decade ago, and it was a total delight.
And just worth pointing out that Jeremy Cook, who started effectively 29th or 30th on the grid, is now up to 8th place in the number 6 Lotus Sedan, and he's chasing after. He's 6 seconds or so down on Brian Arculus's Lotus Elite, but he is driving faster, so he may yet pick him off. We've still got 12 minutes remaining.
Yeah, when David Clark was eased onto the grass, that enabled Jeremy Cook to gobble him up with the Lotus Roland. And Ellis just sliding past the Bamford MGB.
One great little battle. It's nowhere near the sharp end. In fact, it's over 23rd position is between number 2 Martin Greaves driving the mid-blue Elva Courier, and behind him, as we talked before the race, Darren Turner in that Works Aston Martin driver in his little 948cc Turner. Lee
Mumford, ladies and gentlemen, in number 4, the Ginetta has pretty much caught Alan Ross Jones, the race leader, again. So we've got a battle for first and a battle for third, each one with a Ginetta G4 playing the underdog.
Yes, and you can see, if you're looking at the big screens, you can see Andrew Smith. There's the lead battle. Alan Ross Jones leading the way in the Triumph TR4. Lee Mumford just dropped a little off his tail. They're going past
that's the Ogle.
That's the Ogle that had its rotation by me on the opening lap.
Tom Caron design.
It was only a light rub against the tyre wall, so no damage done to the Ogle on that opening lap. But Nigel Winchester falling back a little off the back of Andrew Smith's Porsche as they go down to Woodcote.
Next target for Jeremy Cook in number 6 is the last of the elites, i.e. the first one in the running order, number 71, Brian Arculus. And he's closing up at about 2.5 seconds a lap, so within 2 laps he should be on the 7th place car.
One car we haven't talked about since his very, very bold agricultural moment on the opening lap was Alan Collett's ESO Revolta, and that's up into, last time around, up to 14th place. And his next target is Bill Wickham's Porsche. That's the white one with the yellow and blue stripes up the bonnet.
Lee Mumford 1.2 seconds behind, but the best third sector of the track, pretty much from the kink to the finish line, and he is on another run.
Just worth pointing out that we've had a change for 5th position, and Chris Ryan has taken his TR4 past.
That was last time round.
Bernberg.
That's the red TR4 you can see now, and Robbie Bernberg also races a little Elva Mark 7S in HSCC Guards Trophy events. He was a Porsche man for quite a long time. Also came out first time in a TVR probably 2 or 3 years ago. And here comes Nigel Winchester trying to mount an assault on the Porsche 901, the early prototype model, 64. Andrew Smith, who's just been out in most of the races this weekend.
I think he does one on, one off. It seems to be about the pattern, doesn't it? Very busy. Might as well make your journey worthwhile.
Cook going quicker than before, even 35s now, and he's now only 1.7 seconds behind Arculus. So 7th place looks certainly on for Jeremy Cook. Whether he can then close the gap to Robbie Bernberg, who's 12.7 seconds ahead of Arculus, I somehow doubt, because their lap times are rather similar. Mumford has the fastest lap of the race on lap 10, so they've just finished, and it's down to 1.001 seconds behind the race leader.
Yeah, but
a couple of tenths out of him.
But the gap between Nigel Winchester in 4th place and Andrew Smith in 3rd, as you can see on the big screens, is way less than that. It was a third of a second on the start-finish line. Of course, different performances at different points around the circuit, but trying every line possible is the little green Ginetta with Winchester at the wheel as they go down to Lavant for the 11th time.
Winchester wants traffic, doesn't he? And ahead of him is the Elva Courier Coupe of Martin Greaves, the man behind Classic Performance Engineering, up at Long Buckby on the A5 north of Silverstone, and into the slipstream comes the Ginetta.
Well, he's still got 8 minutes of potential traffic, but he does need that Porsche to lose its momentum while he keeps his in the smaller engined Ginetta. And a little bit unbalanced on the way into the first part of Woodcote, but he's very balanced in the middle.
The first time,
no, didn't.
No.
Just to give him that little frisson of panic, I guess.
Good exit from the chicane, though, from Winchester.
As you'd expect.
What he now needs to do is throw a bungee strap to the back bumper of the Porsche. Hook it round the bonnet stays. That would work well. That was a little bit slidey as well. And he's had to dab the brakes to stay within the confines of the track. Looks down the inside coming out of Madgwick. Just to tuck in now and bide his time.
You wonder how much of this Andrew Smith can actually notice, because when you're taking Madgwick, you're fairly busy in the office anyhow, aren't you?
Very much so. Ross Jones, meanwhile, has made a little bit of ground, half a second gained that lap. 1.5 between 16 Ross Jones and 4 Mumford out in the lead. In 3rd place is 64 Smith. And Smith's made a little ground too on the fast part of the circuit, but here comes Winchester to his own.
Well, Winchester compromised himself, didn't he, going into Madgwick, and is paying the price, because it's all about keeping momentum and building it through the long section from there, through Fordwater, through the King, through St Mary's. Get it wrong and lose those horsepower right at the start.
For him, it's all about momentum, and he needs every drop of aero help he can get. If he can tuck into that little there behind the Porsche, he may have a chance, but at the moment it's power over agility in this tussle for 3rd, as it is up the road for 1st. Now that's a much better lap, isn't it, for Andrew Smith?
Yeah, it certainly went his way from the opening stretch of the lap. Just looking, Jeremy Cook going past, and Collins picked off another place in the result.
Up front, there was a Morgan between Ross Jones and Mumford, so that's gone out to 2 seconds now. Alan Ross Jones having a slightly easier ride now. I think it was Murray Smith's. And the Tornado Talisman's lost the wheel. Number 14. I think it's Cortina with Derek Bell at the wheel. Lost a wheel last year, didn't it? Down at Lavant. Joe Allenby Byrne, the Throb Nozzle Racing Tornado Talisman. That was shed a rear wheel.
An interesting moment.
Oh yes. It's got suspension sparking on the ground.
He did well to take that off the circuit as soon as he did, actually. Being chased along the verge by his wheel.
By a discus.
Yes. Nigel Winchester getting very close to Andrew Smith again there, going around St Mary's.
The outer brake drum with it. Oh, and that's De Miguel's Ferrari. There's no point trying to power it out of there, sir.
Was running down in about 15th, 16th place, the Ferrari. Just been picking off some lesser engine cars, but that will go no further. There it is, down at Lavant.
It's just not going to happen.
So just while we're looking at 61 de Miguel in the gravel, it's Alan Ross Jones leading the TR4, number 16. Lee Mumford, who started on pole in Ginetta number 4, in second. Andrew Smith third in the Porsche number 64, and Nigel Winchester fourth in Ginetta number 3.
Yes, Mumford got the fastest lap back at 1:32.437 on lap 10, and he's trying to chisel himself back to Ross Jones. A couple of laps to go after the one they're on, I suspect. No, it's the last lap. They put the last lap up, and that is because with 4 1/4 minutes to go, the race control has made the very sensible decision to limit the number of times they go past the Ferrari in the gravel. So that's what's happened. It's going to go 14 laps, which is the one they're on.
Well, that's good news, definitely for
Carlos de Miguel.
Yes, and for Alan Ross Jones, who's just sliding his way beautifully through St Mary's for what will be the final time. The first two really have pulled out a bit of a gap.
Yellow
over
flags.
the battle behind, and Andrew Smith, can he hang on? He's run a little wide. Nigel Winchester making a move up this side of, you'll see if you look at Lavant, there is Alan Ross Jones going through in the lead, but in the background, a few seconds back, it looks though Winchester could make a move in number 3 on Andrew Smith.
He tried to go around the outside of the Porsche.
Oh, rather close to the Ferrari, it must be said.
Yep.
But he's hanging in there, but then the run to the Porsche is just that little bit greater, so we can't get Winchester taking the inside on the King. Well, he's going for the outside now. Why not? MG in the way, though.
Yeah, the MG is probably the final arbiter in this race.
Barry Sidery Smith. So there's Alan Ross Jones. He's untroubled. He's going through the chicane. He's just got to accelerate hard in a straight line. He hasn't got a wheel on the grass, so that's fine. He's going to take victory in the opening race of the day, the Ford Water Trophy. Delighted with his action.
Absolutely. Hand comes out of the window. Stretches his hand out, waves to the flag man, waves to his crew.
Second place for Lee Mumford. And is it going to be Andrew Smith in Porsche 64?
It
will be. You can't see the Ginetta of Nigel Winchester tucked right behind him, super close to the end. But 64 takes third, and 3 takes fourth place.
Yeah. Unfortunately, no for Nigel Winchester, no cigar, but he got very, very close. Terrific. Here's the 5th place car, number 15. That is Chris Ryan, another of the TRs. And in the background you could see the black TBR with the stripe on it. That's Robbie Bernberg, and he comes through in 6th place.
And then Jeremy Cook, who started at the back of the grid, should come through in 7th there. He is in the Lotus sedan. He'll have had a fun race.
Just ahead of Brian Arculus in the elite. So yes, it's often much more fun to carve your way through from the back than it is to win by half a minute or something like that. I'd much rather finish 8th after a really good battle, or even 18th after a really good battle. Probably more like it.
Realism strikes, doing yourself down, Marcus. But Alan Ross Jones, first winner of the day, and he will go round and in fairly short order hopefully be speaking to Henry Hope Frost down there on the grid. But he's got half a lap to go, so do wave to the drivers. They all entertained, and I always love this race because with these cars, so many of us or our parents had them, and it's just great to see such diversity out on the circuit.
Glad that your parents had an ISO Revolta. Talking of which,
they never showed it to me, kept it under wraps.
Talking of which, Alan Collett, who had that massive triple axle, came through into 9th place in car number 5, the yellow ISO. Give our winners a nice round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And we'll give you the rundown then on our first race of the day, the Ford Water Trophy race for GT cars of the 1960s. Here it is then. First, number 16, Alan Ross Jones with the Triumph TR4. Second, number 4, Lee Mumford, Ginetta G4. Third, number 64, Andrew Smith with the Porsche 901, and that's ahead of number 3, Nigel Winchester with the Ginetta G4. 5th, number 15, Chris Ryan, TR4. 6th, number 18, Robbie Bernberg, TVR Grand Tourer. 7th, Jeremy Cook from the back with the number 6, Lotus Elan. And 8th was number 71, Brian Arculus, Sussex man with his Lotus Elite. Number 5, Alan Collett's ISO Revolta recovered to 9th place. 10th was number 7, David Clark in his Elite. 11th, number 9, Joe Bamford MGB. 12th was number 25, the Warwick GT350 of Ian MacDonald. 13th was number 11, Bill Wickham in his Porsche 911. 57, Peter Rutt was 14th in a similar car. 15th was 75, Robin Ellis, Lotus Elite. And in 16th place, number 1, Holly Mason Franchitti, Marino's missus in the AC Ace. We'll hear the highlights then of that Ford Water Trophy race. An excellent opener, as so often here, these cars providing great action and a lot of really combative sport. So cars waiting. She must be quite chilly. The sun hasn't really got up yet. There are the cars then. Ginetta, Porsche and Triumph. The Oval made quite a rapid initial getaway, as did the yellow ISO Revolta, which challenged Andrew Smith's Porsche for second place coming up into Madgwick Corner. But the Revolta, a bit of an adventurous arrival at St Mary's and went off into the boondocks. Alan Ross-Jones had to fight his way past Andrew Smith and managed just to hang on down the inside. Well balanced car, that TR4, and plenty of torque as well, but more torque perhaps than the Porsche. There goes the Alva Courier Coupe, that's Martin Grease. Lee Mumford in the Ginetta, then leading at this point of the race. Ginetta also in the back of that top quartet. There's the red Elan of Jeremy Cook, forcing his way through the field from the back. Now being closed upon is Lee Mumford, and Alan Ross-Jones ducks up the left-hand side through the kink at Lavant, out going towards Woodcote Corner, squeezes past the number 33 car, which was the Tristram Badfield Sunbeam Alpine, down into corner. There's Brian Arculus' Elite, and little Peter Adams Turner behind. The car's little, not Peter Adams. And up the inside there comes the Akuri Shirley car. That's the Bob Chalman Elite that raced in the States, driven by David Clark. We're going to see the Tornado Talisman in trouble here. It's a three-wheeled Tornado, followed by a little Comet all of its own. As the wheel goes off to safety, Carlos de Miguel in the gravel, looking to fill those lovely Barani wire wheels with, no, not wires, they're Dunlops or Campagnolos. But through he comes then to win the race with a delighted punch of the air. Alan Ross-Jones in the TR4. Behind him in second place, Lee Mumford, who already has the door open on the Ginetta. He's so hot in that little sauna, the Suffolk sauna, Ginetta G4. But Alan Ross-Jones in that Triumph TR4 drove it absolutely beautifully. Started in third place. Lee Mumford got fastest lap in the Ginetta at 1:32.4, which was 1.4 seconds inside his pole time. Brilliant win then. Our opening winner of the day, Alan Ross-Jones, Triumph TR4. And down to Henry Hope Frost on the grid. He has Alan Ross-Jones and the other podium finishers with him.
Thank you, Marcus. Good morning, everybody. Let's have a quick word with our third place finisher, Andrew Smith in the Porsche 901. It looked reasonably hard work out there, Andrew, especially with Nigel Winchester behind you.
Yeah, it's. I think the Porsche's probably got the legs in the straights, but it's very difficult to keep him behind in the twisty bits. I think the Porsche weighs about 1,000 kilos and the Ginetta's probably about 450. So yeah, I had to work really hard to keep him behind.
It's Kevin Morfitt's car, of course. It's a special one, isn't it? There aren't many made.
Yeah, it's a 901, so it's a 64 car. There were only, I think, about 232 built. So yeah, it's a very, very sort of precious car. So it's quite a privilege to be asked to race it and look after it. And the guys always do a great job of preparing it. The car's absolutely faultless.
Good stuff. Well done. Podium on a Sunday morning. Nice.
Perfect.
Andrew Smith then third in the Porsche 901. Let's have a word with our pole sitter, who ultimately finished second but set the fastest lap. Lee Mumford. Well done, Lee.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's a shame I couldn't get the top step, but second place is still a podium. It's still good news. It was a difficult race. Track is very green, so sliding all over the place. But kept in one piece and second best.
And your fastest lap was well inside your qualifying time, so you were pushing on.
Oh yeah, I was just pushing as hard as the car could go. But yeah, it's just a shame I didn't have the pace to keep with him. Kept the distance that he managed to put away, but just couldn't catch him.
Well done, Lee. Second place in the Ford Water Trophy. And let's have a word with Alan Ross-Jones, our winner. Alan, well done. The Ginetta made a lightning getaway, but you hunted him down.
Well, my car doesn't make a very quick getaway. I've got a very long first gear. I normally race in endurance races with it, and for a standing start, it's a difficult one to get off the line. And I'm just fortunate I only lost a few places, so I was able to get them back in fairly quickly. And then I don't know, the racer came out in me.
Lee fought back, actually, towards the end. Were you slightly worried?
No, I was making sure that he wasn't getting too close to me. But when you slow down a little bit and you just protect the car, you actually go equally quick. You're just not overdriving it.
Good stuff. A great win. Congratulations.
Thank you very much indeed.
Alan Ross-Jones then, winner of the Ford Water Trophy, our first race on Revival Sunday. And Marcus, back up to you, and we turn our attention, don't we now, to Grand Prix cars.
We do, and that was absolutely superb open, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you enjoyed it. Let's hear from our Goodwood Revival commercial partners. Well, there among our spectators, a couple of young deer. Deer and darling. There they go. Dressed for the occasion. And gorgeous wildlife around here at Goodwood. Lovely little pocket of West Sussex. Quite sure where the camera's managed to pick them up, probably over behind Bruce's area, I should think. You can join us on social media, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, or goodwood.com/revival. Share your comments, photos and videos. Oliver camped at Goodwood Revival last night, partied till midnight with his dad. Now he's driving to the circuit, says Nancy Atkinson Turner, Mackinac Club. My race to the Goodwood Revival, ROCTC celebration 1400 live video stream. Jonathan Lozelle. Watching live from the North Sea, Goodwood Revival. Well, he's rigged up for the occasion. So, Cato Larson. Enjoy the day, Cato. Rock and roll lives at the fab Goodwood Revival, says Nick Farrow. Nick Farrow 9. Pit lane full of 250Fs at Goodwood Revival. 250 apostrophe S. That's good. Gary Middleton. And we're going to have a real festival of Maserati in a minute. Goodwood Revival ball last night was incredible. Check out the hanging jellyfish. 2-tier mark. Atlantis theme, says Tom Chilton. Seen nothing like it. Well, welcome Tom. and enjoy your racing later. Well, there's our timetable then. Next up on track, the Richmond Trophy, 2.5 litre Grand Prix cars, the 1950s up to 1960. Then Setrington Cup Part 2, our pedal car perambulation down the start straight at 11:30. Beresheen Memorial Trophy motorcycles at 11:50. St Mary's Trophy touring cars, the 50s cars. These are the owners today at 12:40. West Sussex Going to War, a special feature at 1:10. Then the air display follows on from that. 2 Lancasters and the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight Crew, 1:45. The RAC Tourist Trophy celebration at 2 o'clock, the big GT cars. And another air display, the Jets this time, the Canberra and the Hawker Hunters at around 3:15. That maps out the first half of your day. And the green flag is given meanwhile, and the cars for the Richmond Trophy come out. Absolutely staggering lineup. When did you last see 10 Maserati 250Fs plus a Tech Mech racing together on track? Well, we saw them qualify yesterday. Looks like the Orozco Scarab's got a problem, number 26. And we should see 3 Scarabs in this race. That's all 3. And the other Scarab being pushed down as well. So Patrick Orozco and Don Orozco in from California. Looks like they're both in a little bit of trouble, the Scarabs.
Well, hopefully Julian Bronson in the Scarab that's on pole position has no such problems.
Scarab on pole is the spare car. That's Alan Miles in 22. Big welcome to Alan. Made a huge effort to be here this weekend. The car was quite badly damaged at the Nürburgring last month. They're trying to get that Offenhauser engine in the Scarab to run. A little bit recalcitrant as they were in period. They arrived too little too late in 1960. Son of Wolversaire, Barbara Hutton, and a Danish count. Lance Reventlow, a bit of a playboy. He had these Scarabs built by Troutman and Barnes. Beautifully turned out cars. But by then, the rear engine revolution, led by Cooper with Lotus in hot pursuit, were underway. We saw Sterling Moss earlier on track. You'll see he's the first person to win a World Championship Grand Prix for Cooper, for Lotus, and for Coventry Climax engines. One of the many firsts in his career. And he won races in Rob Walker's Lotuses before the Works team, whose first Grand Prix win was that 1961 US Grand Prix with Innis Ireland. There's another of the 250Fs, that's the 23 car. Pick them all up as they go through. 11, one of the BRMs, the Type 25 BRM. 23 ahead of him, that's Mark Hales driving Nick Mason's 250F. Lotus 16s in this field as well. Graham Hill car, I noticed. That's the 2 litre car of Eddie Maguire, number 21, the Irish architect, still running in its period 2 litre spec. Roger Wills' car ran as a 2.2 in period. I think that's still 2.2. That's car number 16. Lotus entered the Grand Prix arena with their Type 12s, but then moved on to the 16s. In 1958. I went to my first race meeting in 1958, aged 2 months, and don't recall 1 nanosecond of it. But I do recall going to Crystal Palace in 1962. Must have just about been 4 then. And that is the Tech Mech Maserati on your screen, the Studio Tecnica Meccanica, established by Valerio Carlotti, who was chief designer at Maserati in the late 50s. In the background is Henry Hope Frost, I can see. He's taking pictures to tweet, no doubt. And the grid for our Ford Water Trophy race then is going to be as follows. So certainly starting with the Scarab, number 30 Julian Bronson Scarab Offie is on pole. Number 20 Tony Wood with the Tecnica Meccanica Maserati is on second. That's number 20. 16, Roger Wills. Lotus 16 is third. Row 2 is 7, Stuart Rolt with a 4-wheel drive Ferguson Climax P99. 19, Max Werner with the Maserati 250F V12. Row 3, 32, Marshall Bailey, Lotus 16. 17, Josef Otto Rettenmeier, Maserati 250FX Fangio Colours. 21, Eddie Maguire with his Lotus 16. Fourth row of the grid, number 2, Simon Hadfield driving Wolfgang Friedrich's Aston Martin DBR4. 26 is Patrick Orozco in the Scarab Offie. 50, Andrew Newell, the Lancia Ferrari D58 to Anthony Bamford's car. 1 is Mark Valverkens with his Aston DBR4, the Belgian. And 15, Joaquin Falk-Roussignol with his ex-Paco Godia Maserati 250F 2524. Then it's 23, Mark Hales with Nick Mason's 250F. 11 is John Pearson, the BRM Type 25. We go back to row 7, 22, Alan Miles, one of the Cameron Miller Maserati 250F Sherry Hans car. 27 is Jose Albuquerque from Portugal with his 250F, and 24 from Champagne country at Reims is Franck Trouillard with his Lotus 16. 28 is Don Orozco, Papa Orozco with his Scarab Offie. 14, Simon Diffie with the Cameron Miller 250F. 9 is Nigel Batchelor with the unique Keith Climax Grand Prix powered by the Coventry Godiva V8 engine. 12 is the Stefan Rettenmeier Maserati 250F, but following his accident yesterday, I doubt we're going to see him out. 56, Wolf-Dieter Baumann in his white 250F. And yes, we wish Stefan Rettenmeier well after a nasty accident in his Alpha P3 yesterday. Climbed out of the car and has, I believe, some rib damage, but a lucky escape for him. We wish him well. Terrific guys from Germany, the Rettenmeier brothers.
Looking down from your commentary position, Marcus, is Max Werner there? Should be 5th on the grid.
Well, I didn't see the car. It's the blue-nosed car, isn't it? With
I didn't see it come past.
Yeah, that's the V12 car with the very distinctive bubbles. No, he's not there. So, unfortunately, Max Werner, a non-starter by the looks of things. There, though, is the iridescent blue and white Scarab of Big Julian Bronson. 3 times a winner at the Monaco Historic Grand Prix in ERAs. There's the Tech-Mech. Enormous front anti-roll bar on it these days. That's Tony Wood down from Scotland. Tony and father Barry. Tony's wife Neve. Tony's father-in-law Eddie Maguire. All very, very keen racers. 1 minute to go as the open wheelers prepare to launch on their green flag lap prior to this Richmond Trophy race. Richmond Trophy race. Sometimes have Richmond and Gordon races, mixed front and rear engines. Separate race for the Gordon cars, but there they go then. Away for one final reconnaissance lap. Watch for the 4-wheel drive Ferguson Stuart Rolt, very well qualified in 4th place. With great family heritage with the Ferguson Formula 4-wheel drive. Studley Moss won the Park Gold Cup in this car. It was also used in the Tasman series, and in 1964, 63, 64, 63, 64 won the British Hill Climb Championship with Peter Westbury driving it. Must have been 63 because he drove the Felday the following year. Felday Engineering built car, his company down at Felday in Surrey. Gold helmet is the 250F of Simon Diffie. And where's he starting in this field?
Down in 20th place.
20th place, yes. Well, we've got Scarabs. Are all the Scarabs now present and correct? There was difficulty firing the 2 American-based cars up. Just seeing whether we have.
I'm fairly sure they both came
on.
past. All 3 came past.
There's the Kieft on your screen, which Bill Morris restored over many, many years with the help of Greg Snape, who debuted here. The Coventry Godiva V8 engine not ready in period, and so the car was essentially a stillborn Grand Prix project. But Nigel Batchelor's picked up the mantle and joined the car. It's looked after by Martin Creeves' team.
Makes a great rumble, I must say.
It certainly does. One of those Godiva V8 engines ended up in a Ford Cortina for special saloon racing in the end of the 60s.
These cars just look so right around the Goodwood circuit. Just looking at the wonderful rear shot that was up on the screens, they were all snaking their way down towards the end of the lap, and this to me is what Goodwood's all about. Exactly. There's 18. That's Graham Edelman in from Virginia in the USA. I remember meeting him back in 2010 at in Australia, and he said then that his target was to buy a 250F. He was driving a BRM Grand Prix car back then with help from Hall & Hall, who still remain the technical team behind him. Wife Sharon also races, Formula Junior Brabham, and Graham Edelman also enjoying a Lola T212 sports racing car, which is driving with considerable aplomb these days. Richmond Trophy then, presented by UBS, and the cars are back on the grid. I think we're missing Hocking Folks 250F as well.
Well, he came round late on the previous lap round to the grid.
So he's not made it. But a great start. Bursting out of the blocks in the middle is Tony Wood in the Tech Mech. He was quickest away. One of the Lotus 16s, I think that might be true. It's not gone so well. But when they get to Madgwick, it's the Lotus 16 of Roger Wills that has the lead by the looks of things from the Scarab. But the Scarab will bellow past now. A lot more grunt under the right foot of Julian Bronson to go down towards forward. The Tech Mech is in third place. It's the Scarab from the Lotus 16. The wheels looking down the inside. Camera on his roll cage. Tony Wood and the Tech Mech's right with them though.
I was going to say he's really fighting back in the Tech Mech number 20 as they came down the slight slope to the Kink for St Mary's, and now the Tech Mech is right on the tail of Roger Wills, who made that great start. But as you say, horsepower pays dividends, and it certainly worked for Julian Bronson. Blasted past, he's now pulling away, but that battle for second is fantastic.
Yes, it is, and it's with the Scarab, which won both HDPCA races at Zandvoort a couple of weekends ago, the historic Grand Prix race event, out ahead. Second place Roger Wills, the New Zealander.
Good to see he's picked out Patrick Orozco, who's just rocketing up. He started 10th on the grid in the. We worried there was a slight problem for the two Orozco Scarabs, but he's gone up to 4th place. He's just gone past Stuart Rolt there in the four-wheel drive Ferguson Climax.
Yes, that's right, and that car has prodigious power, the Patrick Orozco machine. Orozco's looking down to his cockpit by the looks of things, and he's got problems, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's going to just cruise around this lap unless it's something he thinks can be fixed. Maybe whatever it was in the collection area has manifested itself again.
Yeah, you can't blame us for a commentator's curse. So he has got going again. He has picked up his pace. It's like it's perhaps jumping out of a gear or something like that. But he's got it back working well. But at the end of that first lap, it was 30 of Julian Bronson ahead of 16 Roger Wills. In third place, 20, which is Tony Wood, and fourth is 26, Patrick Orozco, who's now dropped back into the pack.
Well, he's back behind Stuart Roltz, who's Ferguson he picked off last time around on the run down the Lavant Straight, and there is Patrick Orozco, number 26, the second of the three Scarabs. Of course, the one is leading the race in the hands of Julian Bronson, but let's see if Patrick can pick his way back past Tony Wood. The battle for second place, though, Roger Wills holding off the Tech Mech of Tony Wood, but for how much longer? Because Tony showed a great turn of pace, but about 4 car lengths clear now, so a better run down the Lavant Straight there for the Kiwi, Roger Wills, in second place.
Indeed, and there he is then. This is the Lotus 16 with the Coventry Climax engine laid down ahead of him, and what they referred to as the queer box, the positive stop gearbox, all in one with the rear axle. He's chasing hard, but Bronson already in the 26s, which is where he was to achieve pole position. Here comes Orozco again. No, there's a problem with that car. It just won't go into a gear, I don't think. When it picks up a gear, it's fine, but it's now lost lots of places again. Once he gets it in, he's got to do the same old work again, time after time, and he's behind several of the Maseratis now. I think he's stuck behind Rettenmeyers. I think he's behind Hales and Rettenmeyers.
Hales and Rettenmeyers, 23 and 17, now up to 8th and 9th position. So down to 10th goes Patrick Orozco, leading the way, and starting to stretch clear now is Julian Bronson. Started on pole position, excuse me.
Oh, the big slide! And that was Orozco in the 26 Scarab, and making a great avoidance at that point was the Ferguson of Stuart Rolt. Back live.
But around the back of the circuit, Patrick Orozco is picking his way past those Maseratis. He's dropped Rettenmaier. He's right on the tail of Hales. So it's good when it's going, but clearly that problem accelerating out of the chicane and past the pits, it's setting him back time after time.
It is like it's jumping out of gear, I suspect, and that's what took Stuart Rolt by surprise, but his reactions were very strong. There's the twin-nostriled 250F of Josef Rettenmaier.
Well, down at St Mary's, unfortunately, I've got a three-wheeled Lotus 16. Frank Trier has just pulled off on the outside of the circuit, trying to see where his wheel is. Oh, it's just been collected. Well done, the marshals. Put it over the tyre wall. So there we are, parked at number 24. Well done for getting off the circuit, sir.
Yep, the man from the Champagne region of France, Frank Trier. I've seen him in a 16 prior to this weekend. He's got other Lotuses. Lovely little Lotus 11 and a 24 as well. Well, Orozco's picked himself up in the 26 car. His father, Don Orozco, back in the 28 car in 14th place. This is a lovely battle, isn't it? With Alan Miles joining in. And Alan Miles in the Cameron Miller 250F, car number 22, 12th last time round. But getting well stuck into a big battle. I know he's targeted this meeting for special attention. It's 250F, Aston Martin, 250F, and behind them,
it's John Pearson in the BRM.
The BRM, absolutely.
But if you can close your eyes and just wait for number 50 to come round, the loudest car in the field by far is Andy Newell's Lancia Ferrari D50A. That growls and grumbles, and there it is in the back of the shot.
It's the V8 engine angled across the chassis to send the driveline down beside the driver, therefore enabling the designer to drop the driver down within the cockpit. 26 Patrick Orozco's had a few adventures, as he did last time he came here, I seem to remember.
Yeah, but he's already lapped faster than he did in practice, even withstanding his problem with that car jumping out of gear. So getting closer and closer to the fastest lap of the race, being 100 miles an hour. It's just down at 99.5 at the moment. You need a low 1 minute 26 to get to 100 miles an hour.
Here's that battle. We've got 1 Valvekins, 22 Miles, 11 is Pearson, 23 Hales in behind them, but they're three-wheeling through St Mary's. Is the splendid Tech-Mech.
Dropped back a little bit, the Tech-Mech on that lap from Roger Wills, lost half a second or so. He's just over a second behind, but yeah, he does bounce it around the circuit, number 20.
Tech-Mech did one Grand Prix, the 1959 American Grand Prix at Sebring, driven by the Brazilian Fritz Doré. Oh, there's Helmut Gassmann and his Connaught, and he's autocrossing.
Oh yes, got very close to the tail of Wolf-Dieter Baumann and then went for a rotation. And a slide. Very graceful, but not exactly what he was trying to do.
So we've got a couple of V8s. They've got the Kieft and the Lancia Ferrari, making lovely noises. 4-cylinder Offenhauser engine, which was the predominant engine in IndyCars for such a long time. Through the Roadster period. Bronson, Wills and Wood, 30, 16 and 20. A little bit more spaced than they were, 2.2 from first to second, 1.3 then. And a big gap back to Stuart Rolt in 4th place. The man on your screen is 21, that's Eddie Maguire. He's in 5th, behind him is Orozco, who's recovered those lost places. He's learned to drive around whatever problem he's got now.
Yeah, lapping the 1 minute 31s. I wonder how fast he could go without that element of being hampered. Right, gaps between first, second, just had it up on the screen, where Bronson leads the way in number 30, the Scarab by 2.2 seconds, and then Tony Wood in the Tech-Mech, another 1.4 seconds back. So,
Marshall Bailey in from Dubai, he's in 7th place in car 32. 17 is Josef Otto Rettenmaier, and then we've got Andy Newell up in that group as well, in the number 50 Lancia Ferrari.
Just talked of Eddie Maguire, number 21, going very well, but race leader Julian Bronson seems to have things pretty much as he likes them in this
Down in
race.
10th place, we've got Mark Valkins, who's new to his Aston Martin this year. And Valkins in 1, 22, Alan Miles. Problem there for one of the Mazdas. That's the number 11 car. No, it's the BRM. Couldn't see it through the sunlight. Dark green car. It's John Pearson's BRM has broken.
Yeah, they've just got onto the tail of that group, but it's very unusual to see a car driven by a Pearson breaking down, actually, I must say. Patrick Roscoe chasing hard on Eddie Maguire in that battle for 5th place. I'm sure without that problem, he's got the grunt there. Powers past him on the start-finish line, so up to 5th place. But for how long will he stay there? Patrick Roscoe's been there, yo-yoing back and forth in the order.
What he's got to do if he is jumping out of gear, and that's only a surmise from my perspective, is just use the torque of that engine and just go a gear higher than everywhere else. Just lessen the number of gear changes he's got to make. It might just be a clutch issue, it might be a box issue. But he's now ahead of Eddie Maguire and back up into 5th place. Here's a super tussle. That's 30.
Julian Bronson trying to pick his way.
Yep,
but look how much closer Roger Wills is this time around. He's used the traffic really well indeed, and the gap between them on the start-finish line was 2.6 seconds between Julian Bronson leading in Scarab number 30 and Roger Wills in the Lotus number 16. It's
not that
way
now.
less than that now, way less.
Something like half a second, I would think. And Roger Wills homing in on the race leader.
Just looking at their lap times on that 1 minute 30.
0.4.
Yeah,
0.42.
0.4, so about 3 seconds off his regular running speed there. Was it just the traffic, or is there something rather more serious for Julian Bronson in the race leading number 30 Scarab?
You can see a nice line through Madgwick from Roger Wills. He used all the track, and that indicates he's using every ounce of that little Lotus's potential. Doesn't have the power or the engine capacity of the Scarab up ahead of it.
Yeah, it was 2.4 litres plays 2.2, and those extra 200 cc's made quite a difference for Julian Bronson round the back.
Patrick Roscoe has done the fastest middle sector of the circuit. That's from the kink before you, Bruce, at St Mary's to the middle of the Lavant Straight.
Interesting, that's about 5 seconds a lap faster than he'd been lapping for the past 2 laps. Maybe he listened to your advice, Marcus, stuck in a gear higher up.
He's in a 26.725, that's 15 thousandths of a second slower than Julian Bronson's fastest lap.
And had he done that in practice, it would have put him on the front row of the grid. As it was, he started down in 10th.
Here's a tussle between the Keith number 9, Ferguson number 7, under attack now. The Ferguson under attack now from a Roscoe, who really is flying in the second of the Scarabs. Yes, so close up the inside. He's he's imposed himself into the corner. A lot of room on the outside, I have to say, for Stuart Rolt.
Great job from Stuart Rolt. He looked down, realised the battle was lost, and pulled over. So it's all on the move for Patrick Orozco in the second Scarab, number 26. Not so long ago, the caption said battle for 5th, then it said battle for 4th, and he's through.
Bronson's responded with a new fastest lap of 25.947. What can Orozco respond with? It's 27, but he was fighting Stuart Rolt on that lap. Went out to 1.3 the gap first to second, 30 to 16. 20 is Tony Wood.
He's losing a little bit of ground. It's now 2.5 seconds back from Roger Wills, but not that he's going any. The others are just going faster. He's maintained the same speed, 1 minute 27.
And Orozco won't catch Tony Wood, in fairness, not with 12 minutes to go, I don't think. Tony Wood's too experienced for that, and if the Tech-Mac remains stays reliable, doesn't go lame, then he looks like he's set for a 3rd place here this weekend.
Nice little battle of the Lotus 16s for 6th place. We've got Marshall Bailey in 32 and Eddie Maguire in 21, almost nose to tail.
Yeah, Marshall's up ahead of Eddie now. He's been going very well. Good results at Zandvoort. He went well there last year as well. Marshall Bailey's the car which Duncan Dayton had such a lot of success in over the years. There was talk that Duncan Dayton was going to drive the injured Sid Hall's Cooper 66 here this weekend, but it remains dormant in the paddock.
Looks like a new fastest lap coming from Patrick Orozco in 4th place in number 26 as that lovely little battle between 32 and 21 rages on. Marshall Bailey just ahead of Eddie Maguire, but the guy really on the move. A 1 minute 25.815, new fastest lap of the race for Patrick Orozco. He's got to make up 22 seconds with just 11 minutes remaining to see if he can get a shot at Tony Wood in the Tech-Mech for third place.
He's getting a lot closer to Wills. Wills has dropped back rather than Wood. Wood's done his best lap, but Wills has dropped back from Bronson. Orozco, though, as you say, is flying, and a fastest lap of 1:25.815 is half a second inside Julian Bronson's pole time. Stuart Rolks in the 28s, having a really good run, and he was in the long 29s in qualifying, so a very good run for Stuart Rolks. Here the Lotus 16s. It's Marshall Bailey just hanging on the 2.5 litre car from the 2 litre car of Eddie Maguire. 10 laps down then, Bronson at 27, Wills a longer 27, Wood a low 27. It's 1.4 seconds between those two. The battle for second hotting up as we go into the last half dozen laps. And behind them you can see closing Patrick Orozco.
Yeah, you need the long shot, but let's see, he's 22 seconds last time round. Not such a good lap this last time for Patrick Orozco, but again, traffic was in the way. Now he's got to clear a lap. Not as clear as Julian Bronson, who's running well out front, but now Roger Wills is almost being caught up by Tony Wood in that battle for third place. They come past
Eddie Maguire has problems. He's going to stop, I think.
He was running in 7th place in that battle with Marshall Bailey, is now dropping on, and the other Orozco, Don Orozco's picked him off.
That's probably going to be a gearbox trouble. Look at the crash helmet of Eddie Maguire, beautifully done.
With the goggles on top, fantastic.
I guess he's going to turn into maybe the safety of the refuge area, the assembly area. Well, at the moment, we have got 3 Scarabs running in the top 7. Even running in the top 17 in period, did they?
No, not at all. In fact, they started this race 1st, 10th and 19th, so it shows how they've done okay and other people have hit problems, but certainly they've found more speed, both of the Orozcos. I'm just wondering if Patrick Orozco in number 26 is starting to go back to those problems. His best lap was a 1 minute 25. He's lapping in the 1:27s, which is still a decent pace, but it's not going to enable him to close that gap to Tony Wood in the Tech-Mech. And in turn, Tony is attacking. Number 16, getting very close indeed. Well picked up there. It's 16 ahead of 20 in that battle for third.
Albuquerque.
Second, I mean, of course.
Let's watch for the Tech-Mech because Tony Wood is
he's taking a look
charge.
up the inside into St Mary's, and Roger Wills just manages to fill enough of the track, but better traction for the Tech-Mech down into the little dip, and then Roger Wills gets his traction in, and he opens out a couple of lengths before they get down to Lavender. But certainly that was a look of intent up the inside into St Mary.
This is the Tech-Mech is the ultimate evolution of the 250F Maserati theme. It's a space frame chassis. It's got disc brakes, so it's very well equipped, independent suspension, and this rather curious body, which isn't the prettiest of things, but it does shrink wrap all the mechanicals very, very tightly.
Another slightly slower lap from Patrick Orozco. I think my fears that it's all not well in that cockpit again are sort of coming to roost. But he's still holding on to 4th place, 5 seconds clear of Tony Rolls in the Ferguson Formula.
Stuart Roll.
Sorry, did I say Tony Rolls? I think that would be a miracle. Stuart Roll, quite right.
It's all the same family, and there is the 26. That's Patrick Orozco. Seems to have a sort of deeper engine note to the car of Bronson, which leads the race. Julian Bronson 4.4 seconds clear now, and drawing ever further away. Pursuers.
Yes, Bronson looks really quite relaxed in number 30 as he leads away. He's got that buffer of 4 seconds, but Roger Wills in 16 just cannot relax because Tony Wood is right there behind him, and lovely shots of
do you think
the race leader.
Do you think Roger Wills might just have the measure of Tony Wood here, Bruce?
I think so. I mean, Tony does have this ability to sort of catch back up again. He's had a few stabs, but he hasn't been close enough to make a really serious bid. But he may be just biding his time. But the clock's ticking down. 6 minutes or so until the checkered flag will hang up. I think, barring disasters, Julian Bronson's on for victory. But I don't know. What bullets has he got in the gun for Tony Wood in the Tech Mech? But just looking at the shots there, you can see Roger is easing out again. It was a second between second and third last time round, and in fact actually going out of the chicane, better acceleration there for Tony Wood in the Tech Mech. Let's see what the gap is between second and third this time around. It's 4 seconds. Oh, it's almost identical to last time, just over a second.
Stuart Rolt looking at his fastest lap of the race, a 1:28.045. We'll be dead chuffed with that because that's 1.8 seconds quicker than he went in qualifying. Andrew Newell in the Lancia Ferrari homing in on Josef Otto Rettenmeier, and behind them is the number 1 car of Mark Valvkens. Didn't see the other Aston, did we? The Simon Hadfield driven car, car number 2. That made the start in the end.
No, it didn't. You're quite right. Should have been 9th on the grid.
A lot of scarlet down at the chicane. 250F, Cameron Miller 250F, 250F.
Simon Diffie pointing to let people down the inside.
Yep. And behind them the Aston Martin number 1 of the Belgian lawyer Mark Valvkens. Andy Newell's in on the act there, and Newell currently was 9th at the end of that lap. So he could make some more ground. Oh, out onto the grass goes the 18. And that was a very bumpy ride. Well recovered by Graham Edelman, who's come through from the back, the American.
And Andy Newell is definitely going to be taking Rettenmeier any time soon. They go up to the crest at Lavant. You can see the shark nose, if you will, of the twin nostrils of number 17 of Rettenmeier, and Newell in the much louder, rortier, shorter, sort of much altogether more pugnacious Lancia in behind. How much longer would he stay behind? But he certainly seems to have loads of grunt behind them, as you said, the Aston Martin number 1. There's been another place change just past me a moment ago. As Donna Roscoe has got past Marshall Bailey, so he's up to 6th place.
So we're going to have 3 Scarabs in the top 6 potentially.
Well, that battle for second place is hotting up again. It's been around a second between them for lap after lap, but another attack coming up from Tony Wood in the Tech Mech number 20, closing in, and he's never just quite close enough to really seriously trouble Roger Wills in Lotus number 16, holding down second place, but certainly no chance to relax Roger as he goes through the chicane for the 15th time. But Bronson leading the way by just under 4 seconds.
Quite a long race by these standards, and Bronson settled into those 28s. Wills is in the 28s. Time round Wood a little bit closer, 9 of a second, and that's using 4-wheel drive to its advantage on the grass. Stuart Rolt, much better to have 4-wheel drive out there than 2. Good recovery from Stuart Rolt from that car that was in a museum on the Isle of Wight for many, many years.
Well, just over 2 minutes remaining, and now Roger Wills is having to fight increasingly hard, because there chasing him is the Tech Mech number 20, really being pushed very hard indeed by Tony Wood. But Roger Wills just seems to have to put less effort in to get around the circuit than Tony Wood is, because that little short, it seems a very short wheelbase on the Tech Mech. I think it's actually not as short as it looks, it's just the shape of the car.
What it is, it has very small overhangs on either end, so it's quite deceptive. That is the battle, though, for second place. Do I get the impression they're closer to the leader, or is that just a foreshortened angle?
They are, because it was 3 and a bit seconds. It's now 1.7, so Is there a problem for Julian Bronson leading the race with 1:27? Should be enough for this lap and one more, because coming down. Yeah, the gap is certainly closing between first and second. And second, it's not just second, it's second and third. They come as a pair. Roger Wills puts another car between himself and Tony Wood. That's a good game.
Alan Miles who did that. But the Tech-Mech's dropped back, hasn't it?
Oh, yeah, the Tech-Mech has dropped back, and I'll tell you where exactly they are. Right past me now is race leader Julian Bronson, and now at the same point is Roger Wills, and then just a few seconds, well, a few fractions of a second back, but further back than he has been for a while is Tony Wood. You can see, if you look at the big screens there, he is in the lumpy, as we described, sort of cling wrap Ferrari 250F, which obviously is how Tech-Mech turned it.
Yeah.
What did I say? Ferrari, I've gone mad. Sorry, please excuse me.
We all do from time to time. It's our age, you know.
Anyhow, so there's the fact we have all the first three in one shot just shows how close it is in the battle for the lead. They're coming round. They will get this, complete this lap and have one more. Leading the way is Julian Bronson in the Scarab.
But it's 30. All closing up dramatically, isn't it? Because they're down at Woodcote Corner, and there is number 30, our race leader, Julian Bronson, past master. Started out in grass track racing, autocrossing, back in the 60s and 70s. A lot of vintage racing with Alvis's. Diffie again pointing to the right hand side, and the leaders are not quite reunited, but that was a good move by Bronson to get through the inside, and Wills has gone with him. 0.6 between them.
Wow, really going. Just to point out that Marshall Bailey had a moment at the start of this lap, has lost a lot of ground, about 3 or 4 positions. But anyhow, let's talk about this lead battle. Absolutely fantastic. Julian Bronson, can he hang on around this final lap? But Roger Wills is giving everything as they come down towards St Mary's for the final time. It looks though Bronson has enough in hand on the start-finish line. It was 0.6 of a second, and I'd say that's been doubled by the time they get out to St Mary's. Roger Wills carrying his speed, and Tony Wood the furthest back off the tail of Lotus number 16 that he's been all race.
Yes, it has ebbed and flowed this a little bit with traffic, and Julian Bronson, they've got 2 cars off there. Baumann on one side of the circuit, and another of the Lotus 16s that's one each side of the circuit. One of the Scarabs pulling off as well. That is the 30. That's Bronson. That's Bronson out of the race on the last lap. Don't say he's out of fuel like Julian Mazou was yesterday.
Oh my golly!
Oh,
and there
no.
He just doubled his advantage from the start-finish line round to St Mary's. The job was done, and so Roger Wills, who's had to fight so hard all race to hold off Tony Wood in a battle for second place. First place didn't look like an option. He's down to the chicane for the final time. I'm sure Roger will be mad enough to say with a wry grin that it came his way.
Well,
he's delighted with that victory.
Do you recall when Roger was here in his Cooper last year? He was leading onto the last lap of a race, and the Cooper broke, had a transmission problem, and he lost out. So what goes around perhaps comes around.
So there it is, a surprise victory for Roger Wills. Drove beautifully to keep Tony Wood behind him, and then with Julian Bronson, with about quarter of a lap to go, it all went wrong, and he cruised the side of the circuit out of the race. Lotus win, Scarab don't.
Well, Bronson then out of the race. So 16 Roger Wills, the Kiwi wins. From 20 Tony Wood. In third place
will be Rolt.
Is going to be Stuart Rolt, and he crosses the line now. Stuart Rolt is next through. It was the 32 Marshall Bailey who went round, and then was nose to nose by Baumann.
Okay, because I said he lost a bit of time. I didn't realise that is what had happened. So yes, an exciting moment for Marshall Bailey, but a great win for Roger
the Orozco's father and son, Patrick and Don, finish in 4th and 5th place. Up into 6th is probably going to be Mark Valfkens in the Aston Martin. Looking to my left, he's got cars on his tail.
Rettenmeyer right on his tail, number 17, and Andy Newell right on his tail.
And
so
it's
very
Valfkens, the Belgian, comes through to take the place. In number 1, 17 Rettenmeyer and 50 Newell, those 3 all together. And Roger Wills drove it. What was he doing? He was on the grass somewhere. Was he going over to have a discussion with Julian Bronson? He's going to offer him a lift back on the back of the Lotus 16. There's nothing strong enough about Lotus 16 to take a passenger. What happened here? He's just asking what happened. He's just asking Julian Bronson what happened. And I think what happened, the Scarab probably just ran out of alcohol. Ethanol fuel in those cars, and he did that. That was very sporting of Roger Wills. Well, a surprise classification then, and 16, Roger Wills nicks it on the last lap. Richmond Trophy presented by UBS. First, number 16, Roger Wills in the Lotus 16. Second, number 20, Tony Wood in the Tech-Mech Maserati. Third, number 7, Stuart Rolt in the four-wheel drive Ferguson P99, number 7. Fourth, Patrick Orozco in 26, Scaraboffi. Fifth, his dad, Don, in a similar car, number 28. In 6th place, Mark Valvkens in the Aston Martin, number 1. 17th, Joseph Otto Rettenmeier. 8th was 50, Andy Newell. 9th, classified a lap down, was Julian Bronson in the third of the Scarabs. 10th, Alan Miles, brilliant drive from Alan in the number 22 250F Cameron Miller car, ahead of Mark Hales in 23. Marshall Bailey gets classified 12th in car 32. Then that's the Lotus 16. 27, Jose Albuquerque. Next up, Simon Diffie in 14, Graham Edelman in 18. Then Nigel Batchelor in 9. They complete the top 16. Lots of dramas, and what a shame for Wolf-Dieter Baumann. Had nowhere to go when Marshall Bailey had his spin at Lavant. Well, the race was full of drama. The Richmond Trophy, named for the Dukes of Richmond and Gordon. And that's the Tech-Mech coming up onto the line with Tony Wood driving it. There's the scene, lollipops, and the Union flag descends in the hands of race director John Felix. And away they all go, jostling for position. It is Roger Wills who led into the first corner. He led, I would think, what, 2/3 of a lap, Bruce, in total in the race. He got ahead at the start and was ahead at the end, but he had to work very hard to chase down the quickest of the 3 Scarab Offies. This the car number 30 of Julian Bronson, who set the pace, but coming through the field rapidly was Patrick Orozco in 26. He had problems early on, and you can see got all sideways there, and thank heavens for four-wheel drive for Stuart Rolt. He was able to power his way out of that, take avoidance. We had a three-wheeled Lotus 16 arriving. That was Franck Trouillard, who was over at St Mary's Corner. But the other Orozco, that's Don Orozco there. Out was the BRM of John Pearson, unfortunate number 11. And also biting the dust fairly soon after this was the 21 car of Eddie Maguire. Orozco surges past the four-wheel drive car. Big moment for Don Orozco. Locked a wheel, but came out of the brakes. Graham Edelman, another American, going to explore the greensward. His 250F. Four-wheel drive works so well on the grass for Stuart Rolt. And he's about to pick up a Brucey bonus because this man led. Big spin at Lavant for Marshall Bailey, and he gets cannoned back across the track by Wolf-Dieter Baumann in the white Maserati 250F, one of 10 250Fs in the race. Onto the grass then, disappointed our race leader Julian Bronson. Oh no, where did it all go wrong? So near, but yet so far the only place to lead is over the line when the checkered flag is waving. And Roger Wills goes to ask, what happened, mate? And Julian Bronson shrugs. He's won here before, it's not a problem, other than for now. Down on the grid with our winners, and a surprised victor is Henry Hope Frost.
Yes, thank you, Marcus. Group photo for our top 3 finishers of the Richmond Trophy. Let me talk to a slightly surprised Stuart Rolt, who modestly said that was lucky, but you got to finish.
You got to finish. There were Scarabs going. There were Scarabs off in the front. I couldn't go to catch Julian, and then the other guy came past me like a rocket, and then slowed, and then the last few laps something happened. So lucky, but still worth the effort, because this time in March we didn't go a single lap.
I suppose in the old Fergie you were praying for rain.
I was. And I think it's going to rain this afternoon. I've been watching the weather forecast. I even bought some new tyres.
Well done, Stuart.
Thank you.
Second place. Let me come around this side. Tony Wood. Tony, well done. You were back and forth and trying to make a break. It was a great scrap for the bottom step of the podium.
Yeah, no, I knew there was a second in the car, and I managed to find that, but I just couldn't get by Roger. He was driving well today, defending very well. Just couldn't get alongside him.
A glorious Tech-Mac Maserati, running okay?
Yeah, it was absolutely running like a dream. I just need a little bit more power now to get by these boys.
You are quite privileged, you guys, aren't you?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a dream being here. I've been to Monaco this year, I've been to Goodwood. It's just fantastic. These events are just tremendous. The atmosphere is absolutely brilliant.
Absolutely right. Well done, Tony. Second place. But our winner, we saw you driving on the grass, going to see what was going on. What did you find out?
Well, I went to shake Julian's hand, but he didn't seem to want to know me.
Funny that.
No, poor guy. I mean, he drove incredibly well, and actually I was sort of thinking he was toying with me a bit. I seemed to get close to him, and we got close with a couple of back markers again, but I never had the legs on him. I mean, that thing's so quick, so it was such a shame for him, really bad luck.
Did you fancy your chances in that bit of traffic towards the end?
I did, but the gearbox, Rich has done a great job to get the car prepared, but we've had constant gearbox issues, so I was just hoping it would all stay together, and thankfully it did.
Great stuff. Well done, Roger Wills.
Thanks, Henry. Thanks.
Winner of the Richmond Trophy then in the lovely little Lotus 16. And Marcus, I'll hand once more back up to you.
Thank you very much, and that was Henry Hope Frost with our winners. Let's hear, though, before we move on in the programme, from our commercial partners. Back live at the motor circuit then, and the barriers going out on track for the Setchington Cup. But before that, let's look at our social media involvement. Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, goodwood.com/revival. Plenty going on. get involved. Been lucky enough to go to Goodwood Revival a few times, but even watching live stream this year, sound of those classic engines is awesome, says Graham Cleland. Thank you, but you're in the way. Of what? Said David Lamb. 1940s Family Sharp. Off to Goodwood Revival. There's Jenny Sharp. Beautiful McLaren Chevrolet Goodwood Revival. Lizzie Pope. That really is fever, Lizzie. I love that. Nothing like a big banger. One MUF. Lovingly being back at Goodwood Revival. Brilliant weekend. And, yes, those driving suit onesies really are getting quite elaborate, aren't they? Scuderia Bear. Well, what's coming up next? It's the Setrington Cup, part 2 of our pedal car derby. That's at 11:30. Then we go to the Barry Sheed Memorial Trophy Motorcycles at 11:50. St Mary's Trophy saloon cars at 12:40. West Sussex Going to War, a special tribute at 1:10. Air display, 2 Lancasters hopefully, including the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight Guardians, the Spitfires and Hurricane. RAC Tourist Trophy celebration as well. That's at 2 o'clock. That is the big GT extravaganza, middle of the afternoon. Air display by the Jets, the Canberra and Hunter. At 2 Hunters yesterday at 3:15, and then the Sir Jackie Stewart track parade. That has been marvellous, particularly yesterday. Out on the track, the chicane for the pedal cars is in place. Lots of lovely catering to be had around the Goodwood, and very interesting fashions.
Very interesting fashions. Hello, Marcus, I'm back.
Well, Barry Nutley's back with me, and that can only mean it's time for the Setrington Cup and the motorcycles to come out. We like some 60s fashion as well as 40s and 50s, but here come the pedal cars, and we've got the little light commercial vehicle leading them out.
Right.
So it's all happening. The Austin J40's coming out, and the young drivers in their Brooklyn-style gear.
Absolutely, yeah. Being led out by a little commercial vehicle, a young lady not eligible to compete, not just because of the commercial vehicle structure, but she is certainly more than 10 years old. That being the age cut off.
She's in the Austin J40 Langhek, that's the long-tailed version.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, this is it, the second part of the Setrington Cup. The first bit was run yesterday. Not a reverse grid order today, but the grid positions were drawn yesterday. The young drivers drew their positions out of the hat. They drew yesterday's and again today. It was determined yesterday, and I went down there. Some of the drivers who started at the back are going to be starting towards the sharp end for the race today.
The big wave from Bobby Vernon Rowe there, I think, has daughter Olympia into bat.
She is. Olympia's in there, and she said to me that she gained 9 places yesterday from her grid position.
Where did she start today?
She's starting from 8th, I believe, today, which she said, I could win it. Now, this is going to be interesting.
Let's give you some pep talks from Bobby, former FIA Grand Prix car champion.
Famous children of famous parents in many, many cases down there, ladies and gentlemen. Let me tell you a little bit about the Setrington Cup. The name, Setrington, is the name given to the youngest member of the March family in line to dukedom. So currently Lord March's son is known as Charles Setrington. That demonstrates his place in the family hierarchy. And as the children racing here in the 3rd Setrington Trophy, we started in 2012. These are the next generation of hot shots at the wheel. The J40, a little model really of the Austin A40 Devon in convertible form. The factory was down in Bargoed in South Wales, and it was opened in 1949 as part of a government scheme to rehabilitate miners who were suffering from the dreadful lung disease caused by coal dust.
Goodwood has some racing history.
Pneumoconiosis.
Goodwood has a racing history because David Llewellyn, who was the Castle Coombe Formula Ford champion many years ago, drove Royales. He came from Goodwood.
Oh, well, there you are. There's another gem from the very knowledgeable brain that is Marcus Pies, still sitting here next to me in the commentary box, enjoying these youngsters as they bring their cars down towards the 238-yard sprint. They have to negotiate the chicane as well, so give them all a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together for these young competitors.
If you notice how they're all immaculately coiffed and groomed.
They are.
So they go down in their white overalls, majority of them.
This is a very tense moment. You know, if you have one of these J40s lying around in your attic, in your barn, in your shed, or you know where there's one, go along and grab it, because they are becoming increasingly rare and will only appreciate in value. If you look for one of these on eBay these days, if you were lucky enough to see one on eBay, it would certainly go well into 4 figures. They were, of course, in the early 50s, very much the plaything for children from privileged families, that's for sure. They weren't cheap in those days. Production ceased in September 1971, and between the opening of the factory in 49 and 71, 32,000 of these little Austin pedal cars were built. Made from scrap offcuts from the Longbridge Austin Motor Car Factory, and they were built and painted in exactly the same way as the bigger versions.
32,000 built and 32 here, something like that, isn't it? So it's a very small proportion of the turnout. They're immaculately turned out. What do you do to prepare them? Do you acid dip the body shells and get really into it?
There's
Change the bearings?
There's one down there stripped to its bare metal. So
really?
There's one work in progress in the paddock. And if you get the chance, ladies and gentlemen, go along behind the pits. They have a little paddock area all of their own, a miniature pit area, and the cars are parked up there, as you can see, resplendent.
It's called a crash, isn't it?
Called a crash. Yeah. So no mechanical assistance whatsoever. It's pedal power. 10 years of age, the maximum. We did a couple of interviews with the young drivers for the radio show. You might have caught that on your way into the circuit this morning. Very confident. Very, very confident indeed.
This guy.
Let's hope we don't see any tears at the end of it. Quite a sprinkling of young ladies as well. The next generation of motorsport heroes parading in front of you.
Notice there's a lot of decorum here down on the line. It's not like a kart meeting, is it? Okay. Probably junior motorcycle events.
Yeah, for sure.
Parents do get terribly competitive at those.
Now that's Young Olympia, is it not? That is Young Olympia Verdon Row. She'll be climbing in that. Bobby Verdon Row, of course, has been having a very successful 2014 revival, but takes a huge amount of interest in the younger members of the family and their fun as well.
Okay.
Mechanics overalls, mechanics armband, proper job this.
13 car, is that the one that Noah Evans was driving or is driving?
Entered by Alex Kinsman, but Noah Evans is the driver, son of Chris. Look at the attention to detail. I can tell you folks, if you lift the bonnet, there's a little rocker cover in there with 4 genuine Champion spark plugs and a little battery. The lights work, but these are so race prepared. The batteries are taken out. And one of the little drivers I spoke to earlier had got his sandwiches in the boot in case he broke down.
What does that do to the power to weight ratio? Depends how big the sandwiches are, I suppose.
Ludovic Hall, number 1. The number on the car is not the position they will line up on the grid. if we could get a look just in front of the steering wheel, you will see the grid numbers as they drew them from their hat.
You're going to run through the runners and riders like Michael O'Hare does on the... that's Ludovic Hall in number 1, then Miriam O'Bonnell in number 2, etc.
Setrington Cup competitors moving into their grid positions, and one of the young drivers said to me quite philosophically, well, my best chance was yesterday because I started 8th on the grid. Today I'm 29th, so I really don't think I have any chance, but I'm going to go out there, he said, and give it my best shot. That's a motorsport cliche, isn't it, Marcus? Give it my best shot?
I think so, for sure.
For sure. So, ladies and gentlemen, the Setrington Cup, and I do urge you, as these young racers, and they'll do a Le Mans start, lining up across the other side of the grid, running towards the cars, getting in. And of course, the trick is to have the pedal crank nicely poised so that whichever is your stronger foot, maybe the right foot, you've got the pedal crank just at about 1:05. So when you jump in, you push and you're away. Tricks of the trade, you know. It's a no contact sport, so we hope we won't see any collisions. And when they come along towards the chicane, I do urge every one of you to put your hands together, shout, wave your programs, do whatever to get these young people really inspired. We're getting close. We are getting close. Media frenzy down there on the grid as well.
Paparazzi in attendance.
Paparazzi, wonderful. Now look, pay attention, children. Make sure you know that you're looking at the starter. There's high tension, high drama. You can just cut the atmosphere with a knife.
Plastic knife, mind.
Yes. They're not all facing the right way.
No, but the cars from opposite sides of the track.
Other sides of the track. Good point, Marcus. Got both sides.
It works a bit like a
they're going to come into each other in herringbone formation. Starter then poised. Away they go. Leaping into the cars. Come on, get pedaling. Oh, lost a hat. Never mind. Don't worry about your hat. Get pedaling. You're going backwards. Come along. Away you go. A bit of a push there from a friendly marshal. So, the young lady in the number 3 car cracking. That was Harry Dark to be entered in there.
No, it's not number 3. It's 20-something, I think.
Is it 23? In that case, let's have a look. Look at the little feet going underneath. Down they come. 4 abreast. Oh, there's massive contact there. The green car moving across in the middle. Everybody chopping.
William Tyrrell trying to carve his way through. Is that yesterday's winner? He is.
William Tyrrell did lift it yesterday. He's going hard as they come down towards the chicane. It's the number 10 car in the lead, ladies and gentlemen. The number 10 car, Brandon Barnes in the car. William Tyrrell going well. The number 30 car, he is going like the clappers and closing up William Tyrrell in the number 30 car. Looking as though he's moving through into 3rd place. Brandon Barnes being overtaken. Away they go now. Brandon Barnes in the black car, desperately looking, but moving up on the outside of Brandon Barnes. He's looking across. Where's William Tyrrell?
Coming through. He might just snatch it off the line. He's
going
to
take it on the line. William Tyrrell in the red car, the number 30 car, has got his nose in front. He has really got a masterful technique. Come along, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together. It's Tyrrell, double winner here. William Tyrrell, victory again today in the Setrington Cup. That is sensational from a lowly grid position. Still going over the line. Harry Dark there, number 3.
And Sir Sterling's waving the flag. Isn't that brilliant?
Wasn't that
what a treat?
Fantastic. Now, let's be serious about this. There is the mark of a good driver, a true competitive spirit. Double winner here. William Tyrrell in the number 30 car. Victory yesterday and victory again today from a relatively lowly grid position.
Second place, number 12 is one of the Stanley's, one of Jason Stanley's children.
That's Joe Stanley, number 12 in second.
Yep. Oh, it's been changed.
Oh, it's been changed. Oliver Jeremy, number 14. Jeremy Oliver, there you go. Stanley Williams, brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Well, look at the breathless, the puffing and panting. Still some of the cars coming in. Number 25. Livy Wycombe. And
Wickham, yeah.
Wickham.
Yeah, Libby Wickham.
Wickham. There. Victory, terrific for William Tyrrell, number 30. That really was a class act. What did you think of that, ladies and gentlemen? Good bit of entertainment here. The chicane now being moved away from the side of the circuit. And I think that was absolutely fantastic. Down on the grid, the most amazing job now for Henry Hope Frost.
Thank you, Barry. Yes, it's absolutely wonderful down here. A whole horde of these wonderful Austin J40s. And we have a double winner of both heats, William Tyrrell. Well done, young man.
Thank you.
Now, you came from a long way behind, didn't you, to win that?
Yeah, I was.
And all the way down the straight, you weren't looking where you were going, you were looking at your rivals, weren't you?
Yes.
And you only won by about a car length. Pretty close.
Yes, very close.
Now, what are you going to do with this result? Are you going to take this on to the future and become a racing driver?
Yes.
With that famous family name, you might get the leg up you need.
Yeah, maybe.
Are mum and dad keen for you to be a racing driver?
Yeah, I think so.
It's very expensive, you know.
Well,
It's not your problem, is it?
no, not.
Well done, William. Go and have a well-earned rest.
Okay, thanks.
William Tyrrell, ladies and gentlemen, double winner of the Setchington Cup.
Well done, William. Well done, Henry. Those children just amazing, so confident. Remember, they're all 10 or under, so terrific.
Could be a works team of Hope Frost next year, couldn't there?
Yes, indeed. Yeah. Well, he's building a team as we speak, isn't he? Henry, always down there doing a great job on the grid, but what a success. That, I mean, joking apart, that really is some achievement. Racecraft coming through, and look at that. Lots of would-be people out there, youngsters, just wishing that they had a J40. They'll be saying to their parents, come on, have a look through on the small ads to see if you can find me one of those cars because I want to drive next year. Sir Sterling Moss. And this brilliant young driver, William Tyrrell. How fantastic is that? Let's do a nice photograph. That is a picture to put in the family album, if ever there was one. He's not overawed by any means. He obviously realises the significance of that.
That's right. It was Sterling who won here at the first race meeting at Goodwood in 1948, greeting today's victor.
Wonderful. But
Sterling was only allowed then.
Didn't do it in a pedal car, did he?
No, in a Cooper Jap 500.
Always a good peddler. Yeah, that is a picture then to treasure. Second and third getting their garlands as well, but undisputed double victory. That is the first time in the history of the Setchington Cup that we have had double victory, because the grid slots differ enormously. Be clearing the grid shortly because next up will be the Barry Sheen Memorial Race 2014, which is a 25-minute two-rider race. But before then we have one or two messages. And Marcus will take a well-earned comfort break. And let's go down to the grid, because I do believe Henry has got the runner-up.
I have indeed, Barry. Oliver Jermy, in a wonderfully sporting gesture, came over and shook hands with our winner, William Tyrrell. Oliver, well done.
Thank you.
Did you enjoy it?
Yes.
It was very close at the end, wasn't it? And he only beat you by a little bit. But, you enjoyed it, did you?
Yes.
And are you going to come back next year and try and win?
Yes.
Good man, well done. Oliver Jermy, our second place driver in the Setchington Cup. Nice to see, Barry. Went and shook the winner's hand.
Yeah, fantastic. I mean, learning the craft from a very early age. Terrific. Good sporting gesture. Still finding it hard to clear the grid. I think the youngsters down there are basking in the glory. Well, it certainly was a great event. We hope to see that the Setrington Cup back here at the Revival 2015. I think it certainly deserves to become a permanent feature. And there, the victor, William Tyrrell, undisputed double victory, taking a very, very good photo call with lots of friends and family. And why not? Right then, as the fever dies down from the Setrington Cup, let's have a word from our commercial partners. Well, glorious sunshine and a huge crowd lies ahead of our next race, which is the second race in the Barry Sheen Memorial event. Two-rider race, 25 minutes duration. We've got something like 30 bikes on the line. And we have one rider and we have a number two rider. Number two rider will be wearing a grey armband and he will be starting the race today. Yesterday we saw a fantastic victory for the number 86 Vincent Rapide. We also saw Kevin Schwantz battling through on the bike which he crashed in, sadly, in qualifying, but the bike now repaired. Rex McCandless Featherbed Norton, one of the very first factory Nortons for 1950. But the number 7, Jeremy McWilliams Duncan Fidget bike, which Jeremy McWilliams crashed, sadly has not been repaired, but we do have a substitute bike. So number 7, and this is very much for you and for my co-commentator Bruce Jones over there. Number 7, Bruce, will be on the track. It's a replacement bike, and they aim to give the number 86 Vincent a good run for their money, although obviously they can't feature in the overall results.
Will that also be a Manx Norton?
It is indeed. It's the Lansdowne Cup bike that Duncan Fitchett rides regularly, and it's actually quicker than the bike that Jeremy crashed yesterday, so this could be interesting.
Barry, we always talk about how these meetings could not go ahead without the marshals. We try and say it as much as we can because we truly believe they are the backbone of the sport. So it gives me great pleasure to just put a message out to Paul and Christine Levette. Paul is on flags at Post 4. It's their 24th wedding anniversary, and they've chosen to have it here at Goodwood. So it's very nice we put the big show on for them, but they make it happen for us. So
wonderful.
Happy anniversary to Paul and Christine.
Yeah, likewise. Hear, hear. Endorse that. You had a shot there of Steve Parrish in his red and white Heron Suzuki, and there is Steve Parrish, number 6 on his back. He'll be riding number 70, but sadly the 1950 Jabs Special threw another piston yesterday, but there is a spare number 70 bike, but it's an old, rigid Norton, a pre-war Norton, which handles like a wheelbarrow, to quote Steve Parrish. So maybe we're going to see what they can do. But 1993 MotoGP or Grand Prix World Champion Kevin Schwantz is here, fit and fighting. He's downstairs with Henry Hopefrost.
Barry, thank you. Yes, I've caught up with a hero to many, 500cc World Champion Kevin Schwantz. Kevin, this is a bit different, isn't it?
It really is. But you know what? The neat thing about it is how enjoyable it is. Everybody at a big black tie function or dressed up for the city of Atlantis last night, and we're out here racing motorcycles this morning. So some of the bikes on the grid, vintage Manx Nortons, old, just all kinds of stuff out here, old Triumphs, and to me, it's a great function to be involved with, and I still like riding motorcycles, racing motors as much as I've always have.
What's easier to ride, one of these or one of those evil 2-stroke 500 Suzukis?
I don't know. This one has right shift and left brake on it, and it seems like I've never ridden a motorcycle before when I have to try and do things with different feet. So, the 500s were fun to ride. These bikes are really enjoyable. It just takes a little more thinking for me.
Had a little bit of a whoopsie in qualifying, didn't you? But bike's okay. You seem okay.
I'm fine. The bike's a bit beat up, but as far as performance goes, I think it's right back where it needs to be. And the one thing I did that really didn't do us any favors is shorted my teammate of any practice. So he's learning every lap.
Good stuff. Enjoy it, Kevin. Thanks for talking to us.
See you guys.
Wow.
Wow, indeed. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Henry. Brilliant. 500cc World Champion Kevin Schwantz. That Norton, I'll just take the opportunity to tell you, the Norton is cosmetically damaged. There's a big dent in the tank, there's a dent in the tail section, but it is one of the very first featherbed frames built by Rex McCandless at the Norton factory, and it's faithful in every detail. Number 4 there, Scott Smart, was flying on that Norton yesterday with Glenn Richards, sharing that with Glenn Richards. Likewise here, Mike Edwards on the number 121 bike. Mike Edwards teamed up with James Hayden. So here we've got 2 riders who go very well. 18 was good as well. Glenn English and Steve Plater. There is Glenn English fastening his gloves. He's got the armband on the right arm. So number 2 rider starts first today. Fred Walmsley, his name on the tank, prepares beautiful Nortons and G50 matchnesses as well. That number 2 BMW R5 SS, Sebastian Gouche, will take it out first time. But Troy Corser yesterday, Bruce, would you believe, wore away the rocker covers. He had it cranked over, and as you can see with the Boxer Twin, if you get it right down, you're going to rub a bit of the engine away, and that's exactly what happened.
Well, he was laying it almost on his side. I had to pinch myself to realise that was a bike from 1937. We were talking about it on Goodwood Radio this morning, that if the riders from that period could see what would be done with their bikes so many years hence, they just wouldn't have believed it.
Yeah, amazing, isn't it? And, with a Boxer Twin, you just have to be so careful you don't clout the engine. But Troy Corser was absolutely flying on it. And when I spoke to him earlier in the weekend, he said, well, a bike like this, I can just ride it flat out. There, Craig McMartin. Irving Vincent leathers, but that is not an Irving Vincent he's on. It is a genuine Vincent Rapide from period 1950. Immaculately prepared. Just look at it. HRD Howard Davis, the name behind Vincent in the early days. They were built down in Stevenage. Also made engines for light aircraft in the day. And there, Jeremy McWilliams. wearing the Bruff Superior leathers that he wore in Moto 2 at Silverstone just a couple of weeks ago. Sadly crashed the Bruff Superior experimental Moto 2 bike. But Jeremy McWilliams will be on the number 7 Norton, taking over from Duncan Fitchett on the Lansdowne. Now this is going to be interesting because they will start from their normal qualifying position, so expect the number 7 bike to look strong at the start. Duncan Fitchett on board. It's his Lansdowne Cup bike. He knows it very well indeed. And then these guys, 18, Glenn English, 121, Mike Edwards, they're going to be stuck in it as well. Also the number 4 there with Scott Smart on board. He's going to be in the thick of the action. Didn't have a very strong qualifying, but it is a Le Mans type start. Bruce, the conditions are perfect. We get a bit excited about bikes, don't we?
Absolutely. I really, really love them. I do sometimes find them quite hard to split up because obviously a lot of the riders are still in black leathers. Troy Corser, though, is wearing his contemporary white and blue ones, so they're a bit easier to pick out. But I just adore the racing. The fact is you can have bikes 5 abreast round corners, all taking totally different lines. And also I love the cheekiness. We saw Kevin Schwantz go past yesterday. Adam Child in the heat of battle just lean over and pinch his backside as he went.
Yes.
And then who was it who leant across and grabbed another one's brake lever?
That was Steve Plater. Steve Plater, of course, renewing his rivalry on the track with Glenn Richards because they're both former British Supersport champions. Number 8, Alex Sinclair on a Dominator 99. He's going to be sharing that, handing it over to former British Superbike champion Tommy Hill at about the halfway stage. So 25 minutes this race. Expect some fireworks, folks. Really, really sit back and watch this. Bike racing at Goodwood is a true spectacle. It's such a fast circuit. The age period for these bikes, the latest they can be is 1954. So they are all pre-1954. Some of them are pre-war, as Bruce said, 1937 BMW. And we've got a couple of really old Nortons in there as well. Not least of all the number 70 bike that Steve Parrish is riding. 1933 Rudge, ridden by Stan Woods and Mike Farrell. That's carrying the number 20 plate.
It's worth pointing out, isn't it, that not all of them have engines of less than 500cc, because of course the race-winning bike yesterday, the Vincent Rapide, has almost double that, 998.
It does. 1000cc Vincent, a big twin. It's very quick in a straight line. 68 there, Michael Rutter, Mike Russell. There, the Kevin Schwantz bike, number 34, and the man who will take it out first is Rodney O'Connor. Kevin will finish the stint on that number 35 Norton Featherbed. It'll be a Le Mans start, so the bikes will be parked up with their engines running. The mechanic or second rider will keep it going, and in this case Jeremy McWilliams is keeping the number 7 running for Duncan Fitchett. That's how they line up. Pole position, race winners yesterday, Bo Beaton, Craig McMartin. Then it's McWilliams, Duncan Fitchett. Fitchett will start. Troy Corser, Sebastian Gouche will get the BMW away. Then Glenn English will be first off on the 4th fastest Norton Manx before he hands over to Plater. Mike Edwards, then Scott Smart. Then number 68, that is Mike Russell, son of Sally Russell, the organiser here. And Clive Ling will start on the pushrod 500cc matchless before he hands over. Then there's O'Connor with the Schwantz, number 34 there from row 3. Ian Bain on his own Norton International. The Gilera 4, that broke down yesterday. So number 78, Gordon Russell on the Gilera. All the riders with the armband, so we've got the number 2 riders without exception. There is no cheating. Presumably Bruce has his list of riders, first and second riders, so we should be okay. But once we get underway, we will know. Hopefully we'll see timing information for the number 7 Norton. If it's carrying its transponder, although they won't feature overall, they'll certainly feature in the race, and away they go, sprinting across. He's on the Vincent Craig McMartin, but look at Duncan Fitchett! Look at Duncan Fitchett out of the trap like a rocket, the number 7. And right behind him, tucking in behind, dear me. Look at the Sebastian Gooch BMW going around there as well.
I've never seen a bike rider get such an advantage from a Le Mans style start. So Duncan Fitchett, he had a point to prove, and he's one of the few riders I can recognise, that white helmet with the black stripe up the middle. And the Vincent Rapide's down in about 10th place there, I just spotted there at number 86, and then Parry using those extra 500cc to power his way up the order as they go to Fordwater.
Here he comes then, winner of the 2008 Battle of the Twins at Daytona on a modern Vincent, Craig McMartin. But there's the race leader, Duncan Fitchett on the 500 Norton. In second place, it's Glenn English. So these guys have regularly fought it tooth and nail in Lansdowne Cup. McMartin getting duffed up there by Scott Smart on the number 4, who dived underneath him.
Yeah, he got up into about sixth position, did the Vincent Rapide, but then he got pushed back a little bit. But what a start from Duncan Fitchett.
Look at Mike Edwards underneath
Whoa.
the Vincent, so they're riding him off the track at the moment. It's quick in a straight line, the Vincent, but it doesn't get round the corners like these guys do.
Yeah, so we got Glenn English in second place, and in number 2 we got Sebastian Gooch. Of course, that bike didn't finish yesterday. The BMW from 37.
Troy Corser wore half the engine away. Now here's the Vincent. Look how quick it is in a straight line. Just flies past the 500s. It's double the engine size, and so it's entitled to go quickly. But he's going to have to close some gap now, because Duncan Fitchett has got that Norton absolutely flying.
I think he's got about a 5-second lead. If you look for 86, it's a very straight bike from the front end. It's so high, isn't it? Very different angles from the others.
And I can tell you now, Bruce, that Duncan Fitchett's bike is not carrying a transponder. So in our overall result, our overall leader at the moment is Glenn English on the number 18 bike. But on the track, it's Duncan Fitchett giving everybody a riding lesson at the moment.
Yeah, well, he's the yardstick, and I'm just looking to see, he hasn't quite got through Madgwick down towards Fordwater, but he will be well clear. It was a couple of seconds on the start-finish line. In fact, he's down through Fordwater. He's in fact almost at the kink. And only 2 more bikes to come through Fordwater. He's through the kink before St Mary's, and chasing after him is Glenn English, who is therefore a second, maybe almost 2 seconds clear of who's in third place now, as it's still the number 2 BMW from 1937 with Sebastian Gooch, and then being closed in on very quickly by 86.
Look at Scott Smart on the back of Mike Edwards. There's Sebastian Gooch. There is Craig McMartin in third place. Third place in the race, 4th place on the road.
So Sebastian Gooch, of course, that's one of the pre-war bikes, and they have precious little, in fact, no rear suspension. You can see them shaking around at the back. You must feel as though your spine is somewhat shorter come the end of even a 25-minute race. But of course, this race has a rider change halfway through.
It does. The Vincent now up to third place on the road, 2nd place in the race. It's now tucked in behind the number 18 of Glenn English, and he can see Glenn English ahead of him. He's now got the better of Mike Russell, and also, where's number 4? There's the 2nd place. There's the race leader overall, number 18, Glenn English, but ahead of him still Duncan Fitchett, number 7, giving a really, really good display here. Norton leads, Norton 2nd, then it's the Vincent, then it's Sebastian Gooch, then it's Mike Edwards. Here comes Scott Smart, number 29, heeling in, Clive Ling on that 500cc pushrod matchless. There's the MV4 in there. There is O'Connor on the number 34 bike, which he'll be handing over to Schwantz. This is close, Bruce, all the way.
It really is. I mean, Duncan Fitchett is escaping out front, but I would say that he's being chased really quite hard by Glenn English, and they are getting away, and Glenn English is actually a lot closer this time, and closing on both of them is the Vincent Rapide, number 86. You can see them there. But then the group behind them, 1-2-1, absolutely flying at the moment with Mike Edwards. He's just gained another place, up into 4th, I feel.
50 years of age, Mike Edwards, and still riding regularly, not in British Superbike, but in the British Superbike meetings in support classes. He's sometimes out on a Ducati, sometimes, there's a big puff of smoke from the Gilera 4. So Gordon Russell could have a problem with the Gilera. It's smoking profusely on the overrun. By goes the Vincent, rocketing past the number 18 of Glenn English. So now, technically, on the road, although Duncan Fitchett is there in the lead, this bike, the big Vincent, is leading the overall result at the moment in the hands of Craig McMartin. And when he hands over to Bo Beaton is recognised as the quicker of the 2 riders.
Yeah.
Fitchett looks over his shoulder. What can he see? A great big Vincent.
Well, he can. I think it'll have him by the time they get down as far as Fordwater, going up to Madgwick. They'll get through still with Duncan Fitchett leading the race, but by the time they get to Fordwater, there's extra 500 CC will help Craig McMartin blast past, but Duncan Fitch is going to hang on in the lead of this race as long as he can in number 7. But Glenn English is not giving up behind them. By golly, he's close on number 18.
Glenn English is very much in touch. There, the big Vincent sitting high and handsome.
Well, as they come down towards the kick before St Mary's, half a second covers first to third on the track. Duncan Fitchett still holding sway, leading the way on number 7, 86 with McMartin, Craig McMartin closing in, but Glenn English had to look around the outside at St Mary's.
He did. He's definitely got the Norton is more nimble through the turns, and then once they get on the straight, the big Vincent comes into its own with pure horsepower, and this could be where Duncan Fitchett goes under the hammer of the Vincent, although he's not close enough this time round. Get onto the back straight where it's very quick, and here comes that mighty V-twin, absolutely flat out. Glenn English doing a great job. There's Steve Parrish's teammate,
Stu Rogers.
Stu
Yes,
Rogers.
He's been limping round for the last few laps.
Well,
but
it's an
hopefully
ancient
stay out
one.
of the way. Luckily with the bikes, of course, there's more space to take the corners, and Stu holds the inside line. So round the outside goes the Vincent Rapide as they get down towards the very end of lap number 4.
Was that Norton team tactics?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Glenn English, number 18, still very much in touch, and he hasn't given up. You're quite right, he hasn't given up.
He's just
all.
trying to get a toe wherever he can. He's just not quite close enough, is he? Vincent Rapide is just that little bit too far for Glenn English to tuck in behind, but he's just trying to trail them, tail them, and see what comes up.
Brilliant stuff. Look at this, Duncan Fitchett then, number 7. Craig McMartin now poised, he's right on the back wheel of the Lansdowne Cup Norton. Certainly holding his own well. We've got 18 minutes to go. When we get maybe 5 minutes further down the road, we're going to see rider changes. Underneath goes Glenn English, back up to the race lead and second on the road. So Glenn English has not given up, far from it. He's really getting stuck in, and he's going to hand that bike over to Steve Plater. That's going to be very interesting indeed.
Yeah, and talking of people handing bikes over, I'm just keeping an eye on 34 because, of course, that's the bike that Kevin Schwantz will be taking over from Rodney O'Connor. It's up in 7th place, 13 seconds down on the road from the beaten McMartin bike, and obviously that's now back into 2nd place on the track, but 1st place on the road.
I'm also looking forward to see Kevin Schwantz on that bike, as I'm looking forward to seeing Troy Corser on the number 2 BMW, which is still running pretty strongly in 6th place in the hands of Sebastian Gouche. Troy Corser will really throw caution to the wind, but got to keep the engines off the tarmac. Down here, oh, look at that, oh, trying to squeeze through on the back of the Vincent. Glenn English then has been passed again by the big 1000cc Stevenage built V-twin, but just when it gets on the straight, it has the legs. But Duncan Fitchett doing an absolutely terrific job here on a bike that he rides week in, week out.
And we've got one down there, just trying to see who that is.
Like a Triumph twin being, oh, here comes the Vincent, and through it goes, by it goes, into the lead. So now for the first time, Duncan Fitchett is looking at the back, but he's having to defend a move now from Glenn English going underneath him. Glenn English, number 18, still trying hard. They're at it tooth and nail. They know each other very well, this pair.
Yeah, tries one side, tries the other, and just trying to keep Duncan Fitchett guessing. Of course, Duncan was distraught yesterday. He was really looking forward to have his go in the race, and around the outside at St Mary's, not making it stick. Goes bike number 18 with Glenn English. It didn't work, but this trio, again, 1 second covers the 3 of them. Fantastic.
Craig McMartin took a long look over his shoulder, but he looked the wrong way. He saw Glenn English on his right, but Duncan Fitchett was coming on his left, and underneath him goes Duncan Fitchett carrying massive corner speed on the Manx Norton, immaculately prepared Norton. Great corner speed, and that's the art of riding a 500 single. Keep the momentum going. You haven't got the point and squirt advantage that you have with a big V-twin like the Vincent, and you can see how that advantage comes into its own when they get to the straight. Look at the corner speed of Duncan Fitchett, made the big Vinny sit up. McMartin thought, cheeky, preposterous
English
move.
is going to go up the inside. Yes, he does. He goes past the Vincent Rapide as well. This is truly wonderful, Barry.
Isn't it fantastic? The Vincent going backwards here on the turns and the twists. A little wave on the hand. I think Duncan Fitchett indicating that he might be coming in next time round. The Vincent goes back under Glenn English again, who's almost on the grass but keeps it going. A tail under there, making them move out of the way. Number 21, that's Andy Reynolds on the Woden Jump. He'll be handing over to Bernard Murray on that.
Well, for sheer bravery, Glenn English takes the prize in the first 10 minutes of this race, because some of his moves have allowed him to carry as much momentum through the kink before St Mary's, and at other fast points he does not back off.
He has a very big set of equipment, I can tell. Right then, looking in pit lane, Jeremy McWilliams waiting. All the riders in pit lane are watching this on pit wall. They're watching the timing screens. And further back down the order, another little touch and a feel of the leg. Mike Edwards giving Scott Smart a tweak. And all of this, folks, is about 100 miles an hour. Feeling across, just, unbelievable. Oh, there goes that Vincent. Look at the speed, the slingshot speed it carried once it got on the pike.
Yes, at that point, as they get onto the Lavant straight, it's just wind it open and just see what happens. And it's a great tool to have. But Duncan Fitchett riding so well to try and keep up. And of course, he didn't get to race yesterday. And Jeremy McWilliams, who was going to hand over to him, was running in second place behind the Vincent Rapide yesterday. So if only he hadn't fallen off, this would be the lead battle.
Martin coming up behind number 12, Nick Roberts on the Dominator Twin. Is this a rider change? Yeah, everybody's coming into the pits here. And Fitchett's in. It's all going to be down to rider changes. Is Jeremy McWilliams going to leap on this thing and get away? You bet he is. So watch for Bo Beaton to get on board. Here's Jeremy McWilliams. Keep the clutch in. It's still in gear. Grab the throttle. Jezzer's away. And he's out ahead. Is he out ahead of the Vincent? No, they're still status quo. The Vincent is ahead of McWilliams. So now he's got it all to do.
Okay, so when is Glenn English going to come in? Will he be next time around in number 18 to hand over to Steve Plater, leading the race outright at the moment? But of course, it's an aggregate result.
There is Glenn English.
Well, no, they're separate races, aren't they? Not classed as an aggregate result. We don't conjoin Saturday and Sunday's results, but let's enjoy it for what it is, a fabulous race between three really well-ridden bikes at the front, and Cameo rolls behind them. Scott Smart, always entertaining, and of course we saw Mike Edwards performing the clown routine, the bottom pinching, as they run down, as you say, at a mere 120 or 130 towards Woodcote.
Incredible, isn't it? Glenn English then out in front. Scott Smart did not change that time. He's second, so the leading two were the first two to make the change.
But just look how close 86 on the outside, and up the inside goes Jeremy McWilliams down into Lavant. So he's picked off the Vincent Rapide. Let's see what Bo Beaton can do on 86. Can he get back in front? I think this one, they are so evenly matched around the circuit.
Jeremy McWilliams then all tucks underneath the BMW of Sebastian Gouche, who has yet to come in and hand that over to Troy Corser. Behind them, the number 34 bike, which will eventually end up in the hands of Kevin Schwantz, is there. We don't know yet if that rider change has taken place, but you can certainly see English over the line again. Steve Plater will be itching in pit lane to get his leg over that bike and resume battle on the tarmac. The Vints are back in front. Jeremy McWilliams, number 7, having taken over from Duncan Fitchett. Bo Beaton is the man on the Vincent now. Brought it home to a victory yesterday. That's Glenn Richards has taken over from Scott Smart. So the number 4 has a new rider. Number 4, Scott Smart there with the beard and the very short haircut. And there, Kevin Schwantz then. Away he goes. Kevin Schwantz on the number 34 bike. Number 16 has changed coming out of pit lane. That's Joachim Fogg Russinol on board now. There is Kevin Schwantz, revving Kevin on this 1950 original featherbed Max Norton with the Rex McCandless long suspension units. Those were the handlebars, and I questioned that this morning. I went into the pits. Why hasn't it got low clip-ons? Well, that year, those were the handlebars. That's what it came with. It's perfectly original in every way. This is going to be a sight for sore eyes, Bruce.
Now, of course, for a lot of riders out there on the circuit, Goodwood is an unusual circuit for bikes because it's very, very fast. There's very few points on the circuit where you're not flat on the throttle, and it's certainly a challenge for first-time riders here. Not calling Kevin Schwantz a first-time rider.
He's got to come in this time, Glenn English, surely. Steve Plater is wanting that. Yes, he comes. In comes the number 18, Glenn English, to hand over to Steve Plater with just under 11 minutes left on the clock before we see the checkered flag.
Well, let's see how good this pit stop is. He should come out because they were all right together before the trio was broken up for the rider changes. He should come out right with the Vincent as it comes past, and then behind them we will see how close number 18 is.
Nice call, nice call.
Look at it all together, fantastic.
Brilliant, what a nice call. The Vincent then leading, Bo Beaton. Now we have effected pretty much all of our rider changes, so we now have the number 1 rider on board. And there, number 18, Steve Plater. Is he going to be able to get on terms with Jeremy McWilliams? Or is he going to drop back into the battle with Glenn Richards, Michael Rutter et al.? Oh, look at McWilliams underneath the Vincent. Fantastic stuff from Jeremy McWilliams.
Well, he was looking typically hungry on his outlap, and he seems to be getting the pace all the more on this second time around, and certainly with Steve Plater coming into the mix as well, they've got to be at their very best behaviour.
Yesterday when McWilliams crashed it, I went to have a chat with him. What happened was he hit a neutral, and going into that left-hander where we saw him throw it away, he hit a neutral, he jabbed a gear, and he actually put it down a gear, which locked the back wheel and spat him off. So there Glenn English having a chat with Craig McMartin. Their stint is over. Great battle that pair had. Jeremy McWilliams makes the Vincent sit up again on the brakes. So the Norton, being lighter, can carry more speed into the bend. It can get round the bend quicker. Steve Parrish not yet on that number 70 Norton. We're waiting for Parrish to get on it. We'll know when he's on it because he's in red and yellow leathers. Jeremy McWilliams then. We are inside 9 minutes here.
We could well get down to a sprint out of the chicane on the final lap. You'd expect if they stay in close order that we'd have Jeremy McWilliams using the more nimble performance down into the chicane to take the Norton ahead, but then it'll just be a drag race, and I know who I'd put my money on.
Absolutely.
Vincent Rapide.
When it comes to drag, absolutely. 1000cc against 500 single cylinder. We saw Helmut Dahn on the number 5 BMW as well. This is a terrific race between these guys, really taking it to the Vincent. All the way from New South Wales, that big Vincent, and an army of guys. Look at it! Underneath goes Jeremy McWilliams.
Well, the Vincent went a little bit wide there, and he had to just back off the throttle a little bit, or he'd be going for a bit of grass cutting, and that was the chance that Jeremy McWilliams hoped was going to be presented, and so it duly was. So 7 back ahead of 26. Wonderful racing.
It's a big, heavy bike, but I do remind you that the bike cannot feature in the overall results the number 7 bike, simply because it didn't score yesterday, which is why it's not carrying a transponder today. Bo Beaton, Vincent, from Australia.
Well, just looking at the timing screens, as we can see on the overall, the big screens, that the Vincent Rapide is still leading this little battle, 86 ahead of 7, but he's set up 2 purple sectors out of the first 2 sectors of this track that's divided 3 ways. That means fastest of all, so we'll have a new fastest lap.
I'll tell you what, he had a quick look down. He did a bit of this yesterday, Bo Beaton, and had a quick look down as though he had a problem. There, number 4, Glenn Richards, sweeping round using all the tarmac and more. There's Glenn Richards, yellow helmet, number 4 on the bike. Helmut Dahn on the number 5 BMW, and then also red leathers behind him as well. But Glenn Richards on the charge. Oh dear, the BMW is in the pits. Are we going to see Troy Corser on it? I don't think we are. We have a problem with the number 2 BMW.
Well, it hit trouble yesterday as well, just after Sebastian Gutsch took it over, but that is a real shame because Troy Corser was such a star on number 2 BMW
value,
yesterday. Brilliant.
100% entertainment value. Adam Child, number 29 on the 500cc matchless.
Running third at the moment, of course. That was right
job.
in the mix yesterday.
Indeed, he was. And this is a motorcycle journalist come racer. I mean, they do a lot of riding motorcycles in the course of their daily work, but Adam Chard, now a recognised Isle of Man TT competitor in his own right, and a very accomplished motorcyclist.
Yeah, and he's a couple of seconds clear of Glenn Richards on number 4, so he's got a battle. Just behind them, another 2 seconds back, is the 121 bike, which has James Hayden on board, so again, nobody's fool there.
No, this is really designed so that we have the better of the 2 riders on the second stint, bringing the Sunday event to a close. You can see the gap now, 11.4 seconds over the Plater English bike, and number 29, this bike you're looking at now, in 3rd place. Glenn Richards in 4th, James Hayden in 5th, and Kevin Schwantz still 6th, a further 7 seconds adrift.
Steve Plater on the second place bike, number 18, is struggling for pace. He's lapping 3 seconds a lap slower than Bo Beaton on the leading Vincent Rapide, but he's being caught by several seconds a lap by Adam Child on 29.
I do say these bikes are holding up really well. There's James Hayden, number 121. Here comes Kevin Schwantz. That beautifully prepared Norton. If you look carefully, you see just a dent in the rear mudguard where it flipped in qualifying, but it's looking good. Very long rear suspension units on that bike. Original wide line featherbed, and then Norton patented the design, and everything that came out the Norton factory almost until the Commando ran with a featherbed frame. So several thousands of featherbeds were built, owing their success to the development carried out by this bike on the racetrack. Kevin Schwantz going round the outside. He absolutely loves it, but he's trying to come to terms with gears and brake the wrong way around. He's just gone past Mick Grant on a 1954 BSA Gold Star.
Yeah, well, he's down in 6th place at the start of that, but he will be catching fairly soon James Hayden on 121, and he's not hanging around either. But Kevin Schwantz just set the fastest lap of the race for bike number 34, as you'd expect.
There's a Gold Star with Tony Smith on board ahead of Kevin Schwantz, so that Norton's going to be a lot quicker than the pushrod engine BSA. There's Tony Smith, shares that bike with his French wife Sophie, and he's making Kevin Schwantz work for it, but Kevin will get him for sure. Once he gets alongside, he's by. So the 1993 500cc world champion, Kevin Schwantz, the tall Texan, the gangly Texan, is now in pursuit of James Hayden on the 121 bike. Here we go, and he's with him.
Well, he's half a second down on the start-finish line. As you can see on the big screens, 121 has no breathing space left. 3 seconds a lap faster last time around, including overtaking tail enders, and no problems at all for Kevin Schwantz. He's right on the tail. He's going to make his move. He's gone for a bottom slap. He can't resist it.
So James Hayden gets a touch from the 93 500cc champion. That Norton is just so fast. It's over here from New Zealand. It's a New Zealand team as well looking after that bike. So the Kiwis doing a great job. They absolutely love it. Here's Kevin Schwantz then. He is now up to 5th and charging.
Well, his next target is bike number 4. That will be the next one, which of course is Glenn Richards started the bike, and Scott Smart started. Now it's Glenn Richards.
With Glenn Richards
Give
on
him
board.
one more lap.
Yeah, under 3 minutes to go. It's a very big ask indeed. There goes Adam Child. There goes number 21, Bernard Murray through. Here comes Kevin Schwantz.
Well, the gap between Child and Richards is 4 seconds. The gap between Richards and Schwantz is about the same, and it's coming down with every yard.
Charlie Williams retiring his Vincent Rapide onto the grass. We saw briefly the man from Cheshire, 7 times a TT winner, Charlie Williams, retiring. Clock ticking down here. Number 21, Bernard Murray on the Woden Jap has been zapped by the tall Texan. And Kevin Schwantz on his way. Is he going to be able to close down?
Oh, well, I'm glad we got back with 2 minutes to go. 7 and 86 speed. You cannot get any closer than that. And look, nobody is backing off, and so low on the inside, Jeremy Williams.
He's making him work for it. He's riding the socks off him. He's making the Vincent rider work for it. Bo Beaton.
And you have to admire the artistry of both of those riders, but also the cameraman who caught that angle and held it. What a good job.
Mutual respect all round, I think. Here comes the Vincent, but McWilliams wringing the neck of that Lansdowne Cup Norton. Fantastic stuff.
1.5 minutes remaining till the checkered flag comes out. So this lap will be completed, and then the following one will be the final lap of the race. So leading, they had nothing to go for apart from ultimate victory, because they cannot win overall. Victory today is all that would count for Jeremy McWilliams on number 7, and his teammate, of course, Duncan Fitchett, who started the race, but they didn't finish yesterday, so they're not in the overall mix. But by golly, they're having fun.
They are having fun indeed. Brilliant, brilliant battle at the front of the race, but also that Kevin Schwantz, keep an eye on that. The number 34 bike closing down on Glenn Richards a little bit further back, but we're still at the front. Under 1 minute now of the race remaining. Over his shoulder, Jeremy McWilliams, now the wrong side of 50 years of age. He's about 52, I think. And if I'm doing you a disservice, Jeremy, I'm quite sure you'll let me know in very due course. But look how quick it is. He's on the inside again. He's just carrying the corner speed. He's going to have to dive through and make the Vincent sit up. That's the only way he's going to get the Norton past, to get it through the tight, twisty bits.
Yeah, but just the sheer speed that the Vincent has, he just pulled out four bike lengths in no time at all between the kink before St Mary's and then when they got down to me.
Bruce, sorry, Schwantz is by Glenn Richards. So up another place. So Kevin Schwantz has gone past former British Supersport champion several times. Glenn Richards.
Well, he's going to run out of time because he's getting
is.
closer and closer to third place, but he was 4 seconds down at the start of this lap. The checkered flag will be out any second now, so he'll be 1 lap short of getting up onto the podium.
Kevin Schwantz then is 5 seconds adrift of the 500cc match list ridden by Adam Child, but he's going to certainly do everything he can. We're on the last lap. It's the Vincent against Jeremy McWilliams on the Norton, who goes underneath at the chicane.
And here's
to
the
take
drag race
lead.
we were going to talk
And
about.
here we go, sprint to the line, the drag race. Is the Vincent going to get it? Oh, it's gone. Something happened there. An enormous puff of smoke from the rear wheel of the Vincent. What happened?
Something jammed. That was extraordinary.
Wasn't
well done
it?
for holding it straight, sir. Both
Dear,
beaten.
oh dear, oh dear.
But he and his teammate Craig McMartin, they are the winners of the event.
That locked up.
Gosh, that's a hairy scary.
Wasn't it? Something locked up on the rear wheel of the Vincent, threw it sideways, and he saved it.
Well, that'll add a little spice to the interview with Henry Hope Frost.
Won't it just? Absolutely fantastic. But they get the overall win here. Kevin Schwantz comes over and
Is that in fourth
he
place?
brings
Yes, it
home.
is.
4th place on the road.
1.5 seconds down on third. There's 29 that finished in third place with Adam Child on board.
What a fantastically breathtaking... Oh, no, I think something locked up in the gearbox. That's
Well, you
normally-
know, we've commented both yesterday's race and early this race. We thought there was a slight gear changing problem, but riding round, good to see Kevin Schwantz. Loved his time, and we just had Jeremy McWilliams coming past, pumping the air with his fist as he came through St Mary's. That win meant a lot. Win on the track, but overall, the bike that stopped on the circuit, the Vincent Rapide, number 86, is the winner.
And I think it's broken. If it's gearbox, then he's going to struggle to bring that big Vincent home. But my golly, he was lucky it didn't pitch him off down the straight when the rear wheel locked.
Yeah,
Huge puff of smoke from the back tyre.
And that front end shot where you can see how far it jumped out of line as it twitched sideways.
Indeed. Oof. But there it is. Fantastic stuff on the drag race to the line. The Vincent all but exploded, but it was enough for them to get the victory. And now the rear wheel will not rotate. They're going to have to take the rear... Oh, it is. He can freewheel it. But it's broken.
Well, he doesn't have to go very far because he's roughly where they'll be doing the interviews.
There we have it, number 18. Fantastic result for them as well. Steve Plater, my goodness me. 2nd place, Adam Child in 3rd. So on the road, Jeremy McWilliams did everything he had to do. He and Duncan Fitchett rode fantastically well on the Lansdowne Cup Norton. And although they couldn't feature in the overall result, they certainly gave the Vincent a run for its money, so much so that it almost exploded. Confirmation of that then after 16 laps. Bo Beaton brought it home, somewhat hairily, but he brought it home from Plater and Glenn English. Adam Child, Clive Ling confirmed 3rd on the match list. Kevin Schwantz, an amazing ride through the field for him after inheriting the bike from his teammate. Glenn Richards, Scott Smart, always good entertainment value, as indeed are James Hayden and Mike Edwards. Brogan Bain, Steve Brogan, Ian Bain there in 7th. Alan Cathcart, what a good result for them on the Gilera Saturna in 8th place. Further down the order, Stan Woods, Mike Farrell on their Ancient Rudge. Mr. and Mrs. Smith, Tony and Sophie on the BSA Gold Star, a great result for them as well. Mick Grant, Keith Bush, Howie Mainwaring Smart, Kevin Rushworth, Day Ellis Norton Dominator, Helmut Dahn and Otterlinger, Maria Costello and Faulkner Sinol and Tejedo. 16th on the Norton Manx. Well, wonderful, wonderful victory for Jeremy McWilliams. That goes some way towards making up for the crash yesterday, but what a result for Steve Plater. Steve Plater and Glenn English congratulating each other down there on the start-finish line. And the bike's all in one piece. They absolutely love it, these guys. There is Craig McMartin, who did such a sterling first session on the Vincent. And of course, Adam Child, Clive Ling, 3rd in the race proper. Yeah, so I'm not quite sure who Henry's going to talk to. I think he's got to have a chat, certainly with Jeremy McWilliams, although they didn't feature in the overall result. But here's that Vincent. It will not freewheel. There's a gearbox problem. They're going to have to take the rear chain off. Lend him a pair of pliers, someone. Take the chain off and then you can push it home or tow it home. Amazing, amazing that it didn't spit him off. It was certainly a dramatic sprint. Poor Troy Corser didn't get the chance to get out there and demonstrate his ability. There's Adam Child on Stuart Tong's Matchless. And Stuart Tong there has got an injured hand this season, so he cannot ride personally, but plans to be back next year. Well, the euphoria is dying down. I'm relaxing more, but it was certainly exciting. There, push rod Matchless. And let's take a look at a little bit of the highlights from that fantastically riveting Barry Sheen Memorial race. Le Mans start, and rider number 2 with the armband started. And you can see Steve Parrish waiting there as his teammate made the sprint across, but Duncan Fitchett on the number 7 bike made an absolutely unbelievable start before the Vincent was fired up. Fitchett was halfway down the start-finish straight. Craig McMartin somewhat tardy on the big long-legged 86 1000cc V-twin, but he very soon got stuck in, fought his way through the traffic, was on the back of Duncan Fitchett, who was having his own battle with Glenn English, one of his old rivals from the Lansdowne Cup and classic motorcycle racing. The Nortons were extremely nimble on the turns, and time again they cut underneath the Vincent, and you can see exactly what McMartin was saying to Glenn English. Fun and games out on the track, an exhaust pipe falling adrift and spinning down the start-finish straight from the number 15 Norton International, John Lee Pemberton and Patrick Walker. Get the scrap iron off the track. Nick Grant waiting for his turn at the helm of the number 6 bike, inheriting it from Keith Bush, the BSA Gold Star, holding together till the end. They went well. Steve Plater, once on board, came out perfectly to join in the fray. By this time, Jeremy McWilliams and Bo Beaton were at it hammer and tongs. Vincent versus Norton, and on the final sprint to the flag, it almost locked up. What a result for Jeremy McWilliams. Fantastic motorcycle entertainment, Henry. I know you're fevered up about Two Wheels. What did you think of that?
Absolutely epic, Barry, of course. It is every year, isn't it? Let me talk to the third place crew, Clive Ling and Adam Child. Clive, you started unbelievably good.
Oh, well, I got a bit slow off the line, but got back through the pack and got to a decent position of hand over my man, but he's the good one.
I'll go straight to him then. Well done, Clive. Adam, epic.
Yeah, really enjoyable. Stuart's built a brilliant bike. Without Stuart building such a phenomenal bike, we wouldn't be here. So all the work really goes down to Stuart, who builds a brilliant bike. We just the people that have to ride it. But great event, great to be riding, and even better when Kevin Swan said, "Well done" at the end. Don't get any better.
When was the last time there was a Matchless on the front of MCN? See what I'm getting at?
Yeah. I'd love it to be on the front cover of MCN, but we'll see how it goes. We have got plenty of coverage planned for the Goodwood. I'm just honoured to be here, and it's a great event. Love it.
Good stuff. Well done, Clive Ling. Adam Child, third place on the Matchless. Let's talk to Glenn English and Steve Plater, who embraced heartily at the end there. Glenn, a great overall result for you guys.
Yeah, it was fantastic. Big thanks to Fred Walmsley, Tommy, Matt, and Dave. The bike, they just transformed it overnight because it was running a bit missy at the top, and for my stint it was perfect, and it just started missing a bit for Steve, I think, on his run, but it was a different bike today, and yeah, I got a good start and just got towed along with Vincent and Duncan, and just sort of got into it. So yeah, fantastic, thank you.
Steve, you stroked it home.
Yeah, you know, we both rode, both had a real good ding-dong, myself with Glenn Richards yesterday and Glenn with Scott Smart, and today, you know, hats off to Glenn. He got the start and just tagged on the back of the front guys and made my job very easy at the end. I just want to say a massive thanks to the whole crowd right around the circuit. They're so enthusiastic and everybody's waving.
This is a bit harder than commentating on the telly on the Isle of Man, isn't it?
Well, you know, it's easy being on this side, but I don't really care what happens when you sit on the podium. That's all that matters.
Good stuff. Well done, Glenn English and Steve Plater. Let me talk to just one of the winning duo, because we know that the fantastic Vincent Rapide is stuck out on track with Bo. Craig McMartin, overall victory in the Barry Sheen Memorial Trophy, your first time here. Pretty happy, I suppose?
Yeah, we couldn't be any happier. You know, it would have been good if Bo finished that lap, but Bo done a fantastic job. I had a little bit of a fumble on the start there and had a little bit of work to do, but we caught the guys, and it was a really good show. And those two guys rode exceptionally well, really fast corner speed. So congratulations to second and third. They're really good.
Real needle at the end there between Bo and Jeremy McWilliams.
Absolutely, that was absolutely fantastic to watch. We know how good Jeremy is. He's just an exceptional rider, and congratulations to him. He done such a good job, and Bo really well sticking with him.
Do you know what happened to the bike as yet?
No, I think it's a major engine problem as he'd come out of the chicane there. I was hoping he would have been able to draft Jeremy, but I think it's at a major meltdown maybe.
Sharp intake of breath from Barry Nutley in the commentary box when he came across the line.
Yeah, for sure. Anyway, it was a great weekend. Thanks everyone, all the crowd and everyone for putting on a great show.
Well done, Craig McMartin, winner overall of the Barry Sheen Memorial Trophy. Someone who had a really, really stirring ride on his first time at the Goodwood Revival. Let me dive in and speak to 1993 500cc world champion Kevin Schwantz. Kevin, I think you really enjoyed that, didn't you?
Yeah, it was a good day today, absolutely. The weather's brilliant here at Goodwood. The atmosphere is unbelievable, and our Manx Norton, our featherbed Manx Norton was a good bike today. I complicated things for us by crashing on Friday and didn't let my teammate get any practice, but racing yesterday we made some adjustments, and Rodney and I both really upped our game today, and we were inside of the podium, didn't just quite get there.
I'm assuming that when you get to your level, you can ride anything quickly.
Well, I like to think so, but there's some pretty good shoes out here, and it's no easy feat trying to keep up with these guys at the front.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you for having me.
Well, let's hope it's not the last time we see Kevin Schwantz here at Goodwood Revival, and maybe he'll do something for us at the Festival of Speed. Who knows? The wonderful, likeable Texan. Let's have a look at the overall results then. 2 races under their belts. Bo Beaton, Craig McMartin, victorious. Plater, Glenn English, smiling as ever. Glenn Richard Scott Smart there in third. Adam Child Clive Ling on a very, very fast pushrod matchless G80CS, a respectable performance. Kevin Schwantz and his teammate, what a great job they did as well, despite crashing in qualifying. Brogan, Bain, Cathcart, Alan Jacks, Tim Jackson, and Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Husband and wife team, well done, Tony and Sophie. Fantastic. Well, it's a breathless time up here. The weather is glorious. Time for a word now of bit of calm from our commercial partners.
Well, back live then at the Goodwood Revival 2014. So we're looking now to commence our next race. It's race 12 in your programmes. It's back to 4 wheels after that enthralling motorcycle event. And Harry Nutley's now downstairs. Absolutely terrific bike racing, and the story of Beau Unbeaten, as he's now known, on the bikes. We now go to cars, and it's the 1950s saloons of the St Mary's Trophy. This time it's, in the majority of cases, the owners of the cars who are driving. And the car that won yesterday, the Jaguar Mark 1, in the hands of Anthony Reid, now with Justin Law at the helm. So that's a sort of pro among the Pro-Ams. There are quite a few pro teams, really, because Mike Jordan takes over from touring car champion Andy Jordan in the family Austin A40. And it's looking very good. Jaguars, Austin A40s. We've got a little BMW 700, Riley 1.5, Ford Zodiac. We've got Alfa Romeo Giulietta TIs, one of which was terribly quick yesterday in the hands of Emanuele Pirro, 5-time Le Mans winner. Gaz Volga, Sunbeam Rapier. We've got a little Fiat 1100 with Ben Anderson of Autosport on board, and Borgward Isabella. That has 1969 British Saloon Car Championship winner Alec Poole in it yesterday. Gavin Watson, the owner, drives today. James Martin, the TV chef, is out in the Ford Prefect. Down on the grid, we've got the grid girls with their Belstaff lollipops awaiting the arrival of the car. Look at that, there's John Clark in the little tiny BMW, still with a ding in the door where it got clobbered by Mark Blundell's Zodiac yesterday. There is Mike Jordan, Mr. Motivator, in the 77 Austin A40. Alongside Justin Lort to his right. Dago helmet of Mike Jordan, and there's a Jag on both sides because Grant Williams in the John Coombs car, by one, is there. Grid then for our St Mary's Trophy race, part 2 of the 1950s saloon car extravaganza is as follows. On the front row, 14, Justin Law is on pole in the ex-Albert Betts Jaguar Mark 1. The 77 Mike Jordan with the Austin A40 is alongside him, and on the outside of the front row, number 12 Grant Williams, the Welshman, in his Jaguar Mark 1. Row 2 is 17 Nick Naismith with the Austin A95 Westminster, and 48 Richard Butterfield Jaguar Mark 1. Row 3 is 20 John Clark in the diminutive BMW 700. 16 is David Swig with the Riley 1.5, and alongside him is Kerry Michael and the Ford Zodiac. Row 4 is 46 Des Smale, Austin A42, James Wood, Austin A105 Westminster. Row 5 is 1 Ray Davis, A35, 296 Tom Shepherd in the Alfa Romeo TI, 34 similar car of Jeff Gordon. Row 6 is 69 Roger Wills, now driving the Gaz Volga M21. Roger already a winner today in his Lotus 16. And 18 Michael Peat in his Sunbeam Rapier. Further back, row 7, 37, Ian McMurdo, A35, 6, Ben Anderson, Fiat 1100, and number 5, Gavin Watson in the Borgward Isabella TS. Row 8 is 8, James Martin in the red and gold Alan Mann Racing Ford Prefect. 10 is Ken McNeil in the Standard 10. Row 9 is 3, Stuart Imber in the Mercedes-Benz 220S. 49, Paul Alcock in his Morris Minor, and 155, Hilton Persaud with his Standard Pennant. 22, Tom Harris in the Jaguar Mark 7, 15, Derek Hood in a similar car, 7, Bruce Chapman in the Studebaker Golden Hawk, 9, Peter James, BMW 502 V8, and number 4, Neil Brown in the Austin A35 that he put on its side in qualifying, completes the grid. Looking down to see whether they're all there, it does look as though we have pretty much a full field. On the back is the 24 Julius Thurgood MGZA Magnet. He stopped when the A35 was on its side in front of him in qualified out of session. A lot of people are leaping over the fences, the mechanics and technicians. Some big buses towards the back of the grid, the 2 Jaguar Mark 7s, the Studebaker Golden Hawk, and the big 1956 BMW 502 are all there. Watch for the little A35 from the back. Neil Brown, one of the world's foremost race engine builders. He does a lot of stuff for DTM these days, but was the Honda Mugen engine man for many, many years. Still also involved with tuning the engines for the Honda BDCC team. Often drives a Ford Mustang or a Lotus Cortina, but the A35 he's really enjoyed this year. Had a good race in it recently at Silverstone. It's race over 25 minutes, and an aggregate result. The while it's a separate race in itself, the overall St Mary's Trophy will be awarded to the team that brings their car back in the best overall place by aggregating yesterday's result and today's. Yesterday we saw the star drivers in. Today, no less. So being pushed off the grid, the 46 Austin A40 being pushed into the pit lane, and that is Desmond Smale. So he'll have to go from the pit lane, but watch that little silver blue Speedwell A35 from the back. It might get the A40 going. Quick car, that. It's the grid from the back. This race yesterday, fascinating encounter. Anthony Reid won it in the Jag, and Justin Law now drives Emanuele Pirro in the 34 Alfa Romeo. Second, John Clark's got a problem. He's lost fire on the little BMW, but I think he is going to get going. The standard pennant of Hilton Persaud left like a rocket. I think he thought it probably was the start. No light Morris Minor down there. The big Studebaker down towards the back. The standard pennant that made that rapid start hasn't got very far. It's got as far as Madgwick Corner and is in trouble. So that's Hilton Persaud in the 155 standard pennant. Looks like he's out of the race before it's even started. Field coming through the little Fiat alongside the Borgvard. There's by one, the very, very spectacular Jag. I think you've seen a Jag sideways before. Wait till you see Grant Williams at work in car number 12, car that Roy Salvadori raced in period. It later became one of the Risker Garage's special saloon cars that ran at Thruxton and Landau, Castle Combe in particular, in the early part of the 1970s. There's Bumble, the famous old energy magnet, car that the Andresen racing team from Eastleigh used to campaign. So Jag's up the front. The little BMW 700 is recovering its place. It's not 700cc, by the way. One standard remaining, that's the 10 car of Ken McNeil. Lots of A35s around there. Two little Alphas down the field. Yesterday it was the 34 Alpha that was going so quickly. The car's driven today by Jeff Gordon. Not the NASCAR driver, this is a Jeff Gordon with a G. They're making their way around now. Coming into the chicane then, and it's the green Jag, which was campaigned in period by the London Albert Betts. Comes up onto pole position, dwarfed in the middle, the Austin A40 of Mike Jordan, father of Andrew Jordan, who drove it yesterday. Riley 1.5 in the middle of your screen. The big Gaz Volga. Oh, what's happening here? Now that's Hilton Cassot, isn't it? Running to sit on the bank and watch. Mobile grandstand up there for him. It's called an everyman's flatbed truck. Big field then. St Mary's Trophy Part 2 presented by Cazenove Capital Management. Big welcome to the Cazenove Capital Management team. Waiting for the green flag to be raised at the back of the grid. There it is. And away we go, and the Jags blast out of the grid. The Austin Westminster behind. The A40's made a really good getaway with Mike Jordan in it. And problem there, the little BMW didn't get away, nor did one of the A35s, but John Clark is finally away in the BM. The Westminster of Naismith is fighting its way down the grass on the outside of Badgwick. The later Westminster's gone past it, but it is Grant Williams from Mike Jordan. Justin Law is in third place. Richard Butterfield in 48 is in fourth. So it's Jags 1, 3 and 4. The Riley 1.5 is in behind them. And that is David Swig from 7th place on the grid, and behind him is the Zodiac, which is Kerry Michael from Western Supermare, one time Lotus Cortina campaigner.
Well, great start there from the outside of the front row from Grant Williams. He is leading as they go down to Lavant. Wonderful shots of the cars streaming through the dip between St Mary's and Lavant, but at the sharp end of the field, Grant Williams leading the way, but the little A40 with Mike Jordan is not giving him a moment's peace. He's right on his tail. We've had a few people sort themselves out of the order, as we saw with the Austin Westminster. They will come back through, I am sure. But leading the way, Grant Williams.
Certainly is, and so it's the Welsh tyre dealer Grant Williams who is up front in the grey Jaguar. Car that featured here many times in the first Goodwood era, of course in 1966. There's the 34 Jeff Gordon now for Romeo, having a battle with the later Westminster. That's James Wood. That's the Alf Woodley owned car. Jim Woodley, or Alf as we know him. Both hands off with a big thumbs up for Grant Williams as he crosses the line.
But a surprisingly good start from the little Austin A40. Clearly going to be outgunned, but he obviously lined up what horsepower he had and used it to very full effect. 0.8 of a second effectively between first and second, and Grant Williams already starting that running wide style of his, and that car will get more and more leery leading the race. He alone entertains on his own in a race, but Grant Williams is leading the way, and the second Jaguar with Justin Law is closing right onto the tail of the A40 as they come back down the hill. They've already got a back marker. It was the little cream A35 that's stored on the grid. I think that's Ian McMurdo. It's car number 37. Yes, it is. All puffs of smoke. He's going to have to get out of the way anytime soon.
That's the car didn't get away on the line, as you say. And Grant Williams, oh yes, I think that looks like it's pretty terminal, doesn't it? Grant Williams all for fun because Derek Bell, his driving partner, retired yesterday. So in terms of aggregate results, he's not going to feature anywhere. But the important battle, in a way, is between Mike Jordan in 77. His son Andrew was third yesterday, finished 1.7 seconds behind the winning Jaguar, which was driven by Anthony Reid, and that's the gap he needs to improve upon over the Jag behind, now in the hands of Justin Law, to stand any chance of winning this race on aggregate. To do that, he probably needs to get ahead of Grant Williams and try to create a bit of a buffer, but Justin Law knows exactly what he has to do. He's basically got to finish within well, just keep Mike Jordan. So ducks out of the slipstream of the Jag, and Mike Jordan is over the line, and they went across 9 1/1000ths of a second between them, and Jordan flicks through on the inside, going into Magic. The Williams Jag, the grey one, way out wide, and they come through side by side. They don't touch. Absolutely brilliant driving, and Justin Law comes through into second place. Justin Law then second down to Fordwater, and Grant Williams alongside and trying to stay there, gets his nose back ahead.
Very, very bold stuff. Justin Law saw he had to take the inside line and did just that. There's only one car length between first and second, and going really sideways into the kick before St Mary's is Grant Williams. Much smoother style behind him is Justin Law, who's having a look, trying to carry more speed through the corner. He's drifted a little wide, and the A40 just eked out about 1/10 of a second to stay in front. Great driving from former Porsche superstar, I should say, Mike Jordan, leading the way in number 77.
Absolutely. So Mike Jordan, the A40, ahead at Manchwick. Law came with him, but lost out again. there's the little A35 just parked up on the exit of Lavant at Murdo's car.
One car that's made great progress in the back of the grid is number 4, Neil Brown, in the little Austin A35,
Yes.
the metallic blue one. He's up to
12th place.
12th place at the line last time. I'm sure he's picked a few more off in the interim, but now
quick car that.
Grant Williams leading on the circuit, and the little A40 trying to fight its way back, but Grant's had quite an interesting lap, I think we can say.
He certainly has, and Grant Williams back ahead, but he's had to work for it. So Williams over the line. It was 0.009 between them, and Mike Jordan working hard to keep the green Jag behind him. Still only half a second between first and second, less than that between second and third, quarter of a second-ish there. 48 Butterfield is fourth, 17 Naismith back up, recovering from his first lap moment on the grass at Madgwick. Swig is next up in the Riley, then it's Kerry Michael in 11, then it's 1, which is Davis. 296 is Shepherd, Tom Shepherd, the former Special Saloon racer or the GT racer. Then Gordon in the 34 Alpha that went so well yesterday in the hands of Pirot. A little bit sideways for Grant Williams. That sounds a familiar cry because he's always sideways, but he was sideways between St Mary's and Lavant. And that helped Mike Jordan get right with him, back on the back bumper.
Yeah, and right behind him, Justin Law clouted the curves on the inside at St Mary as the little cream A35 pulls off. But look, it's 2 big Jags, and in between them 1 small Austin A40. But Mike Jordan is more than game, but he just doesn't have the horses. Lights flashing now. Justin Law comes into second place. As they get down to Woodcote, we know which of those Jaguars going more sideways. Number 12 in the lead, but number 14 tucking in and looking for any scraps that are thrown from the table. Mike Jordan in the Austin A40.
Indeed he is, and trying to make a way through is Law, who's gone through on the Lavant straight into second place. Yesterday we had Graham and Hill together. Today we've got Gordon and Brown. They're down in 10th and 11th places, 34 and 4. So 11th now Neil Brown, and he's making up time on those ahead of him. Fastest lap of the race to Justin Law that time round. A 1:35.8, which is quicker than he went yesterday in qualifying. 4th Butterfield in 48, the green Jag. 5th Naismith, then it's Swig, then it's Michael, then it's Davis. Then it is Shepherd.
The speed with which they swept past the Studebaker is phenomenal. I was thinking how slowly Bruce Chapman's going. Actually, that car looks like it's got a problem. It's leaning right over to one side. So I was actually looking at with strange combinations for Alcock to move up and join Brown. He's got to gain 9 places though. We'll leave that one. We'll let it lie.
Little BMW is in, unfortunately. John Clark retiring the number 20 BMW by the looks of things.
Well, it struggled off the grid, didn't it?
Yeah,
at the beginning.
I wonder if it's got a clutch problem.
Good little battle between 16 and 11. Swig and Michael with the Ford Zodiac doing the chasing there in 6th place. They're fighting over 6th.
Yeah, we need Swig and Boissonneau, don't we? Through into Woodcote come the 12 and 14 Jags. Still Grant Williams just leading. And kicking up the dust again, and Mike Jordan had a look down the inside, as did Justin Law. He thought he saw a chink of light alongside the grey Jag, the Battleship grey Jag. It was John Coombs colours that so many of his cars, I think even the Cooper Monacos. 12 is Williams, 14 is Law, and then right behind
there's John Clark having climbed out. So disappointing when the little BMW doesn't go, but a tiny car, but it started life with a 700cc engine. And
just getting the debrief from Ros Shaw, team manager.
Now Grant Williams seems to have a little more breathing space than he's had before. Must be 2 car lengths, and then comes with the light flashing, just to let you know I'm there, says Justin Law. And then hanging on at the back, little Austin A40, number 77, with Mike Jordan driving a brilliant race and gets better exit speed from St Mary's than Justin Law did in the middle of that sandwich. But he knows when he gets to the Lavant straight, those Jaguars are just going to ease away, and he's going to have to do it all over again. But now Grant Williams has got Justin Law, who I thought made a worse exit from St Mary, right on his tail. So maybe Justin was lighter on the brakes as they went into the first part of Lavant, and now they're closing right up again as if attached by bungee cords.
It's brilliant, isn't it? And little A40 just hanging on in the back there. Of course, it's about half the weight of the Jags ahead of it. half the power and half the weight, and pretty good braking. Justin Law very, very close to the back bumper of Grant Williams. Total trust between these two guys. 77 as Grant Williams' car snaps back straight momentarily. Justin Law is right back with him, as is the A40 number 77 of Mike Jordan, who, let's just say, has to finish more than 1.7 seconds ahead of Justin Law, and the car currently ahead of him to stand any chance of reversing the order on aggregate. Got up inside the Bumble, the MG Magnet, which is the car of Julius Thurgood.
Well, it's quite something after 6 laps of furious racing, just over 3/4 of a second between first and third.
Oh, wheel complete with drive shaft, and it goes across the off the wall. That's the Swig Riley 1.5.
It was lying in 6th, 7th place, just been overtaken by the Zodiac of Kerry Michael and pulling off the circuit. So that's not the first car today to pull off with 3 wheels.
No, one of the Tornado Talisman, the Joe Allenby Byrne car, that's from the Ford Water Trophy. It's taken some of the bodywork with the wheel arch. So David Swig parking up. So what a shame that was. It was new fastest lap of the race. Meanwhile, to Justin Law, 0.26 the gap between himself and the leader, Grant Williams, and half a second behind Justin Law still is Mike Jordan in that impudent little Austin A40.
But while that battle keeps going on, there's a wonderful battle for further down the order. 296 and 1 have just changed places. So Shepherd has gone past Ray Davis in the little white A35, and number 4 chasing to be the best of the A35s is Neil Brown up from the back of the grid. He's got to 12th after 2 laps. He's only on 11th after 6, but he's closing in.
They're going past Stuart Imber's Mercedes, Ken McNeil's Standard, and they're side by side going up to towards Madgwick Corner on this, the 8th lap now. But still the order remains 0.071 between first and second, 0.7 between second and third. Absolutely nothing to choose between these two Jaguars.
But they've got to keep it going for about another quarter of an hour, 13 minutes, 15 seconds until the checkered flag will be hung out. Who's going to be ahead at the end? Will it be Grant Williams who's leading the way in 12?
Oh,
Justin
and
Law
lots
in
of
14.
traffic ahead, Bruce. And he's got
Justin
through.
Law's
He tried to go through. They're side by side through the kink before St Mary's. Bruce. Grant Williams on the grass.
Well, Grant kissed the grass, and he's now going to have to try and get some traction. They've got the big BMW in the middle of the track ahead of them. That's Peter James in the 502. Can they sweep round the outside? Yes, they can. Grant Williams is having a look at the inside as they go into the first part of Lavin. That was a very unsettling run for him through the kink before St Mary's, and now Mike Jordan's trying to pull up alongside. He wants that bit, well, like drive across the track because there's the grass, because there's no track left for you there, Mike, on the inside in the A40. And Justin Law is in front, and how long would he stay there? Brown, the Borgward, Isabella being waved around on the outside. You can be sure there's going to be attack from Grant Williams down into Woodcote.
Gavin Watson waving them past. The low-light Morris Minor is there, as is the 22 Harris Jaguar Mark 7, and the leader's sweep past on the inside. No reduction of pace there, they just kept it in, and a big slide again from Grant Williams.
Well, Justin Law actually gained that little bit there. He was the first one past, and Grant Williams waited for a second to see if it was safe to follow Justin Law by. And look at the end of the lap, and you'll see. I'm just looking at the replay. That's the Riley, of course, losing its wheel.
Well, I think it got
just beforehand.
It got well clattered over the curb, didn't it? And that's where when the drive shaft broke free on the inner end. You can see there. Look,
who's going to be first to the line, the wheel or the car?
Hits the wall and then bounces back. Very sideways as a result of that, did David Swig. Just winding its way out at that point. Stabiliser, unstabiliser in this case.
Well, the battle for the lead of the race rages on just past me at St Mary's. Justin Law in 14 ahead of Grant Williams in the second Jaguar, number 12, and Mike Jordan still hanging on the tail of them in the Austin A40.
So they're now working lap 9, and they've never been closer. The three of them absolutely glued together.
Look from front on, you see one car. Look from the side, you see three. And again, the Jaguars ease clear of the Austin A40. They're coming down to Now Grant Williams is having a look around the outside and nosing ahead as they get down towards Woodcote. Will he stay off the brakes longer than Justin Law? Justin's going to have to give him the corner.
That was superb judgment
Oh
by
no,
Justin
they've got Bruce
Law,
Chapman,
wasn't it?
who's 30 seconds a lap slower in that pinky grey Studebaker. They've got around the outside. That's great news.
Superb judgment by Justin Law, because rather like a driver on a short oval, he came within about a fact paper of the back bumper of the car that was overtaking him, but didn't nudge it. So easily have unstabilised it and sent him spinning, but they're loving every second.
Well, they're certainly providing the fans around the circuit and the photographers with a real rare treat. And Grant Williams, of course, always likes to go sideways, but it's cost him this time. He got too much of a twitch. He's off at Madgwick over the grass. He's going to slot back on into third place. Wrap your own knuckles, Grant. So Justin Law, that could be the break he wants, because as you can see, he got sideways in number 12 to Grant Williams, leading the race, going into Madgwick, and he just started pitching it sideways, and there the front end just doesn't want to get enough grip, and he's out across the grass. And Justin Law did a great job to go up the inside without following him off at the edge of the circuit, and the Austin A40 with Mike Jordan nips by into second place.
So Williams' second tenure of the lead was somewhat brief. There's Roger Wills, the Volga boatman, as he is now. That's in the Gaz Volga sense. Really is a bizarre piece of equipment, isn't it?
One car that's dropped during all that excitement. Just noticed that Neil Brown seems to have dropped down the order and possibly out of the race. He got up to just outside the top 10 from the back of the grid in number 4.
Leaders are attacking the chicane, not literally, but with great ferocity. He came in. Mike Jordan barely slowed for it, and as a result of which he's back on the boot lid of Justin Law. So he doesn't have to win this race to take it overall.
But bouncing over the curbs behind them was Grant Williams. He's desperate to try and catch up with them again. Coming out of the chicane, he was on the grass, but he does seem to have the speed to get up with them. But there's still 8.5 minutes remaining until the checkered flag.
Williams is just on the fastest, no, Justin Law just on the fastest third sector of anybody in the race. Grant Williams a PB in that sector, and they're lapping in very similar times. Half a second covers the best time of each of those three drivers. The Studebaker thuds by.
Yep, not so long ago we were looking at Roger Wills in the
Oh, is Mike Jordan on the grass?
Just a tiny kiss, but he hasn't seemed to have lost any momentum.
He locked a brake as he turned left into St Mary's, Bruce.
Okay, Grant Williams now coming over the top, or trying to go round the side of the Austin A40. They're both going to come up on to lap Roger Wills any second. He'll be in the foreground of your shot, but leading the way by probably the biggest margin of the race so far is Justin Law.
Yes, it is. 44, 77 and 12, the top three. Butterfield still fourth, as has been all race in 48. Nick Naismith is behind in the 17 Austin A95, and then Kerry Michael in the Zodiac number 11 is next. Then Tom Shepherd in the 296 Alpha. 1 is Ray Davis, 2 is James Wood, and 34 Jeff Gordon leading this group, just about to be lapped. He's in the Alfa Romeo that Emanuele Pirro was in yesterday.
Well, Justin Law doing a good job of weaving his way in the lead of this race through the back markers, and the little Austin A40 with Mike Jordan on board still has to go past that Sunbeam Rapier and one other to get clear track, to keep a clear sight of race leader Justin Law, who is just starting to pull away, and Grant Williams still giving chase in third place.
It certainly is. By one and by one too were the two Noddy Coombs cars. Noddy Coombs played such a great role in Jackie Stewart's young career. Drove Formula 2 cars for John Coombs, Guildford Motor Trader. The big BMW looks rather stately, doesn't it, in the middle of that? And a major slide from
a lot of correction
Williams.
from Grant Williams. The trouble is the big BMW tends to operate a line fairly near the middle of the track, and it's so tall and wide and high, it really does cause a few problems. Not on the straights, but obviously when you get to St Mary's.
Studebaker makes the oddest noise of any American race car I've ever heard. Sounds like it has a permanent misfire.
I think that could well be the problem. It hasn't lapped south of 2 minutes for a lap. Mike Jordan really is being incredibly game in that little Austin A40. We're so well used in St Mary's Trophy, the little ones taking it to the big ones.
All he
Look
can
at
do,
this attack.
all he can do is pressure Justin Law in the hope that Justin will make a mistake, because in an aggregate situation across yesterday's race and today, Mike Jordan in the 77 A40 is 1.7 seconds behind. Now that's going into the race.
I think Grant Williams has dropped off a little bit on that lap. I don't know if he didn't read the traffic right. I know he had a little moment down at St Mary's, but he's just dropping off that tail. He's 1.5 seconds back behind Mike Jordan, which in most races is nothing, but in this one it's about 10 times as much as the usual gap.
Yes, the gap doubled between Jordan and Williams, but that was all about that the avoidance of the big BMW over near you, Bruce. That sapped the momentum of the grey Jag.
Yes, I mean, in previous laps he has been able to make up for moments now. A little more pitching sideways there from Justin Law as he's trying to hold on going through St Mary's, and much more attacking line still from Grant Williams as he tries to give chase and catch that A40, get him out of the way and so he can have another attack. Don't forget, he's been in the lead of this race twice, but not for very long either time. So last time around, just over half a second you can see on the graphics on the screen between Justin Law, the race leader in Jaguar number 14, and Mike Jordan in 77, the little Austin A40. Richard Butterfield in, oh gosh, that was a big twitch from number 10.
That was Ken McNeil, father of Lloyd from Goodwood. Ben Anderson Fiat is trailing something underneath it. It's like some kind of suspension tie bar or something.
Looks like a saddle strap to me.
Maybe.
Oh, that's there is a green hill far away. There's a green car far away, anyhow.
It's a very interesting line. Kept the revs up though, didn't it?
So Grant Williams has lost more ground on that lap. He was 1.2 seconds slower than Mike Jordan, so maybe he's fried his tyres, or maybe he's just got caught in traffic again. But anyhow, the gap between first and second between Justin Law and Mike Jordan, 3/4 of a second, so it's still number 14 from 77. There is that lead battle. I've just seen the Studebaker waft through.
And some big iron ahead to negotiate. Blue flags waving like mad as we've got the Studebaker and the Jag number 15. That's the Derek Hood Jaguar that about to Stretton drove it. And here's a chance for Mike Jordan, who gets alongside briefly coming out of Lavant corner.
Well, he tried that line about 3 laps ago when both the Jaguars together, and of course he ended up on the grass, but Mike Jordan kept his foot in. Grant Williams just has dropped away. He got caught on the wrong side of the MG Magnet going through St Mary's, losing yet more ground, so it's gone down to a 2-car race effectively between Justin Law in Jaguar number 14 and Mike Jordan in the little A40 number 77.
Busy in there, Justin Law, isn't he? Going past James Martin in the Ford Prefect, the TV chef. We've got the Standard and an A35, Ben Anderson's Fiat among those ahead. There should be 1 lap after this one. They've done 14, they're now on to lap 15, and there's enough time on the clock for them to get a 16th in. It's back to 0.5 from 1 to 2.
Yeah, but
Grant,
sorry, Marcus. Grant Williams is now 6.5 seconds behind in 3rd place, and he really has dropped off the pace.
He's cooked his goose, hasn't he?
He really has. So the clock ticking down, as you said, less than 2 minutes till the checkered flag is flown, and Justin Law must feel he's got this one under control, but they do keep coming across gaggles of slower cars. They're around the Standard, locking up, going around the outside is Mike Jordan, round number 10. Made it work, but by golly, another inch or two he'd have been on the grass, and that would have been game over. It would have been victory, undoubtedly, for Justin Law.
But it's going around the outside of a car at St Mary's is not for the faint-hearted, and
well, it's just a dwindling return, isn't it?
Mike Jordan used to race a Morris Minor in his early days, one of the first cars he had, and he's used to wielding BMC machinery.
Well, this is their penultimate time coming down toward Woodscote. If you're looking at the screen, you can see the Jaguar number 14 of Justin Law leading the race, powering past one of the A35s. The little A40 is Mike Jordan going down. This is a chance, one more chance to see how Justin Law can behave through this final chicane, looking up the inside just to keep him wandering. Mike Jordan has a look. How close was he to the rear bumper of that Jaguar?
Yeah, pretty close. And that A40 doesn't handle like my father's in 1958, that's for sure.
I'm sure it handled fine once he took all of you out the back.
So through on to the final lap then. And this is going to be not only the finishing order in today's race, provided they get to the end of the lap by the looks of things, but also the finishing order overall across the 2 days, the 2 results being amalgamated. There are still some slower cars to negotiate.
There certainly are. They've got big Jaguar just ahead of them, and I think that's the only one they'll catch.
The BMW as well, the 502 V8.
Oh, sorry, 502. Yes, from a distance, it was one of the big Jags. But now Mike Jordan having an attack.
Here comes Jordan. He goes through.
Wow, how
he
did
goes
he do
through.
that?
Is there a problem with the Law car? Is there a problem?
Well, there must be.
He's dropped right back. It was
he's cruising.
It was 1.7 seconds that Mike Jordan needed. And there is a problem because that, yes.
What's happened to the handling? Has he got a
steering?
puncture?
Is it steering from the rear end?
Well, something has definitely
There's something amiss. It's going to be more than 1.7 seconds, isn't it?
It is now, already. And where's Grant Williams in the background?
1.748 seconds is what Mike Jordan needs. There's the green Moggy Minor up ahead, I saw. And here's Mike Jordan, who went up the outside into Lavant. There are cars ahead of him, through past the Borgvard. And he is also past the James Wood Westminster.
Well, bravery
very sideways up over the curve comes Mike Jordan, and he's going to snatch victory in this race. But how far clear is he of Justin Law at the flag? Jordan wins it 1.296. Law is close enough. And look at the Grant Williams Jaguar, was so sideways coming out of the chicane. He is going to finish in 3rd place. But Justin Law has kept that car within 1.2 seconds. They're going to win on aggregate. The Jordans win today. Mike Jordan in the A40 wins today's race. But Justin Law somehow managed to get home 1.296 seconds behind, which is enough. There's the Jag, very sideways, one-way showboating. Is that, or is it just...
he normally does it in the corners, this
does.
time on the straight, but I think the bravery of Mike Jordan was rewarded with the race win. But the question that Henry Hope Frost is going to have to ask Justin Law is what went on with half a lap to go? It's very seldom you get to see, looking at the replay of Grant Williams' massively lurid moment, you get to see both sides of a car as it comes out of
Quite
chicane.
amazing. Quite amazing. I thought there was something under that mine. I saw the back view of it. The Studebaker in light orchid, I think that colour was called, when it was on Cortina Mark II's, the Ross style wheels, Bruce. Sort of pale pinky silver.
Yes, I put it down in my programme as pinky grey. Pinky grey Ford.
I look at Grant Williams now. He's finished those tyres, so he might as well absolutely make sure they're rooted before he takes them off. Probably in time for Goodwood in 2 years' time. And big welcome then, and big reception for our top drivers. Goodwood type reception. So Mike Jordan nicked it on the road, but it won't be enough to deny Anthony Reid and Justin Law the overall victory. Jags on the grass now. Interesting. A few cars to mop up and bring home afterwards. Super race for Mike Jordan. This car newly built for this weekend, so Andrew was saying yesterday. Well, there's the result of this part of the race. In first place, the St Mary's Trophy presented by Cazenove Capital Management. First, Mike Jordan in number 77 A40. Second, number 14, Justin Law, Jaguar Mark 1. Third, number 12, Grant Williams, Jaguar Mark 1. Fourth, number 48, Richard Butterfield, Jaguar Mark 1. Fifth, Nick Naismith, number 17, Austin A95 Westminster. In sixth place, the 11 car, Kerry Michael, the Ford Zodiac. 296 Ton Shepherd in the Alfa Romeo was next up. And behind him, James Wood in the Austin Westminster. Well, how did it all pan out? Here we are on the grid with the A40 of Mike Jordan between the Jaguars of number 14. This is Justin Law the AWB Motors Albert Betts car and the old John Coombs car by one. The BMW of John Clark didn't get away. I suspect a clutch problem. And they're jostling juggernauts in the middle of the pack. The big Jags done that. Naismith got all squirrely on the grass in the Austin A95. The ex-Tom Christensen Austin A95. And out of the slipstream of the lead Jag came Mike Jordan. His lead was not very long at this point of the race, but he managed to just jink through on the inside of Madgwick Corner. There we got this amazing moment where Grant Williams came back around the outside of Justin Law at Fourwater. John Clark was talking to Richard Shaw's sister Ros, team manager. Sideways for Dave Swig, and that's because the drive shaft broke at the inner end of that Riley 1.5, came flying off. 3 wheels on my wagon, as Lee Marvin sang. And there is the offending article, snapped like a carrot. Oh, some salutes for the Volga from the Russian military, seem to be present here. Mike Jordan pushed and got his reward on the final lap to come through to take victory on the road. And there's that amazing tank slapper for Grant Williams, all actually under control-ish. As he came up to Madgwick then, a big sideways and a jump on the brakes, all locked up, and Justin Law had to take avoiding action, but he's home close enough to win the race on aggregate. Down then to Henry Hope Frost, who's on the grid with our victorious drivers.
Yes, thanks, Marcus. I'm with the Sultan of Slide himself, Grant Williams. As ever, fantastic to watch.
Yeah, really thoroughly enjoyed the race. I thought I had it in the bag when I got in front, but I just couldn't keep the pace. I lost oil pressure when I'm on 10 bar, so I had a short shift for the race then. I just kept trying to chase the leaders down. That's all I could do, really, when I realised there was no hope in it. So I just thought I'd have a bit of fun out to enjoy myself.
Awesome. Thanks for bringing it back.
Thank you very much. Thanks for coming.
Right, second today, but our aggregate winner overall by the tiniest of margins, ladies and gentlemen, Justin Law. You look like you've been working quite hard.
I think it was all the sweat I was building up when it ran out of fuel on the last lap. I went into Lavant and the thing coughed and it wasn't picking back up again, and of course this man came past and then it picked back up again, and I was thinking, how far ahead does he need to be to win? So it was a bit of a panic on the last lap, but wow, what a race.
A classic St Mary's.
Fantastic.
Well done, Justin. Winners today, but second. But our winner today and second overall by a really tiny margin. Mike Jordan, you old legend, you.
That was fun, wasn't it? I can't remember enjoying anything as much as that in so many years. Probably until Andy won BTCC last year. That was just immense. Fantastic race. Thoroughly enjoyed it.
When you went past the Jag coming out of St Mary's, Andrew was leaping up and down like a lunatic.
Well, he is a lunatic, isn't he? But I thought we might have just got enough of a gap, but we didn't. But hey, it doesn't matter. The weekend we've had and the 2 races we've had have been a privilege to be here. Absolutely loved it. We're lucky to get invited. Hopefully we'll come back.
We hope to see you as well. Well done, Mike.
Thank you very much.
Mike Jordan and Andrew Jordan, father and son, winning combo today, ladies and gents. But the overall St Mary's Trophy win to the Jaguar Mark 1 of Anthony Reid, winner yesterday, and Justin Law, second today.
Stick, wasn't it? What a superb motor race. The second part of our St Mary's Trophy, 50s saloon cars and some celebration photographs being taken down on the grid. Behind the cars you can see the lectern in place for our next historical moment here at Goodwood. And there's Anthony Reid and Justin Law. Anthony wearing his house captain's, the Methuen house captain's jacket. Well, there's the combined result then for St Mary's Trophy with Cazenove Capital Management. First overall, Anthony Reid, Justin Law in the Jaguar number 14. Second, the Jordans, Andrew and Mike in the A14 number 77. Third, Mark Blundell, Kerry Michael in the Zodiac number 11. Fourth, Stuart Graham and Richard Butterfield in the 48 Jaguar. Fifth, Emanuele Pirro and Jeff Gordon in the Alfa Romeo number 34. Sixth, Steve Soper and Ray Davis in number 1 A35. And seventh place, Williams and Pete in the Sunbeam Rapier number 18. Barry Williams in that car. And 8th, Tiffany Dale and Harris in the Jaguar, number 22. Chiltern Wheels, Gaz Volga, number 69 was 9th. 10th, Harford Naismith, Austin Westminster, number 17. 11th, Graviton Addison, the Fiat 1100, number 6. 12th, Alton and McNeil, standard 10, number 10. 13th with the Plato Martin Ford Prefect, number 8. 14th was Poole and Watson with the Borgward Isabella, number 5. 15th, Stretton and Hood with the Jaguar Mark 7, number 15. And in 16th place, O'Neill and Thurgood in the MG Magnet ZA, number 24. Well, the lectern is in place, and Barry Nutley and Chris Druitt have joined me in the commentary box. We're taking a break from racing for a little bit. We've had that race 12 on our programmes. We've still got the big Royalton Beale Club TT celebration at 2 o'clock. And then later in the afternoon, the 1500cc Grand Prix cars come out for the Glover Trophy. The Freddie March Memorial Trophy rounds off our race cars at about 17:20. There's Hanukkah Windmill up over on the hill behind the race circuit. You can see there over the air park in the middle with some fabulous helicopters down there and some fixed wing craft in the foreground. This really is a festival par excellence, something for the senses at every turn. And I'm so delighted not only that the weather is still good, but so many people turned out thronging to Goodwood, making the annual pilgrimage to West Sussex for Lord March's magnificent motorsport party. The 2 Lancaster aircraft are due at 1:55, so that's the latest information from Chris Druitt, our aviation guru, our man with a finger on the pulse of all things in the air, and apart from drive shafts of Riley 1.5, so I think that was probably beyond his call. But we're looking forward to a big, spectacular lineup of vehicles, military vehicles, I believe, coming out shortly onto track for West Sussex at War, a reflection on the early life of this hallowed racing ground we're on, which of course prior to that was RAF West Hampnet, a satellite of Tangmere, just over the A27 there. There's Goodwood House with the flag billowing proudly in the breeze. I still can't believe this is the 40th event of the new Goodwood era. That's about a third of the number of events of the original one, Barry. Just amazing.
Indeed. Did our chaplain this morning say that some of the vehicles, World War II vehicles, would be carrying veterans?
I believe so, yes. Yes. And that will be a very poignant moment for us all.
I think that's worthy. When that happens, certainly have a round of applause from our crowd around the circuit, but looking forward eagerly to that. Not to be forgotten, of course, just the important part that West Hampnet and Goodwood played in the war effort, and that's commemorated every year here at the revival. It's going to be interesting to see the array of vehicles. I just saw one trying to move into place further back behind the marshalling area, and they won't let him out. And he's an American truck with a 105mm gun on the back, and he's trapped. He can't get out.
Barry, I've just been talking to an ex-Royal Artillery gunner, must be well in his 90s. He was telling me... Afraid it is. I'll change mine. Barry, I was just saying, I've been talking to a gunner from World War II who told me something I didn't know, which was in between East Sussex and Kent, they set up some microphones with the Royal Artillery so that they could triangulate on the German guns that were firing shells at ships in the Channel and over at Dover, so they could get them back. And I never knew that. Three very sophisticated microphones.
What a clever idea. Something akin to the twin spotlights that the dam busters used.
Yes.
You get a fix.
Which forced them down to what, 60 feet?
60 feet.
Incredible.
Can you imagine flying one of those Lancasters, which we're going to see shortly, at 60 feet?
In the dark, with
In the
people
dark.
people shooting at you. Oof.
Goodness me.
And they also held up well, we've all seen the film, they held up a little wooden thing that indicated the 2 towers on the dam.
To know when to release the bomb.
Exactly.
Perfect. Yeah. Simplest is often best.
It is. And I was up in East Kirby where there's the 3rd Lancaster a couple of weeks ago, and in there is a real dam busters bouncing bomb. Looks like a huge steel barrel.
Hopefully with nothing inside it.
I didn't tap it.
No.
Or not too hard, anyway.
No, you wouldn't, would you, really? Fantastic. What a heritage we have. And coming out onto the circuit, and we're not aficionados of these vehicles, ladies and gentlemen. All we can describe is pretty much what we see. But the ubiquitous Willis Jeep, well known and understood, and everybody understands. And that actually was the inspiration behind Land Rover building their Series 1, because so many of those Jeeps found their way into farms at the end of the war and were used on agricultural duty, simple as that. And Land Rover recognised the fact that there was such a market there and set about designing the Series 1 Land Rover, which first was shown to the public in 1947.
And for the one person in the crowd who doesn't know, do we know where the name Jeep comes from?
No.
Americans called it a general purpose vehicle, GP.
Well, and they still use those abbreviations today, don't they?
They do.
MPVs and UPVs and RVs
and DNFs that Marcus knows all about.
Lots of DNFs. And WCOs, wheels coming off.
Wheels coming. Yeah, just turning briefly to things aviation, the Battle of Britain Memorial flight scheduled for 1:45, delayed by 10 minutes.
1:55?
1:55.
Yeah.
So the Lancasters are based at Bournemouth, so they're only 20 minutes away by Lancaster, so they can stay on the ground until they're needed, so they turn up on time. Yesterday, sadly, we had the Canberra and the Hunters doing their display while a race was going on, while the Lavin Cup was going on, so sadly we couldn't really focus on them. And Mike Davis, I asked Mike Davis, head of the mid-air squadron, why they couldn't tool around for another 10 minutes. He said, what, at £1,500 a minute? No way.
Absolutely, yeah. You could write the cheque, couldn't you?
Yes, I didn't suggest that. He was within punching distance.
On the right of your picture, little Austin box saloon, open-top military vehicle. Behind it, a Morris van. Austin 10 behind that with its white identification marks on the wings, because in blackout period cars were driven around with little slit headlights, and the edges of the wings and the running boards were painted white for city use, and also in the smog, because we had a fair amount of fog and smog. That's an interesting looking tricycle. More Jeeps.
And of course,
in fact, a lot of Jeeps.
During the war, all the signposts were taken away, so it was very easy to get lost.
Very easy to get lost. It's happening again today, you know. Signposts are not being replaced, are they? If they get knocked down, they tend to stay down.
And big articulated trucks following GPS down, sat-nav down tiny little narrow lanes.
Polish drivers down country lanes.
Yes.
Yeah. But, ladies and gentlemen, serious moment coming up, of course, commemorating World War II and the part that Goodwood, West Hampton in particular, played in that, and an opportunity to salute some veterans. There is a huge military preservation society in operation around the UK, several divisions of it, and reenactment goes on all around the country in the summer months, and most of these people bring their vehicles along, enter into the spirit of the thing in full uniform, and do a full military reenactment. We're about to see our parade start to move off now, and it's coming down the Lavant Strait towards. So they'll turn around and look. Some of these half tracks, American half tracks. Fantastic vehicles. Would have been brought here presumably on low loaders because hardly the vehicle for distance, although they would have covered an awful lot of mileage during the war. Now, coming up, ladies and gentlemen, we will ask for your attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, firstly, thank you all very much again for supporting us in this 17th running of the Goodwood Revival. 75 years ago, in 1939, flying began here on what has just been remodelled from open state farmland to become Royal Air Force West Hampton, an RAF fighter base. 75 years ago, the squadrons here were just 2 weeks into war, still hoping for an early peace. It didn't come. And in 1940, this airfield played its major role in fighting the Battle of Britain. Following that narrow victory, Winston Churchill's tribute to the RAF is now immortal. Never, in the field of human conflict, he said, has so much been owed by so many to so few. Each year, here at the Revival, we pause to pay tribute to our forebears and for the role they played. Most often, with the Goodwood estate as their prime platform in securing the freedoms and heritage that we all enjoy today. Very often, these have been very poignant moments. But this year, we changed pace. We changed to celebrate the wartime role of all our forebears, of the Goodwood estate right here, of our aerodrome, and of this great county of Sussex itself. In short, to celebrate the magnificent war-winning community effort, not just of the fabled few, but indeed of the many. RAF West Hampton here was just one of many sister aerodromes brought into service around us on this coastal plain. What went on right here at RAF West Hampton was matched throughout West Sussex, and it depended critically upon civilian society's support of the armed services. June the 6th this year marked the 7th anniversary of Operation Overlord, the D-Day landings, the Allies' first great move to liberate France from occupation, and by extension to bring lasting peace to mainland Europe. Our Goodwood Aerodrome and its Sussex neighbours all played a critical role in ensuring the success of that incredible campaign. Today, right here on this starting grid, we will very shortly be joined by 23 D-Day veterans. We are really honoured to have them with us. These are men to whom we are so grateful, yet too seldom have the opportunity to show it. Now, I'd ask you all to turn to the screens around you and recalling gratitude, West Sussex at War, narrated by my sister, Libby March. Thank you very much indeed for being with us.
"75 years ago, in 1939, events far from the rolling hills of West Sussex were the catalyst for us being here today. In that year, the grass aerodrome known as RAF West Hampton first saw serious service. The land here had been West Hampton Farm, part of this southwestern corner of the Goodwood estate. But as the international situation worsened, Freddie March of Goodwood allowed development on his land, a satellite aerodrome to support the major fighter base just across the fields nearby, at Tangmere. So it was that West Hamlet Farmhouse and its barns were demolished, hedgerows cleared, lanes filled, and the whole plain levelled. Our aerodrome here then became a vital Battle of Britain base in 1940, and its active war would rage far into 1944. When the first RAF men and women reported here in 1939, the lucky ones lived jam-packed in the old farm cottages, but many more lived in leaky tents, and some even in a converted pigsty. Tangmere was smothered by bombing, which RAF West Hampton here escaped, along with the fighter squadron inside. From 1940 to 1944, ever more permanent buildings popped up. Squadron offices, the control tower, cannons, power supply the fuel plant, ammunition, all had to be staffed and serviced, while the unavoidable activities of a world war no one ever wanted went on.
Good luck. Good luck.
Westbourne House School became an officer's nest for 150 Commonwealth officers. Pepperwood House was taken over by the East Riding Yeomanry, and the property company buildings were requisitioned throughout West Sussex, ordinary civilians became integral cogs in the fight. WAPs, land girls, home guard, air raid wardens, farmers, factory workers, ground crew, firemen, police, doctors, nurses, wives, families, all played vital roles in keeping the country and the essential war effort safe. Their daily proof of heroism and fortitude was often troops were constantly formed. Every pocket wearing first line. Local land welcomes the land army. The home guard devotes time and dedication to both men and war, factory reliant on and workers, every tanks and guns in a world-class way. Here at Goodwood, wartime winters were harsh. Summers sunbathing in deck chairs in June, July, and burning the wooden cottage staircases just to keep warm from December's jacket. Local halls and manor houses did common duty just as much as the servicemen and women living. Over the 6 years of World War II, Sussex survived 150,000 enemy bombings. Building very new and new homes. Hudson Holding County was all done in 1942. While RAF Tangmere became a secret centre, shuttling SOE agents in and out of France, RAF West Hampton housed Douglas Bader's fighter wing, with squadrons ranging far and wide across continental France. The very first American Air Force Spitfire squadron was fighting nearby, Stormy Island and Shorey housed squadrons of Lenin and Bonaparte. By 1944, a irresistible Allied force was building up. Our Sussex lanes, roads, villages, were jam-packed with tanks, trucks, guns, and ambulances. A million men of war were pouring. Large-scale rehearsals were held on the campus. During the unauthorized illegal ban of the jam-packed morning hangars in the army, the fishing vessels continued to come in. Landing craft were made local to the spot. And on June 6, 1944, 70 years ago, that force was unleashed. Operation Overlord was the greatest massive promises Allied force on land, sea and air, protected clear across the English Channel. RAF West Hampton played a vital part, as did so many other local farmland areas, now the motor circuit, which Freddie March opened upon that self-same Goodwood track in September 1948. On this Goodwood ground, our forebears staunchly defended values and rights we take as pledged. So we celebrate their noise, their fun, their faith, their bravery, their sacrifice. We celebrate all the people of West Sussex. We celebrate RAF West Hampton and Ward and Goodwood as it has become here on Sussex Sunday.
What a wonderful climax to this terrific parade of Sussex and War. The two Lancasters, a sight that we won't see again, and we haven't seen for 70 years or so. Battle of Britain Lancaster, accompanied by the Canadian Lancaster that's been over in this country for a couple of months doing some lovely displays, piloted by David Rohrer. The Battle of Britain Memorial Flight Lancaster piloted by Tim Dunlop. and the 2 Spitfires of the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight and the Hurricane. And the Hurricane is being flown by Group Captain Johnny Stringer in maybe his last weekend flying with the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight before he moves on to even greater things. And the Mark 16 Spitfire, the one with clipped wings, flown by Tony Parkinson, and the early Spitfire, the Mark 2A, flown today by Dunk Mason. The Lancaster, of course, 7,377 Lancasters were built between 1941 and 1946, and of those 3,500 were lost on operations, and another 200 or so were destroyed or written off in crashes. And so we have to remember, and I'm sure we do, that they were flown by 19, 20, 21-year-old lads who were doing what they were told, and 73,000 of them didn't come back. So it's highly fitting that we pay tribute to the bravery of those young men, without whom we wouldn't be enjoying this glorious weekend at Goodwood Revival. Well-deserved applause for our line of jeeps, half-tracks, trucks of the American Army, trucks of the British Army, and if we look well back towards the chicane, the Rolls-Royce, and particularly in each jeep, one of our 23 D-Day veterans. And I had the privilege of speaking earlier to Johnny Ainsworth, who's one of the 23, and it's quite fitting that on the big screen each of their names was inscribed. And they'll be remembering their pals who didn't come back from D-Day and afterwards. Let's hope they're enjoying their day. I know they've had lots of things to do this morning before the parade. Proudly wearing their medals and the Royal Artillery badge on that veteran's beret. First time I think we've seen a tank driving up the finishing straight at Goodwood, certainly the first time since about 1944. And we forget how many societies exist to preserve these wartime vehicles of all varieties, and it's lovely that we've got the civilian population lining up on the finishing straight, waving their Union flags, some of them dressed as Land Army girls, because without the Land Army girls this country would have had great difficulty feeding itself. And it's appropriate that one of the last vehicles to come up the finishing straight is an old Fordson tractor representing the Land Army. And the Rolls-Royce, I'm not sure if it's Field Marshal Montgomery's own Rolls-Royce, but it would be highly appropriate if it were. So all our military vehicles going right round the circuit, and in 5 minutes' time the tourist trophy is scheduled to start, but I think it would be quite appropriate if it were delayed to allow this great parade to conclude with dignity. 23 D-Day veterans, and John Ainsworth telling me the secret work done by the Royal Artillery in 1940 after Dunkirk with some microphones, must have been very sophisticated microphones in Kent, with which they could triangulate. They could pick up the sound of the artillery the other side of the channel in occupied France, where the German guns were firing both on shipping in the channel, and they bombarded Dover, of course, and by triangulating on those sounds of those guns, they were able to do something about them. The Jeep, isn't it wonderful to see so many Jeeps still in great condition? Jeep was an amazing vehicle, able to withstand just about anything, dig itself out of and through very muddy fields. Four-wheel drive, nice torquey engine, the perfect vehicle to get around, and also to extract wounded soldiers from the battlefield. So it'll take a little bit of time for our civilians to return to the outside of the circuit. His Royal Highness Prince Michael is with us. And turning our attention to the air again, the Freddie March Spirit of Aviation Concorde, which I hope you've been to look at. It's got some wonderful aeroplanes. The judging has been taking place for that, and we'll, I hope, hear pretty soon which of the airplanes has been judged to be the winner of the Concorde. Very difficult decision to make because they're all in wonderful condition. They're all historic aircraft, lovingly tended by their owners, and they'll be flying away. Some of them will fly away this evening, some of them will wait until tomorrow, but some of them you're surprised that they were able to land here at Goodwood. There's a C-47 Dakota, which is quite a big airplane to get into our grass runway here. Although last year, I think it was last year or the year before, actually a B-17 bomber landed. West Hampnett Aerodrome, where Douglas Bader took off for his final mission. Of course, he was shot down, bailed out of his Hurricane, and leaving one of his artificial legs behind. And in a strange cooperation between the German Air Force and the Royal Air Force, they agreed for the Royal Air Force to fly a spare leg over and drop it on an aerodrome in occupied France, so that Douglas Bader got his missing leg back. Next on the program, the highlight race for many people, the Royal Automobile Club TT Celebration, which is an hour-long race, two-driver race, of course, and if you're near the pits, and we've got cameras in the pits, of course, halfway through the race, you'll see some amazing Fred Carno's Army action as one driver gets hauled out of the car and the replacement driver gets shoved in, straps done up. And I'm sure you could see from the grandstand, and particularly from above the pits, what a narrow lane it is. It's a very frantic place with very busy traffic. You can actually open the driver's door of a left-hand drive car, and a following car could hardly squeeze its way through. So there's masses of entertainment both on the circuit and in the pits. Our next air display, incidentally, is scheduled for 15 minutes past 3, and that'll be take us through up into the jet age with the Canberra and the two Hunters of the Mid-Air Squadron. They've flown here for the 2 previous days and do a wonderful display demonstrating early British jet age technology, surprisingly fast, surprisingly powerful, 6 Rolls-Royce Avon jet engines making that glorious noise. And the Hunter, I think, epitomizes the motto, if it looks right, it is right, because the Hunter went on to serve for more than 50 years in various air forces around the world. And I'm rejoined by Marcus Pye, who, together with Bruce Jones, will be commentating on the Royal Automobile Club TT. Last year, you'll remember, in horrible conditions, it was a wonderful race, finally won by Simon Hadfield, Wolfgang Friedrichs in the wonderful Project 212 Aston Martin. surprising Anthony Reid, Marcus, in the Lister Coupe.
Well, I think it surprised Aston Martin and its aficionados.
I think it did. And I seem to recall Simon saying it was only after the end of the race that he found the wiper switch.
That's absolutely right, yeah.
And there's a great YouTube video produced by Chris Harris, who was sharing the Lister Coupe with Anthony Reid, with quite a lot of in-car footage, during which you see Anthony grabbing a sponge from, if you like, above the sun visor and attempting to wipe the condensation off the inside of the screen.
It's what James Hunt famously said, wasn't it? He said, always keep a damp rag between your legs.
Typical James. Our grid girls are in position. Fortunately, we've got glorious weather. We've had wonderful weather all 3 days, or 4 days if we include Thursday.
I think we've been truly blessed.
We have indeed. Bruce, did you get to see the military parade past your St Mary's Tower?
It hasn't finished coming past. The last ones have just coming into the kink. It's been extraordinary. I thought, gosh, it's the world's biggest historical display. And then I saw there was at least twice as much still coming around the far side of the circuit. Absolutely brilliant. You couldn't say there's not the whole range on display here today.
I can't imagine anything. Well, I don't think we saw any field guns being towed behind a tank or anything like that.
No, we didn't, but I'm just wondering how many farms had things like this tucked away in use until the 60s and possibly by the 70s starting to get phased out. But all these Jeeps coming past, gosh, quite extraordinary. And I can now see the Rolls-Royce that is bringing up the rear of the display, and it's fantastic to see the reception that these veterans of D-Day have received around the circuit. We hope they're having a fabulous, fabulous time here at the Revival.
Down in the pits, we've got Henry Hope Frost with our pole position driver for the RAC TT celebration, and that is the car of Andrew Smith, who will start, and Oliver Bryant. Henry.
Thanks, Marcus. Real anticipation in the collecting area ahead of the headline event. Ollie Bryant on pole in the Cobra. Looking good.
Yeah, really looking forward to it. It's fantastic weather this year. Thanks to change from last year, so delighted to be up the front again and sharing with Andrew. He goes really well here. So it's my third time I've actually driven in the TT, so come third and second before, so would love to go one better.
Oh, this is your time?
Well, you can never say never, but no, really looking forward to it, and some great drivers around us and some great cars, so it should be a fantastic race.
Who are you most worried about? Bobby and Jamie in the ESO?
I think there's a lot of the other Cobras have got some great drivers in it. David's always very good at the start, and Guido's been going really well, so there'll be some great mix up there, I think. It's great to see the Maserati up there as well, so it's going to be really good.
There's quite a lot of luck involved, isn't there, depending on safety car appearances? Yeah,
there's always been a safety car in the TTs I've driven in, so that throws a bit of unknown into it, but just do the best we can and push for a good result.
Very best of luck, mate. Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you. Cheers. Thanks. Cheers, mate.
Well, that was Oliver Bryant, whose AC Cobra will be starting from pole, and this is a fantastic RAC TT celebration, one of the centerpieces of this Revival meeting.
Marcus, I think the dark horse is the Bizzarini, also on the front row, to be driven by Bobby Burton Rowe.
Very much so. It's in with a chance. It's got a big Chevrolet engine, and it's certainly a quick car. It's a great driver partnership as well. But this particular race has always been exciting.
There's the Bizzarini.
Yeah.
So who's going to be the starting driver in that car?
That is going to be started by Jamie McIntyre. So that's Mark Lewis down the side. There's Bobby Verdon Rowe will take it over. He's waving to the camera. This Royal Wheel Club Tourist Trophy celebration, close cockpit GT cars, and the spirit of the TT races from 60 to 64. Won over the years by Jaguar E-Types, Nigel Corner, Barry Williams. There's the big Maserati in 1998. Nigel Corner and Mark Hales in 1999. We go to 2000. Steve Hitchens, Danny Sullivan, Shelby Cobra. 2001. Emanuele Pirro and Gregor Fiskin, Jaguar E-Type. 2002, Patrick Tombe, Henri Pescarolo, Le Mans winner 3 times. He's there 3-4 times. 2002, 2003, Richard Atwood, another Le Mans winner, and Mark Hales in a Bizzarini. So 2003, the last Bizzarini win. Bizzarini won again with Atwood and Hales in 04. Dario Franchitti, Emanuele Pirro, Jaguar E-Type. 4WPD in 2005. Michael Verges, Juan Barazzi, E-Type Lightweight in 2006. Michael Verges, Juan Barazzi again in 2007. Peter Hardman, and Bobby Verdon Rowe, the winners in 2008. Bobby Rahal and Adrian Newey in 2009. Of course, Hardman and Verdon Rowe in the Ferrari 330 LMB. Rahal and Newey in Newey's E-Type 2009. 2010, Hardman and Jean-Marc Gounon
That was a
in the
good
Ferrari
race.
GTO 64. The very wet race of 2011, Kenny Brack, the Swede, and Tom Christensen, the Dane, Shelby American Cobra Daytona Coupe. 2012, Adrian Newey, Martin Brundle in the very hot Jaguar.
I bet Martin wishes he was here today.
Well, there you go. And last year, another wet one, Wolfgang Friedrichs and Simon Hadfield, Aston Martin DB212 in the Aston Martin centenary year.
That Maserati is evil looking. It is very low, very quick, has a very checkered history.
Only 3 of them were made, and 2 exist. We're supposedly going to have 2 here this year because the Barry Baxter car was also due to be here, shared by Dan Camish, former Formula Ford champion. There's the Lister Tiger, 3 of those developed by Listers for Le Mans.
Appropriate, Sunbeam Tiger celebrating its 50th anniversary this year.
Like the Mustang, and there's the glorious 49 FXN. That's a pucker. It's the Lumsden Sargent lightweight coupe from the past, from
Good to see
Shelby American Cobra.
Good to see the brand new lightweight E-Type in the Earls Court show today.
E-Types or F-Types?
E-Type. They're making 6 more lightweights. They intended to make 18, they only made 12. So the 6 more they're making now will have genuine chassis numbers.
Fantastic.
And they're all sold.
Quelle surprise.
And the good thing is that every one of them is going to be bought and used properly and raced, not just hung on the wall somewhere.
There's
another
Bizzarrini. There's Aston Martin Project 212.
Last year's winner.
Yeah, Wolfgang Friedrichs at the wheel. Barry Wizzo Williams, he won in the early days of the TT here. Goes right back to the 50s with his competition. He won the Welsh International Rally in 1964, 50 years ago.
In a Mini, which he's still got.
There you go. There's Wolfgang Friedrichs in his Aston Martin overalls. Aston Engineering prepares this car. That's David Jack and his merry men. Here's one of the Dick Prothero Cut 7 Jaguar E-Types. Three of his E-Types ran with Cut 7 on. It's Richard Mines in the shipbroker, based in Chiddingfold in Surrey. Beautiful little village on the way down towards Petworth.
To be taken over by Rob Huff.
Yeah,
He's been a busy boy this weekend.
That's the Sub-Zero Wolf Chevrolet Corvette Stingray, a real mean machine. And alongside famous lightweight E-Type, and that's Joaquin Falk's car. That's driven by Katsu Kubota. There's the Hairy Canary.
That raced in the Bahamas and then was brought back.
Ludovic Lindsay at the wheel, a winner here in the past in ERA R5B Remus, which his family owned for a long time. Dynaglaze of Hawaii, another whacking great Corvette.
Lovely lightweight, short wheelbase.
This car
250
came out
SWB
this
Ferrari,
morning, and I thought it was the other one, but this is the car of Vincent Gay and Anthony Reid, car number 60, in that glorious yellow livery. My favourite Ferrari of all time, the short wheelbase 250 GT.
Anthony
Berlinetta, as they were known.
Telling me last weekend he doesn't think it'll be a front runner, but it'll be a lovely drive for him to have.
Absolutely, it takes the pressure off, doesn't it, apart from staying out of the way when the quick cars come. 2 more short wheelbases over there. The pale blue car is Mark Devis's car, the Belgian driver, and that is number 9. He's sharing that with Richard Atwood, Porsche's first Le Mans winner. There's the David Plumstead Racing,
the other dark horse.
Yes, the little Lotus.
That gave us so much entertainment at the members' meeting back in March.
Yeah, that's right.
Scuttling
around.
around.
It's got Joe Twyman in it to start with, and it'll be taken over by a pseudonym driver called The Dong, apparently. But not the Stig, but The Dong.
Aston Martin DB4 GT.
Yeah, that's the Tom Alexander car. You know, various cars spun in qualifying. It's because Adrian Wilmot rattled over the curbs and split the sump on that white Aston Martin. Bill Shepherd and Jochen Mass, there's a great name. Jochen Mass, who won the 1975 Spanish Grand Prix for McLaren, also a victor at Le Mans over the years. And that's a Works liveried car, isn't it, that Cobra? That Works green. Here's Jochen.
Jochen Mass, a great deep sea sailor as well.
Yeah, he was a merchant seaman for a long time.
He was.
And a thoroughly fascinating guy.
And always busy at Goodwood, both at Revival and Festival.
Yeah.
Loves every minute of it.
He's one of those guys who you can engage in conversation on subjects other than motorsport.
Yeah.
And he's lucid and he's funny and top guy.
And he coached Schumacher, Wendlinger for the Mercedes Le Mans
for the
team.
Mercedes Sauber Le Mans team, absolutely.
And it wasn't about coaching them on how to drive, because they could do that, but it was about team cooperation, team management, and car management. Ferrari GTO.
Yeah, absolutely glorious. Isn't that beautiful? The GTO Ferrari, the Omologato version, designed by Giotto Bizzarini.
It's sad that everybody focuses on the value of those cars as opposed to the beauty of them and the performance of them. But it's lovely that despite their value, they're still raced and raced hard.
Carlo Vogler driving it to start with. He'll hand over to Lucas Huni.
DB4, is it a Zagato?
That's the number
No, it's not.
4 car. No, that's got Danny Sullivan, former F1 driver, Indy 500 winner.
Great cricketer, as he demonstrated on Thursday afternoon.
And a remarkably talented fish filleter.
Oh, is that right? How do you know that?
Told a wonderful story against himself of how trying to earn money to go racing in his sort of college days. He was asked to fillet a fish as a waiter in a restaurant in the States. Did such a hash of it that the guy gave him a big tip anyway. He'd never seen anything quite so funny.
The 250 short wheelbase Ferraris, 3 side by side, glorious sight.
They are, and of course Sterling Moss won the 60 and 61 TTs here in different.
We thought they were the
cars.
same.
No,
They looked the
different
same.
cars.
Both owned by Rob Walker.
Rob Walker and Dick Wilkins entered those cars. With the cars then due out onto the track, here they come. Is this going to be the year when the number 1 AC Cobra, which starts on pole, has had very mixed fortunes here over the years, finally triumphs in this race? Good driver lineup, Bryant and Andrew Smith, Oliver Bryant, Andrew Smith. They've been second before, and this car, but hasn't quite done the trick. It'd be a great treat to see it get there. There's the David Plumstead Racing Lotus. Enormous power. I haven't calculated the output, but I think we can safely say with what
Lots of
30
horsepower,
cars practiced.
Lots of horsepower, and lots of pound notes.
Yeah, we're going to be. If you've got 25 cars at 400 horsepower, you can work out and do the maths yourself.
Where's Carol Vorderman when you need her to do the sums?
She's probably up flying somewhere.
She's judging the concourse.
It's Rachel Riley these days. She's on numbers. There is that number 1 Cobra, GPG 4C, built by High Efficiency Motors, Tommy Atkins' team, by Roy Salvadori in the period. Also by Roger Mack.
And Jack Sears is here all this weekend, and he'll watch these Red Cobras with great interest.
Absolutely. He raced Cobras and, of course, won the 1964 Autosport 3 Hours at Snetterton in the Wilmot Cobra Coupe, making its race debut. Told a great story recently how John Wilmot entered into conversation with the guys who ran Snetterton Circuit looking for start money for the car. It's £500 short or £100 short, I can't remember the exact figure. And eventually a local enthusiast said, stop arguing, want to see the car out for the first time, I will pay the money.
The son of the founder of Snetterton, Mr. Sear, was hill climbing at Bowness last weekend.
Oh, perfect. Up in Scotland. Love to go to that event. Well, there's an expectancy in the air. Conditions so different to last year.
Little bit of cement dust on the exit to the chicane. That'll soon blow away.
Hope there wasn't an incontinent tank or half track.
Yes, so do I. The Grey Mark 1 Jaguar had a tank slapping moment at the last lap of the last race, giving us all lots of entertainment and a bit of heart in the mouth.
Absolutely. Well, the Tourist Trophy, the Great Britain's oldest motorsporting event, dating back to 1905. And as the cars come forward onto the grid, here is our grid formation for the 2014 running of the RACT celebration. Number 1 then, and that is Andrew Smith, who starts the Oliver Bryant AC Cobra. Alongside him, 241, that'll be Jamie McIntyre first, then Bobby Burden-Rowe, former race winner. The Dutchmen are on the outside of the front row. That's David Hart, who starts, and Hidde van der Harde, the ex-Formula 1 driver, in the Cobra. The second row is 3, Joe Colasacco, who starts with Derek Hill in the Maserati, and alongside we have Rory Henderson and Darren Turner. Darren Turner starts that Cobra. The next row will be Chris Baton standing over to Matt Neal. Andy Newell handing over to Ross Warburton, number 31. 12, which will be Ludovic Carroll, then Nick Manassian. Row 4 is Robin Liddell, who starts, and then Matt Nicol-Jones goes in the 50E time. 66 is James Cottingham, who will hand over to Andy Jordan in their Cobra. Then we go to Pearson and Harris. Gary Pearson starts the 16. We got Barry Williams starts the 15, and 27. Wolfgang Friedrichs starts the Aston Martin, last year's winner that was qualified by Simon Hadfield. Row 6, we go back. I don't think we have the Fiskin and Hardman car, but 80, Richard Mines starts his Jaguar. Rob Huff takes it over. Go back to number 7, which will be Craig Davis in the Corvettes, handing over to Jason Plato. 18, Katsu Kubota, the Japanese driver, who will hand over to Joaquin Falk-Rusignol. Hawkins, lightweight E. 36 is the Lindsay car, Ludo Lindsay in Bill Bridges' Cobra. 111 is John Young in his Corvette. Steve Soper will take over the orange car. 60 is Christian Horner, the Red Bull F1 team chief, who will hand over to Jackie Oliver in the Ferrari. 79 is going to be Joe Twyman, who starts, and then we've got James Littlejohn taking over in 79. 5 will be Tom Alexander, the Aston Martin, the white Aston Martin, handing over to Adrian Wilmot. 19 is Jochen Mass in the green Cobra, Bill Shepherd to take it on. Joe Bamford starts the 14 Ferrari, handing over to Alain de Cadenet. 6 is going to be Carlo Vogler in the Ferrari GTO, Lucas Hooney, the second driver. 4 will be Danny Sullivan, then Ian Dalglish, the Canadian, American and the Canadian in the 4 Aston. Mark Devis starts the pale blue Ferrari. Richard Atwood will take it over. Clive Joy in the 21 Ferrari. Derek Bell to take over. And at the back, number 16, which will be Vincent Gay. Yes, look at that, the silver Ferrari. Well, in fact, the yellow Ferrari came out for an extra lap of qualification with Jackie Oliver in it this morning. I thought my eyes didn't deceive me.
Yeah, I think you're also right about the Fiskin Hardman E-Type, the gunmetal one, not being there. I didn't spot it.
Brother Bill was down in the assembly area, said it wasn't there, so that would make sense. I can see the Huff and Mines Cut 7 is there.
Watch out for the little Lotus 11 red van, so nimble around the corners.
Yes, certainly will. It's Cobra, Ford V8 power, Iso Bitserini, 5.3 litres, bigger engine, Chevrolet power, and Cobra on the outside, David Hart, DHG red stripe car.
Okay, Marcus, money on the desk. Who's going to win?
Well, I have to say, I think that this year it is the turn of the AC Cobra that sits on pole. I'm not just picking the quickest qualifier, but I think the partnership is there, the partnership is right.
My money's on the Bitserini.
Is it?
We'll have a little side bet, Marcus.
Absolutely.
Bruce, what are you on?
Half a crown?
Oh, stretch me. I was going to go for number 1 as well, just because I think it's such a well-balanced
Did
pairing.
I see the standard pennant still stuck out there on the inside of Madrid Court?
No, it got moved very late on, even after the military parade.
There was something sitting up there still. But look at that. And those 3 Ferrari 250 GT Berlinettas at the back of the grid. This is the pace of this. A 1:25.247 was the...
We're starting 20 minutes or so late,
yes.
So the Cameron Hunter hopefully will have their takeoff delayed, so they're not cruising around for 10 minutes at 1,500 quid a minute.
It's eye-opening, isn't it?
There's the little red van Lotus, not the prettiest car on the grid, but doesn't have to worry about tyre wear which is a concern for some of the big cars.
Top 16 qualifiers, ladies and gentlemen, under the magic 1 minute 30 seconds round here, which is absolutely exceptional.
Yep, 4 seconds between pole and 16th place, or 3.998 seconds. No wonder the cameras are out all around the circuit. What an array of cars. Where else in the world do we see cars of this calibre? Beautiful, beautiful.
Yeah, this is absolutely superb. The greatest GT cars of the 60s out to play again. Ferrari APB1, which was a TT winner here in period with Graham Hill, but then rebodied in the 64 shape. 62 TT with Hill. Which one was which? Hill won one, Innes Island won one in the UDT Lakestall car, the pale green car that used to compete in this event. I'm going to close the side window of the commentary box just for a moment, just so we can hear ourselves think, and we don't have feedback through the microphones for you. 2 is David Hart on the outside of the front of the grid. Recently at Zandvoort.
I think Chris Baton could have a pretty good run as well in the Sunbeam Lister Tiger before handing over to Matt Neal, so watch out for that one.
Yes,
too.
he could.
Car
not long on brakes by and large, though. I think the Tigers were underspecified by and large, but I think Lister addressed that with the Le Mans car. It's a big bus, but it goes well. John Felix drops the flag, and the 2 Cobras get away better than the Bezzarini. But look at that, David Hart chops across to the inside. He has the lead. It's the red and gold car. Andrew Smith is in second place. The Bitzers down in about 6th at this point. So, yes, in 3rd place is Darren Turner. 4th is Colasacco. 5th is the Sunbeam Tiger. And in 6th place is the Bizzarini, ahead of the 12 Cobra, which is the French-driven car of Ludovic Caron.
Bizzarini had a lot of wheel spin off the line, so did right down.
Well, that was a real message of intent from David Hart from the outside of the front row, cutting straight across the infield. And Ollie Bryant is now just 1 car length behind, and Darren Turner in 3rd place. The Bizzarini almost on the grass, going around the outside of the Lister at St Mary's. Yeah, that was very brave.
The Lister Tiger, Bruce, had a big moment, a big grassy moment at the kink.
Okay, super close, everyone's behaving themselves, and again on the outside the Lister Tiger pushed wide there, and the Bizzarini with Jamie McIntyre through into 5th place. You can see in the backdrop Hart leading the way though from Ollie Bryant, and then Darren Turner, and then Joe Colasacco. 3 ACs at the front and fighting all the way, and now having to really defend his lead is David Hart, holding the inside line as they come down, squirming as they put the brakes on down into Woodford.
Yep, it is David Hart who leads from Andrew Smith. The 2 Cobras clear of the field. 3 Cobras, in fact, because Darren Turner's right there too. Behind them, Joe Colasacco in the Maserati. Behind him is 241, which is Jamie McIntyre. Behind McIntyre, it's Baton in the Tiger. Then it's Carroll. Then it's next to the, it's an E-Type Jag, in fact, but from the 16 car, I would think of Gary Pearson with a red E-Type snapping at its heels. It's the car of Robin Liddell. And Caron goes up the inside of the Tiger and takes a place from Chris Baton.
Number 19 into the pits.
19 into the pits then.
Green
the end of the first lap. That is the Cobra of Jock and Mass.
So apologies for saying Ollie Bryant was in the 2nd place car. Number 1, of course, it's Andrew Smith, who does seem to be in every second race here at the Goodwood Revival. He was out in a Porsche earlier. He's lost a little bit of ground. David Hart really attacking. He finished 3rd in one of the races yesterday. Very much enjoying his meeting. I'm looking to see where the Jamie McIntyre pedal Bizzarini is. He's in there in 5th place. He's got to see if he can hunt down the Maserati ahead of him. Number 3 with Joe Colasacco at the wheel, but holding sway at the front. David Hart in a spin from the
Harry Canary.
And 212 Aston Martin going across the grass as well. Friedrichs will bring that back to the circuit rather faster than 36 will return to the greensward.
Yeah, Ludovic Lindsay spun the Harry Canary.
Looked as if it was going into retirement. I don't know if Ludovic can get it back on the track.
Well, we've still got a stationary yellow. I can't see to my left all the way around to towards Lavant. The trees are in the way, so I suggest 1 is still down there. Well, at the front of the race, it's 2 from 1. It's still David Hart from Andrew Smith, and Smith has closed up an awful lot around the last quarter of the lap, and then Darren Turner making it 3 AC Cobras, and it's nose to tail all the way down to 10th place.
It is all down this main straight, one after another. These thundering cars go through. And it's still 2 from 1 from 17. That's Darren Turner in third place. Colasacco is in fourth. 2-4-1 is McIntyre. Up to sixth place has come Ludovic Carroll.
And he's really pressing hard there. You can see him on the tail of Jamie McIntyre. It's a fantastic lap for the French driver and Jamie McIntyre. But Scott is really going to have to watch his tail end as they go down to Ford Water, through Ford Water into the dip.
Gary Pearson in 16 is up into 7th place ahead now of Chris Baton and Robin Liddell in 50 and Andy Newell.
Joe Twyman's still down in 17th place in the Little Lotus.
Oh, a big twitch. So Darren Turner's gone off at St Mary's, and a big twitch from Jamie McIntyre behind him. So I think Carroll will probably pick up another position, and Darren Turner's come back in about 8th or 9th position behind 31, which is the Andy Newell Ross Warburton Jaguar.
Bruce, did the yellow Cobra get going again?
I don't think it did. I have a yellow and red flag opposite me at St Mary's, so greasy surface.
It's coming in. The yellow Harry Canaries in the pits.
So that was quite a moment for Darren Turner, not a driver who normally makes mistakes, but the yellow and red flag opposite me at St Mary's tells the tale. Slippery surface, and he suffered in number 17.
And we've got 2 Cobras out front, and we've got 2 Cobras in the pits, because we've lost the Jochen Mas car and Ludovic Lindsay. David Hart through ahead of Andrew Smith. In third place now.
Oh, spin for number 50 coming out of the chicane. That's Robin Liddell has gone round.
Oh, and the Tiger's gone as well.
And Darren Turner was delayed. Oh, the orange Corvette Stingray right in the mix. So let's have a look at what happened. Marcus, talk us through it.
Well, let's have a look. We had 50 Liddell spun. There's a lot of oil down there. 16, 8 and 50 all spun.
Well, that's bad news for them, very good news for the leaders. That means they've broken the toe, and the first 2 cars, the AC Cobras of David Hart, is stretching away. And then Andrew Smith, it's a long gap back to Joe Colasacco, and then the Bizzarini, and then an even bigger gap back to the remains of that chasing pack. And here's a replay of, I presume, when Darren Turner, no, it must have been this lap. I thought it was Darren Turner's moment.
Well, that's really put the cat among the pigeons, hasn't it, at the end of the third lap.
Gary Pearson gained a lot of positions there in all of that schmozzle.
Well, it certainly did.
I wonder if the Canary broke an oil line.
But in fact, the Pearson car actually was involved in all that and dropped back, in fact. So the order now is 2, 1 and 3. Colasacco in third place. McIntyre is up into fourth. Fifth is Carroll in 12. 31 Newell is next up. Then 7 is Davis in the Chevy. 8th is the 66 Cottingham car. Then 9th is Turner, who went off earlier on. 18 is Kubota. He's in 10th place now. And then we've got John Young behind him. Then Chris Baton, who obviously fell back in all that.
But look how Darren Turner in 17 is pressuring Craig Davis in the Corvette number 7. But that came up. Number 7 started 16th on the grid, so he's gained 9 places already. I fear he's about to lose this position. I think Darren Turner ought to be able to haul him in, but a great drive so far by Craig Davis.
Yes, of course, he was able to miss. He had the pleasure of being able to miss that, skirt the incident, which gained him 3 or 4 places at a stroke.
Amazingly little body damage in that mass spinning exercise.
Yeah, Baton was going backwards in the Tiger, and everyone kind of avoided him, but very, very tight. And Turner coming back at the Chevy.
But David Hart pulling away in the lead. He was 1 minute 27.011 was his best lap of the race so far. He's 3 and a bit seconds clear. And that little battle we've been looking at between 7 and 17, between Craig Davis and Darren Turner, now they're being caught very much by Cottingham behind them.
That's another pair, Davis Turner. You see they're shipping trucks
on the move.
All over the
They're on
place.
the move.
Davis and Turner then 7th and 8th place. Cottingham in 66 is 9th. Kubota is 10th in 18. Then it's Young in 111. Baton is next up in the 8th car. Then Pearson in 16. Mines is in 80. Then Bamford. Behind Bamford is Friedrichs, already recovering from that spin out on the grass early on when the Hairy Canary went off. But it's 3.4 seconds between the first 2 now, 2 and 1, the 2 Cobras.
Yeah, it keeps stretching out, but James Cottingham, as I said, right on the tail of Darren Turner, so 66 pressing 17, and Craig Davis hanging on. He was the one who gained all the positions, but he's not being disgraced running around in 7th
We've got Chevrolet Corvettes at either end of that 5-car train. Going through behind the leaders. 2, 1 and 3, the top 3. Then the Bizzarini, the alley body Bizzarini, you can see behind the Maserati there is right on tail, McIntyre on the tail of Colasacco. and Ludovic Caron is right with them as well. Behind Ludovic Caron is Andy Newell going well in the ex-Lumsden Sargent low drag coupe.
Yeah, really carrying the speed through St
Ross
Mary's.
Warburton.
He gained a car length or two through there, but there's a lot of car in front of him, and he's going to see if he can get up the inside of Caron there. This is fantastic.
That's
Look at
a
that, 4 different
great
types
group,
of
isn't it?
cars. Brilliant, brilliant. This is entirely what this race is about.
It is indeed, and Carlos Sacco in that Maserati. It must be very difficult to see out of that car. It seems to have very limited visibility options other than through the front. The low-line Bitserini is behind it, the Chevrolet engine, Ford V8 engine in the AC, and the Jag behind that. Well, here are leaders going by, and David Hart is absolutely streaking away, but fastest lap of the race last time round to Andy Newell.
Oh, that's why
26.947.
That's how he's managed to get onto the back of that little trio, turning it into a quartet.
Former off-road champion Andy Newell, for the Fordster as well.
So there's 31, Andy Newell we've been talking about. If you're looking at the big screens, he's in 6th place. Ludovic Caron in number 12 is in 5th. Then Jamie McIntyre 4th, slashing past one of the back markers. No problems at all. And certainly no problems for the first and second runners, David Hart and Andrew Smith. But 4.5 seconds between them now. Hart leading the way. What we're starting to see in that little battle for third place is Colosacco is able to pull just a little bit clear of the Iso Bitserini, and then behind Ludovic Caron is keeping Jamie McIntyre more than a little bit on his toes. You could see there he was having a nibble as they went through the second part of Lavant, and then Andy Newell, who caught them just a lap ago, is just trying to choose his moment, but the battle is allowing Joe Colosacco to escape in third in the Maserati.
Yes, it is. And that battle behind with Craig Davis, Darren Turner, we've got James Cottingham, Katsu Kubota, Chris Bayton and John Young, all having a whale of a time in there. The two Cobras getting further and further apart. David Hart's got his foot down, and he's going to hand this car to Guido van der Harde, the ex-Caterham F1 racer. Colosacco, as you say, is escaping, but now McIntyre's got Ludovic Caron up alongside him. Caron wants to bridge the gap right now, and he comes through on the inside of Madgwick Corner.
Just rubbing the grass as he did so, and Andy Newell seeing if he can pick up any of the scraps from behind, and that big Bitserini got really quite sideways in front of him and filled all of his view. And now I think Caron will get away from the Bitserini, and he can go on after the Maserati in the battle for third.
Gary Pearson, after that early spin, is down in 13th
Oh,
place.
a move up the inside into St Mary's side by side, and Newell doesn't quite manage it, and the McIntyre Bitserini carries on in 4th place, but that was very close indeed.
The driver's door of the low drag E-Type seems to be slightly adrift.
Yes, I just spotted that on the screen. Well picked out.
That's evidence for a little scrape. Also, yes, it's slightly open, isn't it? Oh yes, it's the windows kind of popped out of its out of its housing.
Darren Turner going up the inside now of Craig Davis. Will the move finally work as they come out of the second part of Lavant? And will the AC Cobra nose ahead? No, it won't. And trying to go alongside is 66, which is James Cottingham.
Yeah, the Chevy's got more grunt. That's what it is. Chevy has more grunt than the Ford. 6 seconds first to second.
Yellow Cobra still being worked on in the pits. I suspect replacing an oil line. Let's hope they get out again.
David Hart is sparing nothing in his attack at the lead of the race. He's just gone past Tom Alexander's DB4 GT Aston Martin as though it was standing still, and he's just rattling off the laps. 1 minute 27.0, 1 minute 27.0, 1 minute 27.2. So an exemplary drive.
Guido was actually sorry he was stopped in practice. He really wanted to have a go at pole, I'm told. He reckoned he could have got it too. Car qualified third, good enough. Newell now all over the back of the Bitserini. Bitserini's twice a winner here with in the TT Revival with Richard Atwood and Mark Hales.
That window is opening wider and wider, isn't it?
It is.
on the low drag E-type.
Pearson
Now we
up
could
into
have
that next group.
Yeah, we could have a little change of order, because up ahead of Darren Turner, but at least momentarily as they come out of Lavant, is 66, which is James Cottingham. But Darren's on the inside, but no, enough momentum carried Cottingham past, and it looks as though Darren's lost 2 places, because the Sunbeam Mr. Tiger with Chris Baton has come past as well, and Gary Pearson fancies a chance, so it's all gone very wrong.
It gets past both Turner and Baton into Woodcote corner. He's making up ground hand over fist after that early spin. He's now up to 3rd in that amazing group, which is 7 cars now. 7 cars trying a big sideways for Craig Davis, the Sub-Zero Wolf Chevrolet Corvette. Absolutely superb to watch.
Worth pointing out that last time around, Ludovic Caron nearly got into the 1 minute 26s, so he's absolutely flying in number 12, chasing after the Maserati. The black AC Cobra gaining more ground as they go through St Mary's. And I swivel my head to the right to look what's going to be arriving at Fordwater, and it's the battle you can see on your screens with Darren Turner, sadly, at number 17, working his way back down the order. He's been moved back from 2nd in that group to 5th. 2 other cars tucking in behind, but holding sway, bouncing off the curbs at the apex. Before St Mary's is Craig Davis. That should allow James Cottingham in 66, the dark blue Cobra, have a chance to take a move as they go around the DB4 GT and get into Lavant.
1 car's arrived in the pits below us, and I reckon that is 15.
15 is in the pits.
Look at the Bitterin is slightly forced off the line.
Over the grass coming out of Woodcote corner, and Newell pounces on that forced error. Andrew Smith responding now, 27.4, quicker than the race leader, and yes, Newell went up the inside, and they didn't rub, but McIntyre found himself a little bit short of exit space. Ahead of them is the Tom Alexander white Aston Martin. Sacco in 3, still 3rd. Caron is in 4th, in 12th. 31 is Newell now.
But Ludovic Caron is right within 3-4 car lengths of Joe Colasacco in that battle for 3rd place. Maserati holding on to it, but the closest stuff is still that group that's just going to be arriving any moment.
Pearson's now back at the head of it in the car that was way down after his spin. 13th place on lap 3 after the spin, Gary Pearson, and he's back up into 7th place.
Yep, he's got ahead of Craig Davis, who's being attacked very hard now. 7 ahead of 8. That's Davis, as you can see, with Chris Baton in the Sunbeam Lister Tiger, trying everything to go up inside him. I think it's just a matter of time, but Davis really was the opportunist. He grabbed the moment when the cars spun in front of him, and now he's starting to lose out. Ooh, 2 wheels on the grass, that's not so good for Davis, but he keeps, as you say, that great grunt from that Chevrolet engine, and powers away out of the Lavant corner.
2nd place Cobra, lights ablaze, beginning to lap the back markers.
Is this the move for 3rd place? It's not going to quite work. Ludovic Caron goes up the inside of Joe Colasacco. Joe Colasacco holds him off, but who's going to be ahead at the exit of Madwig? It's still going to be the Maserati, but it's starting to be nibbled away at.
Yeah, Ludovic Caron, who has Nick Manassian waiting in the pits, wants this to be a Cobra 1, 2, 3, and he's trying everything to unseat Joe Colasacco, who won the front engine Formula Junior race here 2 years ago in a Stangalini. Nothing if not versatile, driving the cars of Lawrence Oriana. 5.7, so Andrew Smith just nibbling away, 2nd PB in a row for the Scot.
Ludovic Lindsay back in the Hairy Canary Yellow Cobra, out of the pits again, so many laps down.
Gary Pearson is completely on his own in number 16, and still Craig Davis blocks everyone behind him, but doing so very very in that Corvette, and still that battle for 3rd place caught again on the screens. Ludovic Caron in the dark AC Cobra pushing the little very chop-tailed Maserati around, but Colasacco does seem to be the measure of him.
And David Hart wants to send a marker down now, because he's done his best time, and that is a 26.969, only a fraction outside Andy Newell's best of the race. And the Chevy and the Tiger running together. Chris Baton there has
well, that's going to open the floodgates, because 2 have gone past him now.
Oh, what a big spin and a 12th car. That's Caron in the barrier hard. Ludovic Caron.
Well, he was closing in, of course, on the Maserati. Didn't see the start of that incident, but down at the end of the lap, that's quite a dent there in the front end and a dent in the rear.
Just below the doom bar. Look at that.
So a safety car probably.
That's quite likely.
Well, he's managing to drive it away, which is encouraging.
Now, where is that on the circuit?
Is it the start of the lap? Because he completed the previous... No, hold on.
Madrick.
It's up at Madrick,
Yes, it is Madrick. He just started the next lap.
Oh, dear.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
well, that's why he went round. Well,
got on the grass, couldn't stop it.
Well, he had dived past the Maserati as they went past the back marker, but he did so by going on the grass, and this, unfortunately, is the outcome as the photographers sensibly duck down as he arrives. That's a big old shunt. Shame, it was a great drive by Ludovic up until that point.
Unlucky lap 13 for Ludovic Caron. Well, the race goes on, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep, and there's Darren Turner picking off Craig Davis, who's gradually being moved back down through this group. And right behind him now is a silvery type with a black roof with Katsu Kubota. We don't normally see him in things that aren't single-seater, so he's really broadening.
Katsu is loving this.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's just, every year he's adding more and more experience. He drove beautifully at Monaco Historique.
He's very good in a Group C too, a Group C car as well, a Group C Nissan.
Yeah.
And, another car has arrived in the pits. Which one is it, Chris?
Williams and
the red.
Greensill.
I think it's the red Bizzarini again.
Yeah, number 15. Number
15. Yeah.
Well, Andy Newell up to 4th place now in 31. McIntyre now is 5th.
So we're getting ready for driver changes.
Is that a Christian Horner we see with a Red Bull helmet?
It is a safety car.
Safety car is out. The second by one of the day.
Yes.
And the pit window is open. You can see that strap across the bottom.
A lot of diving for the pits.
They will
this time round.
And it's a very, very narrow pit lane for these big cars when they come in. So
first come, first served.
Exactly. Some will gain from this, and some unfortunately will lose out.
Now the 64 Ferrari is coming round the chicane. Will he have seen that it's safety car and come in? Yes, he will. Leading a big queue, followed by Cut 7, the Aston Martin Project car, Wolfgang Friedrichs, and short wheelbase Ferraris with something stuck on the front of the car ignores the invitation to go into the pit lane, as does the Harry Canary, because that's been in for quite a while.
Tiger pit next lap signal being sent out.
Oh, the Maserati takes a last minute decision.
And Andy Newell comes in behind him.
Very busy in the pit. This is when you want your pit crew to wear very identifiable clothing, so you don't waste a second or two trying to find them. Andrew Smith out of the car, Ollie Bryant in number 1,
and David Hart stopped as well. I can see Gary Spencer, the team manager, rushing down, ripping the door open. They're going to try to install Guido Vadajada in that car as soon as possible. In goes Guido.
Well,
David Hart, the blue helmet's out on the left-hand side.
Well, they're in a good position by the pit exit, but I think it could be a quicker pit stop for the number 1 car. It was running behind on the circuit, but they could gain a second or two.
But he's blocked, he can't get out.
Oh, what a disaster. So Guido van der Garde is going to increase the advantage that number 2 had over number 1. So David Hart, fabulous first stint. And now
Bryant will be absolutely spitting bullets at that, but of course he's still under safety car situation.
Traffic jam in the pit
has a
lane.
chance.
Yeah, has a chance to close back onto the tail of number 2. Wow, what drama. So just with the safety car out, David Hart brought number 2 in from the lead. He was on a lead of about 5 seconds or so, and then
pretty much everyone else is coming in.
Good grief.
241 is still out there, though, isn't he? That's now McIntyre now leads the way.
Well, this could be a masterstroke for the Bizzarini. It was down in 6th place. You can see drivers running up the pit lane to unite themselves with their cars. It's crazy in there.
Activity.
Pearson in 16 will be out there as well. He hasn't stopped. Probably next to the non-stoppers might even be the 61 Gay and Reed.
Out goes the
yellow Ferrari.
Lister Tiger.
So the cat's well and truly among the pigeons.
The GTO.
The doors open on the GTO 64, number 14.
And
had that just made its pit stop?
It was first into the pits. Will it have to come in again, or can the driver?
It may do. Here comes the safety car. Now, are we going to see?
Well, Marcus, they're getting the Cobra pretty quickly out of the way.
We do. these. Pizzarini has come in this time. That was essentially the race leader.
Terrible frustration as the Stingrays are held at the pit exit.
I can imagine, yes, fierce words inside Jason Plato's helmet, waiting to take over, waiting to go out in number 7.
What's happened is that 241's now in the pits. Was the erstwhile leader, albeit as a result of the safety car and dash for the pits. So David Hart and his co-driver now, Guido van der Garde, are now in the lead. They're 2.6 seconds clear, 2.6 seconds clear, still under safety car of Oliver Bryant. Oliver Bryant has numerous more years experience at Cobras than Guido, who's
Bobby Verden
previously raced the car once.
Shoved into the Pizzarini. They'll probably have to pull it back a bit to get round the car in front, or can it? Yes, they will.
A 17-point turn.
That'll help build up
the
Bobby's
engine-
biceps, won't it?
Yes, the engine stalled as well, I think.
That will have cost Bobby Verden quite a bit of time, I think.
So Derek Hill, it might be negated by the fact the safety car might get another lap anyway. But Derek Hill now in third place in car number 3.
Here's
Gary
what you need to
Pearson's
know,
still
Marcus.
fourth. Yeah.
Here's what you need to know. Number 2 and number 1 are running consecutively, and there's only a couple of car lengths between them behind the safety car. So when the
Absolutely.
safety car is released, and they're about I think they're 4th and 5th in that group of cars behind by 1.
So various cars being ushered past the safety car so that number 2 can catch up with the red Jaguar.
Matt Neal is in 6th place in car number 8. There's the Bifford Cobra. Came past the Maserati and the Pizzarini.
Yeah. Sadness. There's no escape at Goodwood.
Well, Ludovic had quite a long time to realise it had all gone horribly wrong as he got onto the grass. Now we're still looking at the safety car leading around, but he has 2 behind him who is the race leader, and 1 is tucked in behind him as well. So the race order has not been disrupted for the front 2, but what's happened, the lead that was built up so well by David Hart, 5+ seconds. Not doing anything fancy, just being so super consistent and quick.
Little Lotus still up there.
Andy Jordan in 66 is now in 7th place, ahead of Matt Nicol-Jones.
I'm not sure that the
very quick.
Red Van Lotus has been into the pits.
Is the safety car light off?
It has.
No,
it has.
a
Okay.
tiny little orange flasher on the back of it, like a big one on the roof. The Colasaco Hill car is shown as not having stopped.
It has stopped.
That can't
I
be
believe
right.
it stopped as well.
Yeah, no, it'd be further. It would be in front if it hadn't stopped. So,
yeah,
another little timing glitch. So, a chance for the drivers to gather their thoughts, and certainly some will be trying to cool down after the kerfuffle in the pit lane. It was very, very hard to make space for almost the entire field when it came in.
Last year's winner, Simon Hadfield, up to 12th place. It may be a temporary 12th place, but he's there. And as you said, last year, he thought the car might be good enough for a top 10 finish in this race in the dry. And the wet rewrote the form book and saw quite a lot of people rip up their victory speeches.
1 or 2 cars still at racing speeds down pit lane, desperate to catch up with the queue.
Orange light still flashing on the rear of the safety car as it leads around 2 and 1, the AC Cobras that are dominating this race. Then behind them they've got a pair of Corvette Stingrays, but they are not in the running order. We're still listed as having Joe Colasaco, who's about 6 cars further back. In fact, he's now handed over, of course, to Derek Hill in the Maserati, still in 3rd place. And then the Pearson Chris Harris E-Type, number 16, is in 4th.
Is he allowed to overtake the Stingrays in the safety car queue?
Absolutely not.
No.
We've got Matt Neal, BCCC champion in car 8, with reigning champion Andy Jordan in 66 on his tail. Something sounds very
Number 15 has come in again for its
cacophonous.
3rd pit visit, and it's not got a happy engine.
Sounds like it has the plug leads on the wrong order.
Yeah. It's a V7 at the moment. Yep. people looking worriedly at the big V8.
Well, we have waved yellow flags around the circuit alongside the safety car boards held out, but the good thing is we don't have yellow and red
Safety
flags.
cars pulled off at the chicane.
That means it's gone. That's fantastic. So as we finish lap 17 and go into 8, the safety car has gone.
Van der Garde, good restart, but number 1 hard on his heels.
Now the pressure is on the sometime Formula 1 driver. Third place is the Sacco Hill car. That's the things. Looking to see where the
2 yellow
Davis
cars into
Plato
the
car is
pits, the
showing.
250 short wheelbase followed by the Cobras. This time, presumably, Ludovic to hand over the Heri Canary.
Well, the first duo of AC Cobras have had those Corvettes behind them that were a lap down, and they're pulling away from the rest yet again. So David Hart handed over to Guido van der Harde, and he's being pushed very hard indeed by Ollie Bryant in number 1, who's closed right onto his tail.
Jason Plato on the grass in front, he's just kicking up the dust. Oh, Van der Harde has gone wide at Lavant, he's lost the lead. He's getting back on.
Well, that was the first bit of pressure. Yes, we had Ollie Bryant giving him a little nibble around the rear, all completely legit, but it's funny, you get used to the cars were so balanced beforehand. Maybe tyres still a little cool after those pit stops, and the first time they had to really push on, and wide he went.
Plato had been skirting the grass at St Mary's. Look at this stampede down the Lavant run towards Woodcote.
Where was Pearson in that group? Because Colin Sacco is still listed as third.
Harris now in there? It probably is.
Oh, sorry, of course it is. Of course we changed. Let's get the notes.
16 Harris-driven car goes through past the Ferrari, the 64-shaped Ferrari. Well, it's Ollie Bryant now ahead by 2.7. So Ollie Bryant with the fastest lap of the race at 1:26.590. Well, Van der Garde is in second place.
He lost 2.5 seconds on that lap.
Yes, he did.
So very, very impressive first flying lap, if you will, from Ollie Bryant there. So 1:26.5. That's the fastest lap, as Marcus has pointed out. He should look set to pull away. He's gone through the king before St Mary's.
Look at Nicol Jones going, number 50, the red E-type. He's on the tail of Bobby Verdon Rowe, and he's only half a second behind Bobby Verdon Rowe in the bits, reading number 241.
Okay, another element coming into this race. The wind out the back of the circuit has picked up. We did have talk of possible rain this afternoon. I'm not saying it's going to rain yet, but something is changing in the air.
Bryant certainly is going to push for the next 2 or 3 laps, and you can see what happened here. He gets very, very close to the back. In the background you can see the orange Chevrolet having a moment. That's Jason Plato, and through Van der Harde just didn't get the car turned in, just understeered towards the edge of the track, and well, he got back on. You can see it now from the side. A bit of a tweak first. He manages to keep it pointing loosely in the right direction.
Oh, you must hate yourself when that happens, particularly it's the first time you're down there on a real flyer.
2.8 between them.
Almost identical lap times within a 1/10 of a second. Sorry, 100th of a second between their best laps last time around.
So Bryant, another fastest lap. He's now 2.7, nearly 2.8 seconds ahead. In third place is through Derek Hill. Fourth is Chris Harris in 16th. Fifth is Bobby Verdon Rowe. Right behind Bobby Verdon Rowe in 241 is Nicol Jones. And behind Nicol Jones in number 50 is Matt Neal in 8th, the Sunbeam. Behind them we've got Andy Jordan in 66. Behind Andy Jordan is Simon Hadfield in the Aston, up into 9th place, number 27. Behind him is
number 18 is off, so that is
Folk
Rochdale, just up to 10th place. You were mentioning, Marcus, and
it's a spin for Hocking Folk on lap 20.
Slight crunch on the front right-hand wing, but Joachim Folch gets it out of the trap.
Ex-Bruce McLaren lightweight, I believe, that one.
Might get a replay of that.
So down to complete another lap. Through the chicane comes Ollie Bryant in race leading AC Cobra number 1. That's the red one with the big gold stripe up its middle. He's 2.797 seconds clear of Guido van der Garde last time around. I think that would probably increase this time. 3.241, so he's found nearly half a second more to the lead.
Derek Hill.
Yeah, he's a further 7.8 seconds back from second place, down in
I
third.
still can't work out why the Chevy, the white Chevy, got Jason Plato in it, appears to be down in 14th place.
Well, you know what? He got caught the wrong side of the safety car.
Yes.
Remember,
yes,
he was
right.
delayed at pit exit.
Yeah, and
then he was. You had 2 and 1 behind the safety car, and then the 2 Corvettes. And he was the wrong side of it.
Isn't he? Got Bobby Verdon now under pressure from Matt Nicol-Jones.
Is that
the ready number
Fock's
50?
E-type off on the left again?
Yeah, that's just the kink before St Mary's, and that's with the Folk-Rossignol one. And now you can see number 50 pushing very hard. Matt Nicol-Jones really giving Verdon Rowe a little something to think about.
I think the Spaniard, Folk-Rossignol, probably realised that there was something properly amiss with it, and he couldn't limp it back to the pits. But Verdon Rowe under intense pressure now from Matt Nicol-Jones, one of the quickest Jag E-type men around.
That E-type looks so neat.
Serini with that bonnet, looks like it's sort of slightly propped, doesn't it? Designed to just lift a little, to let a bit of air in. It is flapping slightly.
As is the boot lid of the E-type, which helps the brakes cool, doesn't it?
In still 28 minutes to go. This enthralling RAC TT celebration, and that's Chris Harris just going up the inside of the Plato Chevy. Bobby Verdon Rowe's gone with him, as has Matt Nicol-Jones, and these 3 cars fighting for position. 16, 2, 4, 1 and 50. They're fighting for 4th place, ladies and gentlemen.
Well,
fastest lap of the race to Derek Hill.
Yeah, and they can't do anything about it when they get down to the kink before St Mary's. Is still the waved yellow flags as a Folk-Rossignol's car parked on the outside of the circuit. So with the headlights off is Chris Harris running around in 4th place, and then Verdon Rowe pushing very hard behind him, and in turn Matt Nicol-Jones in the red E-type number 50 giving as good as he gets behind. We have been blessed this year with a fantastic Tourist Trophy celebration.
Absolutely. Let's look at that battle. Straight 6 V8 and straight 6, 5.4 litres of Chevy V8 in the middle of 2 3.8 Jags, and Nicol-Jones is engineering himself into a position where he can have a go, perhaps down under braking for Woodcote corner, but in the meantime Bobby Verdon Rowe fancies his chances at getting past Chris Harris, who resists stoutly coming down into Woodcote. Very, very neat car control from Harris through there. All about exit speed now. Twitch from the Bitserini. Bobby Verdon Rowe, former Formula 1 champ.
While all that was happening, just noticed the laps recorded by Guido van der Garde. So that was the fastest lap of the race,
hasn't he? Yes, 25.764. So Guido 2.06. He's pulled a second back, you know, on Ollie Bryant. You know, competitiveness coming out in the Dutchman.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, he vaulted the curb on the inside of the kink before St Mary's and certainly hauled in another 1/10 of a second there.
That's a good way to damage the suspension,
isn't it, just? And to focus the mind. But the battle for 4th, it's absolutely fantastic. Harris getting very sideways there as he's trying to hold off Bobby Verdon Rowe and the Iso Bitserini, and gaining on both of them yet again is the number 50 with Matt Nicol-Jones.
Hadfield's popping in 28 after 28 now, 28.162 for him, lapping quicker than Andy Jordan, the BTCC champion, ahead of him, and much quicker than Matt Neal last time round as well.
But one of the few front-running drivers able to race on his own at the moment is Derek Hill. He just set the fastest first sector of anybody in 3rd place in Maserati number 3.
Hadfield's in behind those 2 BTCC champions and ahead of the World Touring Car champion of yore, Rob Huff, in the Cut 7 E-type.
So it continues to be nip and tuck in that battle for 4th place. But Verdon Rowe's lost a little bit of ground to Harris there coming out of the chicane. Now he's got to really look in his mirrors, because Matt Nicol-Jones in the red E-type number 50 is going to take a look, and seems a little bit tidier through Madgwick over the past 2 laps than Verdon Rowe is in the big Bitserini ahead of him.
It's a fabulous battle. In case Bobby Verdon Rowe wasn't aware there was a large red E-type filling his mirrors. The lights are on on Nicol Jones's car. He looks down the inside into the kink before you, Bruce.
Yeah, well, the yellow flags have been withdrawn there, so he could have made a move. Wasn't close enough. Now let's see again. Bobby Verden-Rowe carries more speed into St Mary's, but Nicol Jones gets the power down better. And he's having a look around. He's going to have to go to the outside as they go to Lavant, and Bobby Verden-Rowe quite legitimately decides to move to the left of the track a little just to keep him back there, while he in turn attacks number 16, Chris Harris,
Nicol
ahead
Jones,
of him.
poetry in motion as he came sliding out of Lavant that time through the second apex, right behind that Bitzer. He's trying to trap him in behind Chris Harris, whose car is every bit as quick as the others. Under braking, Bobby Verden-Rowe tempted to have an essay down the outside.
Bobby seemed to brake much earlier than Chris Harris into Woodcote. Bonnet flapping a little bit.
2.2 seconds behind the leader. Now it is Van der Harde in 2. 7 seconds down on him is the Maserati.
I wonder if the Bitzerini is getting a rather long brake pedal.
Could well be that braking would explain it down into Woodcote last time around, but just some fabulous shots as you watch them all just drifting through Madgwick. Such a difficult corner to get right. Now traffic could play a role as they get quite cheeky in there, because there's traffic between number 1 and number 2. Ollie Bryant leading the way. Guido van der Garde.
Nicol Jones cut the grass down through Fordwater, the world's fastest Flymo.
Well, here they come, and there's a little gap between Chris Harris now and Bitzerini is about 4 car lengths back, and only half a car length back behind him is Nicol Jones in number 50. Still can't find a way past the super shiny Bitzerini. Going for a look up the inside, but no, Bobby's going to move to the right now, and there is contact there.
The Bitzerini goes round, but even Bobby Verden-Rowe can't hang on to that. And Nicol Jones finds himself off in sympathy on the outside.
Well, it was the smallest of touches.
Yeah, it was a bit of a BTCC nudge, wasn't it?
It was just at the point at which the big Bitzerini needed to have. Look, here they've dropped back from Harris, who had a bit of a moment of his own at St Mary's, and then looking the inside, not close enough, but then he couldn't back out enough as Bobby came across, and there's a little dink, and round goes the Bitzerini.
Yeah.
Well, they're all still going. They haven't lost any positions. The only thing is the change of position. Here's another look with the red E-Type going up the inside, or looking to do so, and Bobby just came across. They rubbed. Bobby, a good save. In fact, he almost lost more time just trying to get the car straight after the spin than from the correction itself.
Don't think it's deranged anything on the front of the E-Type. Nor on the back of the Bitzerini.
2.4 between the leaders. Still have 22 minutes of a third of this race to go, Chris.
It's crazy, isn't it?
Amazing. And 7.5 seconds behind the two Cobras is the Maserati number 3.
And the little red van Lotus has gone sweetly past. Still no dramas.
Harris is 4th in 16. Nicol Jones. There's the Aston's gone. The Aston's gone. And that's Simon Hadfield pulling off in last year's winning car. Down by the everyman. That's up at Madgwick, because that's where Ludovic Caron's car is.
So is he well out of the way, or are we in danger of another safety car?
No, I'm sure he's parked it sensibly out of the way up there.
Looks
Great
like
little battle between the Lister with Matt Neal and James Cottingham. Not James Cottingham, he started, of course, Andrew Jordan. So BTC drivers out together, but the Sunbeam Lister Tiger just ahead of the AC Cobra, 8 ahead of 66. That's the battle for 7th place.
So Bobby Verden-Rowe now with some work to do. He's 4.4 seconds behind Nicol Jones. He's 3 seconds behind Harris, but in fact he's pulled some of those back. Van der Garde has just done a 25.452, down pretty close to yesterday's pole times, but Nicol Jones with a PB has halved the gap back to Chris Harris.
Yes.
And it's the rear tyre's gone down on Hadfield's car. It's the rear left tyre. He's driving it down the grass to try to get it back.
So that wasn't a replay.
Or he doesn't fancy the walk.
Be good if he can get it back, but he doesn't want to damage the... you're right, Marcus. He's trying to get it all the way back to the pits for a quick tyre change.
Well, he's only at Fordwater right now. There's a long way to go still. About 2 miles required.
What we don't want is that tyre tread flailing around and damaging the car.
I'm sure Simon's on top of that. But so almost 2 seconds flat between first and second, between Ollie Bryant and Guido van der Garde. But as Marcus pointed out last time around, Guido set a new fastest lap of the race. So 2 seconds flat.
It's 1.5. It's 1.5 now. It's getting closer.
Okay, looking to set possibly the fastest lap of the race as Simon Hadfield, well, he's still got a little bit of rubber left on that. Aston Martin goes through St Mary's.
Yeah, only at the bottom.
Yes.
Side by side, the Lister Tiger and the Cobra.
Right, down into St Mary's, the corner for St Mary's that has no name. It's the first AC Cobra with Ollie Bryant, number 1, leading the race, and behind number 2 is 1.5 seconds on the start-finish line. It looks though a response is coming from Ollie Bryant in the race leading red and gold AC Cobra. He's just set his fastest first sector of the race, so he is responding to the pressure from Guido van der Garde.
Jones right on the tail now of Chris Harris in 16.
Yep, so he's had his recovery from that moment down at when he had to run wide as the Bizzarini's Bobby Verden-Rose spun in front of him. Bobby's now about 5 or 6 seconds back down the track his recovery drive.
Have we lost the low drag E-Type? I haven't seen it for a bit.
That's the 31 car of Ross Warburton. The owner is down it now, but he's certainly not going as quickly as Andy Newell, nor would he expect to. He's a big businessman. He's Mr. Warburton Bakery.
Oh, right.
So there was a slight response from Ollie Bryant. It was 1.5 second the gap between first and second, now 1.7, so a good lap, but just past the yellow 36.
Has the Aston
AC
got back
Cobra
now?
Oh, well, I doubt it.
It has. It's got back. Yeah, the red dot on our screen indicates that Simon Hadfield is now back in the pits. And we have, yes, up into 4th place, the number 50 car, which is Matt Nicol-Jones, ahead now of Chris Harris.
Marcus going through St Mary's is way less than a second between first and second place. Ollie Bryant had responded, but now look, Guido van der Garde on a real charge.
He waved him up the inside. That there's a problem, I think, with the number 1 car.
Well, his last lap was an acceptable time in number 1. It was a 1 minute 26.0, which was faster than van der Garde.
Either that,
is he making
or
a
he's playing an elegant game of psychology.
Well, he could be. Let's see if he can stick on the tail.
My car's sick. You go past. Maybe that's a possibility.
No, I think he's losing ground, isn't he?
He is. It's all happened on this lap because he was, as we said, 1.7 seconds clear on the start-finish line. The gap came down to about half a second. Let's have a look. Going through St Mary's, where's the wave? Oh yeah, go to the inside.
Unless he's pointing that something's happened down there. There's oil, I think, and yeah, very, very sideways Van der Garde inside him.
Gosh, we could have had the first two going off together, couldn't we?
Yeah, we could have done.
So
both of them down the pit straight.
Back into the lead.
Sounding and looking healthy.
For the Dutch Cobra, back into the lead. Obviously, it led with David Hart up until the safety car, and then it all sort of sorted itself out when Ollie Bryant came out and put the 1 Cobra into the front, and now 2 back ahead. Did I say I thought this one was going to win, or did I say number 1? I can't remember.
There is the low drag E-Type about to be gobbled up.
Van der Garde on the tail now of the Adrian Wilmot driven Aston Martin. Adrian Wilmot, the ex-Formula 3 driver.
Former Formula Parma Audi champion, wasn't he, on his return to racing?
Chris Harris just said that the 16 cars fastest lap of the race. Fuel load now going down considerably, just about into the last quarter of the race.
The brakes and tyres getting very hot.
Jordan, Huff and Neal, all touring car champions, running in 66, 80 and 8, 7th, 8th and 9th places, and Plato behind them. So the 4 touring car races are pretty much together there in terms of the lap chart, all together on track.
Derek Hill has quietly brought the Maserati up into 3rd place.
Well, we've still got just over 15 minutes to go, and Matt Nicol-Jones is really making a stab at it, number 50. Because he's in 4th place, but he set the fastest lap of all of them last time around, so he is closing in. He's just under 10 seconds down on the Maserati.
Yeah, Nicol-Jones lapping, 3/4 of a second-ish quicker than Derek Hill. Perhaps he can get a podium out of this if he works the traffic sensibly, and it works with him.
There is the Maserati.
row in comparison to Harris. No, 9 seconds.
9 seconds down. Lapping faster though, but then I think that could be according to where the traffic was hit.
Where it falls.
Well, one thing that's going to slow Derek Hill is the fact that he's got a whole group of cars up ahead of him that could slow his progress. He's had clear track for quite a while, and maybe in fact there's only one car between them.
Rob Huff in number 80 up into 7th place. Rob Huff ahead of Andrew Jordan. It's 2.3 seconds, so Jordan fallen back. 66 car, Matt Neal is right on Jordan's tail.
Oh. Harry Canary's off, unfortunately.
Oh dear. It's not terribly handily passed. That's down at Lavant, isn't it?
Sort of towards the exit of Lavant, so on it goes, but it's not been the race today.
2.1 seconds first to second now.
I think he's retiring.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything Bryant can do. But may just be holding station, waiting. But I suspect he's run out of something, whether it's grip, whether it's brakes.
Well, maybe he's had to make the decision that it's better to settle for second than to press on and fall off, trying to stay in the lead.
Oof. Hopping the curbs at the kink is Guido van der Garde.
Well, that's not the first time he's done it, I can tell you that. So 2.1 seconds between first and second last time around. Is it going out?
The grass
see him working hard at the wheel. It could be that he's losing a bit of grip.
Well, that time through, Colasacco Hill in 3 and Nicol Jones, well, 10.2 seconds between them, lapping in pretty much the same times. Verdon Rowe, though, is eating into Chris Harris's advantage in 5th place, 6.3 seconds. And it gained nearly 3 seconds.
It was a slow lap from Harris, though. I don't know if he hit traffic. 1 minute 30. The others are lapping the 127s. He has been before, so I think he just got on the wrong side of the tail end.
Was the leader slightly delayed there in the chicane?
Yeah, the gap looks like it's going to come down. I know it's a foreshortening shot. It was 2.1. It's now 1.3. Yes, so it will ebb and it will flow. But whatever the problem is, and has been for Bryant, maybe it's going away.
12.5 minutes to go.
And there's Bryant's mate, that's the Twyman and Little John Lotus.
Keeping well out of the way.
That's Little John on board at the moment, James Little John. Twyman started the race in that lovely, very unusual Lotus bread van.
The whole back of which opens with the roof. It's sort of convertible to get into.
12 minutes remaining until the checkered flag will be shown. Is number 1 going to get back into the lead, or will number 2 stay on board? Will the Dutch Cobra win the day?
Slide.
And will BVR in the Bitzerini number 241 be able to do anything about Chris Harris up the road? It's down to 5.7 seconds, but he's running out of laps.
That he is, and in fact we've really talked very little in recent laps about the Maserati. He's just sitting there on his own. Derek Hill in 3rd place. He's nearly 11 seconds down.
Matt Neal in the Tiger in number 8 is now up ahead of Jordan in the 66 car.
We thought that Nicol Jones was going to threaten the Maserati, but he doesn't seem to be closing the gap.
No. 2.8 seconds, so Van der Garde a better lap.
I think I'm going to lose my half crown, Bruce, on the Bitzerini.
I think Marcus and I are both going to lose our half crowns. We didn't predict number 2. I thought about it, but we both said number 1 Cobra. 11 minutes left for us to maybe save our face, but it's looking as though the Dutch Cobra is doing the job needed.
The poor old car number 1, Hem 6, has been so close on numerous years, and it's been badly hit twice. One by a guest driver and one with a guest driver driving it.
Yeah, the gap is going out. 2.8 seconds on the start-finish line. Another good-looking lap being produced by Guido van der Garde. Ollie Bryant's doing all he can, but he is just hanging on. And 10 minutes 40 remaining.
Another half a second or so nibbled back, 4.9 seconds. But Harris holding him. This is a super battle between the touring car champions. And it's 8 Matt Neal in the Sunbeam Lister Tiger, one of the 3 cars developed by Listers to go to Le Mans in 64, B-Reg 64 car, and behind him young Andrew Jordan, the reigning BTCC champion in this 66 Racing Snakes Cobra.
Yes, as this race progresses, it's almost easy to forget we had that sort out coming out of the chicane that affected about half a dozen cars, and that certainly split up the field. The safety car
3.7 between first and second, and I have a suspicion the Bryant car doesn't sound quite as fresh as it did.
No,
earlier
and
in the
it's
race.
sliding around a lot more.
These are the touring car champions on your screen then. Number 8 is Matt Neal in the Sunbeam, and then the dark blue Cobra of Andy Jordan.
This is one of the battles of the race, isn't it?
Certainly is. They've now got Rob Huff well ahead of them in Richard Mines' Cut 7 Jag number 80. 4 seconds between Bobby Verden-Rowe and Chris Harris. Another 9/10 nibbled back. Got about 5 more laps in this race, I suspect. It might just about go to 40. But Verden-Rowe certainly hasn't given up. Huff goes through in the number 80 in 7th place. And the two touring car men, current touring car men, whittling through. Good to see the Aston Martin 27 running strongly again, albeit a lot of laps behind. Simon Hadfield's driving the... It's down in 19th place, it's 3 laps off the beam, but lapping in 27.6 within a couple of tenths of the car's best in the race.
Let's hope our next air display is delayed. It's due now, but the camera and the hunters hopefully held on the ground so that they don't get involved in this race.
Well, there may be a problem for Ollie Bryant. He's still lapping in the mid 1 minute 27s, but it seems that Guido van der Harde can lap in the race leading number 2 at will in the 1 minute 26s. We have just over 8 minutes remaining. It looks as though he's done the job required, but then there could still be back markers between he and success. He has a bit of clear track ahead of him.
3.5 the gap now between 16 Harris, 241 Verden-Rowe.
Matt Neal still fending off Jordan, who's dropped a length or 2 behind.
Down in Woodcote Corner, those two.
Didn't take him long to catch it up again, though, did it?
Great to see these two guys working at the wheels. Neil throwing the Tiger left out of the chicane. Andy Jordan looking very relaxed in the Cobra. Not lapping as quickly as Rob Huff in 80. Here's the Jag, who is a little way up the road now. Some 9 seconds. The road. No, that doesn't sound that nice.
Sounds very flat.
7.8 seconds. Now, can the Maserati catch the Cobra? Can the number 3 Mazda catch up? Well, he's 8 seconds behind, but lapping 3 seconds, 2.5 seconds quicker. 8 seconds behind. Derek Hill can potentially, in the remaining, what's going to be
6.5 minutes or so.
Well, that's still
sort
5
of 4
laps.
laps.
4.
Yeah, it's 5 laps worth.
Okay, I'll give you a positional. Just coming past me at St Mary's is the race leader, number 2. I turn to the right. There's clear. I think there's 1 car between them, and now is when Ollie Bryant comes past me at St Mary's, and I turn to the right yet more to see Derek Hill, of course, in the Maserati. He's got 3 cars between and he is going past me now at St Mary's. So yes, the gap is coming down.
Yeah, and a little bit of a resurgence from Chris Harris there. He managed to find a 10th or so on Verden-Rowe last time round. He's looking for every thousandth though, isn't he?
Watching them into
we've got fantastic. We've got Neil and Jordan absolutely together. They're almost overlapping coming up to the line that time. Gap between the two of them is just 0.36 of a second.
And lapping at a very similar pace, the front runners, is Simon Hadfield. 1 minute 27.2 last time around. Obviously a fresh set of tyres is helping. But
Ollie Bryant comes out of the chicane as the Maserati goes into it. So the length of the pit straight between them.
Frantic signs from the pits, I would think, to Derek Hill. He's 9 seconds. No, he's not made anything at all that time.
No, because it was a very good lap indeed from Ollie Bryant, actually faster than the race leader.
Yeah. Yes, he gained 7/10 on the race leader that time through.
I mean, it may well be that the pit crew for number 2, the car you can see on the screen going through St Mary's, they're saying, slow down, you've got the job done, don't make any risks.
Again, 3.6 between...
Bruce, you might be able to hear whether the Cobra's engine does still sound a little bit flat.
Just too late, my dear friend, he's just driven past me.
Comes Huffy. Lots of nice straight 6 revs in the Jag. Still got Matt Neal and Eddie Jordan. This is a weekend off for them from BTCC. Matt Neal, multiple champion, and Jordan, 2013
Derek Hill
champ.
has to deal with a Stingray into Woodcote.
Yes, that's...
which he does with consummate ease.
That's the Stingray that's the Steve Soper car, isn't it? The orange one.
Still this battle rages between the Tiger and the Cobra.
6.8 seconds. It's come down a little bit, and I think you're absolutely right. Van der Harder's been told just to take it just a little bit easy.
Yeah, because he was lapping in the 26s not long ago.
It's an animal battle, isn't it? Tiger versus Cobra.
I'm busy looking for something to go with the Stingray at the moment.
That's waterborne. We don't have any water.
Yeah, no, I was checking for something else. Yes, certainly there's an easier line being taken now by Van der Harder. He's not bouncing off the curbs around the back of the circuit. Yes, there is a misfire on number 1, Ollie Bryant. That is the reason. What's the gap? It was 8.1 seconds between he and the chasing Maserati on the start-finish line. I'm saying it's coming down.
Is this where Jordan can nudge in front of the Tiger? No, is the answer.
And Matt Nicol-Jones hasn't given up the chase. He's in 4th. He's another 7.8 seconds down on the 3rd place Maserati of Derek Hill, but he was going very nicely as he came through St Mary's. Great battle between those touring car races, isn't it? Lister holding down.
Good to see the Aston out again, having got back on that flat tyre.
Yeah, going really well. 17th place, 26.9 last time round. And that is 1.4 seconds quicker than Van der Harder. 3/4 of a second-ish quicker than Ollie Bryant. It's a little bit quicker. It's down to 5.8 seconds, but we're into the last 2.5 minutes.
Yes, the lap times for the race leader Van der Harder, 1 minute 26s, 1:27s. He's now dropped back to the 1:28s. He's stroking it home.
Stroke a race.
But Andrew Jordan really just not giving up in his chase of Matt Neal.
Has he got something up his sleeve for the last lap?
I don't think so. I think he's going to do it now. Strike while the iron is hot.
Hill 7.3 seconds behind. He's in the 26s.
Hadfield's coming up to join the party.
Oh my word! Number 1 has pulled off at St Mary's. It has gone pop. So Maserati into second place for Derek Hill, and Matt Nicol-Jones' strong drive in the number 50 E-Type coming past me at St Mary's now. He's up to 3rd place. He won't know it till he gets to start-finish line. Oh dear.
No, there was something, you can see something now coming out of the
it's
breather
pouring
underneath.
out, isn't it?
Yeah.
God,
It's got hot. It's got hot, I think.
Gosh, what is it with the red and gold AC Cobra? Always on the pace and never delivers.
Well, that's going to promote the Maserati number 3 into second place, and the Liddell Nicol-Jones number 50 red E-Type up into 3rd place. So it looks like it's going to be Cobra from Maserati from Jaguar E-Type.
And the battle between the Tiger and the Cobra, joined by the Aston Martin, but a lap or 2 down. So their last chance. Poor Ollie Bryant, head in his hands.
11 seconds, 1st to 2nd now, guys. 3rd place is Nicol-Jones. 8.9 seconds. They're lapping in the 26s, Hill and
Van der Garde is still driving with great energy, although he doesn't really need to.
Now here's Hugo Van der Harder, just celebrating the fact it's the last lap. He's clouted the curb on the inside of the corner for St Mary's. A nice drift.
Bizzarini. The Bizzarini.
Out of
the chicane. And there's an Aston Martin down there as well. The number 4 car, I guess that is.
And a good avoidance by Adrian Wilmot when he came out of the chicane there.
Ian Dalglish climbing out of the Aston Martin. Stay where you are, Ian.
It's the last lap of the race.
So the Bizzarini, sadly, into the pits, doesn't even cross the finishing line.
Well, that really
What happened? Here we go.
Oh, Anthony Reid's in front in the silver 60.
No, the Bizzarini spun
it. I think his attention was taken. What an avoidance!
Well missed.
Gosh,
well missed
inches.
And I think he stalled.
So here is our race leader heading on to victory. Guido van der Harde coming down to the chicane for the last time. Hopefully there's nothing sitting in the track in front of him. Well, there was still the Aston Martin which he skirts past and down to take the checkered flag at the end of what has been an extraordinarily exciting RAC TT celebration.
So Guido van der Garde wins it with David Hart. Well done to the DHG team and Gary Spencer. And they've won it by 9.973 seconds, 2 from 3. Joe Colasacco and Derek Hill, the Americans, in second place with the Maserati. In third place is the number 50 Jaguar, which is Matt Nicol-Jones. Car started by Robin Liddell. They have finished in an excellent third. They're happy with that, you can tell. And in fourth place, it's going to be the Chris Harris-driven number 16 by the looks of things. It'll be a while before, yes, it's through 16, and in fifth place will be Rob Huff in Richard Mines' Jaguar E-Type. That's come up really well through the field. It was on row 6 of the grid. So Ollie Bryant waving sportingly at the winners. Rob Huff then comes through in fifth place at the last knockings, and in sixth place, well, there is the 241, and it was Verdon Rowe after a very, very long last lap. 241, Bobby Verdon Rowe completes the top 6 in the Bizzarini. Well, there we go then, the RAC TT celebration for 2014. First, number 2, David Hart and Guido van der Harde, the Dutchman in the AC Cobra, 41 laps. In second place, Joe Colasacco and Derek Hill in the Maserati Tipo 151, number 3. Third, number 50, which was Robin Liddell and Matt Nicol-Jones, Jaguar E-Type, number 50. Fourth, the number 16, Gary Pearson, Chris Harris, Jaguar E-Type. Fifth, number 80, Richard Mines and Rob Huff, Jaguar E-Type. Sixth, Jamie McIntyre and Bobby Verdon Rowe, the 241 Bizzarini. In seventh place, number 16, that was the James Cottingham and Jordan AC Cobra. And in eighth place, Chris Baton and Matt Neal in number 8, the Sunbeam Tiger. Ninth was number 7, that was Craig Davis and Jason Plato in the Corvette. And in 10th place, though it hasn't actually finished, will be the number 1 car. Poor reward for Andrew Smith and Ollie Bryant in the Cobra. Behind them, Young and Soper in 111, the Chevrolet Corvette were 11th. 12th was Bamford Decadene Ferrari GTO 64, number 14. 13th, the Turner Henderson AC Cobra, number 17. 14th, Little Bread Van of Joe Twyman and James Littlejohn, number 79. 15th was Andy Newell and Ross Warburton in the Jag, number 31. And in 16th place, Carlo Vogler and Lucas Hooney in their Ferrari. 17th to 27, Aston Martin of Friedrichs and Hadfield. 18th to number 9, Davis Atwood Ferrari. The Gay and Reed car was 19th, number 61. And 20th, Alexander and Wilmot in the Aston, number 5. Well, where do we start with the highlights of the RAC Tourist Trophy celebration for 2014? We start, of course, in the assembly area and with pretty girls all around. The flag falls, the Bizzarini goes up in smoke, locks the wheel spin. Look at that, all that power unleashed. Oof, one of the Jaguars, that's Vincent Gay trying to cut through from the back, but it's David Hart who establishes the early lead in the number 2, the red stripe Cobra. He leads the way from the number 1 car, which at that point was driven by Andrew Smith, the pole-sitting Cobra. Through the dust, big wave from David Hart. I'm in the lead, he says to his team, and yeah, we know that. Not in the lead, having a huge spin was Ludovic Lindsay, previously a winner here, and Wolfgang Friedrichs had to take avoiding action round the outside in the Aston. A huge spin from the 50, 16 and 8, almost stopping with 17, which was Darren Turner. Down the grass, that was adventurous, a 61. And at 31, that's Andy Newell bringing the old Lumsden Sergeant Jaguar low drag. Particularly attractive one, that. They come up the grass for Ludovic Caron. Oh dear, that's not gone very well. Made a couple of places, but he was always going in the barriers at that point. He goes round, hits it, crumps it really hard frontally, and then goes round again. He's singled out of the way, but this signalled a rush for the pits. Into the pits they came. Out comes, well, no, just trying to find his spot, and Gary Spencer really on it there, and Guido van der Garde trying to get into the car. Ollie Bryant wrenching Andrew Smith out of the car, and the door open on the Ferrari GTO 64. Here's the battle. Van der Garde goes off at Lavant. Ollie Bryant scoops ahead. At that point, he might have thought he got it, but here's the tussle between Nicol Jones and Verdon Rowe. A little crump in the rump turns him round, and waving. What's down there on the track? Oh, that was a very, very close moment as Van der Garde came down underneath the number 1 car into Lavant, but the number 1 Cobra GPG 4C, that very famous ex-Roy Salvador Roger Mack car, out with a lap or so to go. Head in hands for Ollie Bryant. What do we have to do to win this race? Well, I'm afraid it's going to be come back next year. Massive spin for Verdon Rowe. He doesn't spin very often, and a great avoidance by the Canadian Ian Dalgleish in his Aston Martin. But the victors, David Hart, Guido van der Garde in the DHG group, AC Cobra, run by Gary Spencer and the guys up at Seifert. And there is great embrace, great celebrations from the Dutchmen. They've done it. Down on the start line, interviews with Henry Hope Frost.
Thank you, Marcus. A happy crew. Robin Liddell and Matt Nicol-Jones, third place in the E-Type. Robin, you started, and this is a special car for your family, of course.
Absolutely. It was my father's car. He bought it from the Stewarts, from Jackie Stewart. 1963, raced it extensively in Scotland at Charter Hall and in the north of England. So to be reunited with this car now, 50 years later, it's obviously quite a special moment for me. Delighted to have shared the car with Matt and drive for Mike and Michael Wilkinson here. They've done a fantastic job with this car. It's a beautiful car and freshly rebuilt. We would have liked a wee bit more time to prepare with the car for the race, but I think to come out here first time and finish on the podium is a real credit to the preparation that Mike Wilkinson and his team have done.
Well done, Robin. Matt, you were absolutely flying.
The car was fantastic, to be perfectly honest. I just had to get in it. Robin gave me a good car. It's a shame what happened at the start. It was unavoidable. And it's all about the car, to be honest with you. I'm just a pilot.
When you're in the groove like that, I guess you wanted a longer race.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, those guys at the front were going very well. I don't know whether we were catching the leader or not, but if we hadn't had that problem at the start, maybe we would have won. But just to be here and enjoy this event is something special, and it's the first time I've been. And I know I just wanted to give these boys a good result, so I'm really, really happy.
Very well done, Robin Liddell and Matt Nicol-Jones. Let me talk to our second place crew. Very happy for them because there have been so many dramas with this car. Talking to Derek Hill earlier. Derek, on the podium, pretty chuffed.
Oh, this is great. I mean, all these years we've been coming here and, you know, we have success and then we don't have so much success, and that's been the case with the Maserati, you know, and we've been very persistent with it, and it's paid off so well for the whole team. We couldn't be happier. It's a great second place. Congratulations.
Joe, that's payback, isn't it, for all the hard work?
It's been a lot of work, yeah. Unfortunately, last couple of years we'd have some trouble here, but you know, after the frantic start, I just thought to myself, I just had to hand it over to Derek in one piece, and I'm sure it would bring it home in a good spot, and he did. He did a great job. And
any dramas at all out there?
A little bit, yeah. I have to go back. I have to rewind it in my brain, but there's a lot of action out there. But I just want to thank the team and everyone here at Goodwood, Lord March, have put on a fantastic show, and Team Oriana, Lawrence Oriana, the owner, to bring this car back here every year. It's amazing, and I'm just a pleasure to drive it, and with a teammate like Derek, it makes it even better. And Goodwood's been good to us.
Well done, Joe Colasaco and Derek Hill. Apologies for talking to you in the wrong order as well. Right, let's talk to our winners. Where's David? He was pretty happy after a podium in the Whitsun Trophy. There we are winning the TT, David. Great start by you as well.
The other one, I was some lucky, but this one, I mean, it was so nice. It was so nice, and I saw that every lap I went away a little bit, and yeah, I'm really excited. Very, very good drive for my little gearbox destroyer. but finally, I'm proud. I'm proud on him. I'm proud on the team, and I'm really happy to be here. Thank you. Thank you to all.
Now, Guido, what is it about these Formula One people coming here and upsetting the historic party?
I don't know. I mean, David asked me to come here, and it's a great event. I mean, I already arrived on Thursday. You see everybody dressing up, and I feel really at home here. And it's a great atmosphere, great people, and of course, it was a good result as well for us.
You were throwing that thing around like a massive V8 engined cart.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit different driving than Formula One. I mean, Formula One has a lot of grip. You can brake late, turn hard into the corner, go really quick through the corner. This one you have to dance. You know, it's a little bit like dancing going with your wife, for example. And you have to feel the car and throw it all over the place. And on the end, I think we did a very good job. Team did a good job. David did a good job. And yeah, I'm proud to be here.
And was it nice to race with no downforce whatsoever for once?
Yeah, I mean, it was actually the second race with the roof over my head, and it's completely different. And yeah, it was good fun.
You're a star. Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much.
Guido van der Garde and David Hart, ladies and gentlemen, winners of the RAC TT Celebration race in the AC Cobra.
That was absolutely fantastic. All we need is a Dutch national anthem, really, to serenade them home. And that was brilliant. We've got aircraft overhead. Chris drew it to my right.
We have.
I'm very excited. Jet aircraft at that.
Yes. Moved on 10 years or so from World War II. I'm joined by Ian Brett of the Mid-Air Squadron. Mid-Air Squadron bring the Canberra and the two Hunters. Canberra first flew last year. Hunters, Ian, one flew last year. I haven't seen the pair of them flying together.
Hello, Chris, ladies and gentlemen. Revival, good afternoon. Yeah, that's right. We've got two Hunters today flanking the Canberra. So we've got the iconic Canberra flanked by the two supersonic Hunter jet fighter aircraft. Just as you put your eyes to the sky, just look, they're going to swoop down for another high-speed pass.
Hunter first flew in 51, Canberra first flew in 1949 and stayed in service until about 2007, so an enormously long service career. Hunter in, I think, the Lebanon was still active in 2008. Both wonderful aeroplanes. Canberra operated up to about 72,000 feet, which is enormously high. This particular one, photo reconnaissance.
That's right, this is a photo reconnaissance, the PR9. It's the only one flying in the world anywhere, so you'll not see this formation anywhere else in the world, and it's a unique formation to Mid-Air Squadron, putting the Canberra airborne with these two Hunters, so it's unique. You will not see it anywhere else, just as they're just changing formation position to line astern, just as they change to do another high-speed fly past, reaching speeds of up to 650 miles an hour and down to heights of about 100 feet above the ground. There's been lots of excitement on the track with wheels and piston engines. We're now looking to the skies for jet engines, wings, and speeds of up to 650 miles an hour.
Ian, is it Mike Leckie flying the Canberra today?
Mike Leckie, yep, he's in the Canberra, so he's going to be leading the Hunters for this next pass. All our pilots are highly experienced Air Force pilots, instructors, and very experienced display pilots. You can see them beautifully showing off the elegance and the beauty of these jet aircraft in the sky today. So just look at them as they come through now, sun glinting off the beautiful silver paint scheme. Just listen to the 4 Avon engines as they roar past.
And the two Hunters are both T7 models, so you can see the wide cockpit side-by-side training version of the Hunter, which Mike Davis told me on Friday actually is more aerodynamic than the super-seater.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It is, as you can see, it's a beautifully sleek aeroplane. It looks good, it feels good, and it flies beautifully as well.
Ian, are we going to hear the blue note from the Hunter in a high-speed pass?
Absolutely. So they're just going to be splitting for a high-speed pass. So a very unique sound. that the Hunters will make. The Hunters will come through first, followed by the Canberra. We're getting up to 700 miles an hour now for this low-level, high-speed fly past. Your time will stand still for this, and the hairs on the back of your neck will certainly be prickling.
And don't
Very
forget
emotive.
Don't forget the Hunter holds the hill record at the Festival of Speed with a time of 9-point-something seconds.
Absolutely, we still hold the hill record, which we plan to break again next year. And these pilots flying these aircraft have survived combat missions over many years. These aeroplanes have survived combat over many years around the world. And we're delighted with Mid-Air Squadron to bring them to you. So let the jets do the talking. Listen for the noise.
So the blue note of the Hunter, aerodynamic. And here comes the Canberra, again a high-speed run.
Absolutely. Beautiful sight from sound from the Hunters. Here comes the Canberra. Wow, what a roar, what a sight. That's absolutely beautiful. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed the unique formation of the Canberra and the two Hunters. Can't see anywhere else in the world, presented by Mid-Air Squadron, who are delighted to be here at the Revival to entertain you this afternoon.
And Ian, are those now going back to Kemble?
Yeah, back to Kemble, based out of Kemble. So we've been flying out of Bournemouth all weekend. Now we're just shooting straight back to Kemble. So there's a 12-minute transit from Bournemouth. It'll be a few minutes longer than that back to Kemble to take some fuel on and get ready for our next air display.
And I should tell you that Ian, up here in the commentary box, who trains RAF pilots on Grob Tutors, has actually recently qualified on the Hunter. So next year, Ian will be flying the Hunter for us.
That's right. I'm the newest qualified Hunter pilot on the team with Mid-Air Squadron, and I'm delighted to be part of the team. And like you say, I'll be displaying it hopefully here again next year.
And keep your focus in the air. The Hurricane has taken off. Does that mean the Battle of Britain Memorial flight is on its way home? I think it does. No, it's the Hispano-Bouchon ME-109, so we're going to get a display soon from our Goodwood-based aircraft during the Revival. Oh, Spitfire with the D-Day markings. One of the undercarriage wheels has failed to retract. That's the Mustang. Has that Spitfire still got one undercarriage leg dangling? Or was it the Mustang? I think the Mustang failed to retract its undercarriage, so is Alistair Kay bringing it round straight back in. He's on his downwind leg now. Of course, if it failed to retract, has it locked down? Well, Alistair, if he hasn't got two greens on his instrument panel indicating two wheels down and locked, he won't come back to Goodwood. He'll go back to Duxford. Meanwhile, the Spitfire Mark 9 MH434 with both wheels retracted stays in the sky. The good news is that the Mustang has two greens. Both undercarriage legs are locked down, so drama but not a crisis. But it means that our next display will be the two-ship, the Spitfire and the Hurricane together, unless they all decide to land, but I suspect they won't. There's the Spitfire on the big screen. And of course we've got the ME-109, the Merlin-powered Messerschmitt also in the sky. So maybe a three-ship formation rather than four. Is the Mustang on final, coming into land? One eye on the sky, one eye on the ground. But let's talk about These three wonderful aircraft of the old Flying Machine Company, MH434, the Mark 9 Spitfire, fought in the war. There are the two protagonists from the Battle of Britain, although in fact that's the Hurricane and the ME-109. And if this was 1940, the Hurricane pilot would be seriously worried, because the ME-109 was a quicker and more nimble aircraft. Now, that's Alistair Kay, I think, flying the Mustang, with Lee Proudfoot probably, or John Romaine. Now, I think John Romaine is flying the ME-109, but the Spitfire accompanying the Mustang to make sure that it may be that it's going to fly wheels down all the way back to Duxford. We shall soon find out. Ian, with me still from Mid-Air Squadron, is in contact with air traffic control, so Ian might well be able to put me in the picture. I suspect it's back to Duxford for a careful landing on the grass there. Both aircraft show with the black and white stripes indicating the D-Day markings that Allied aircraft sported in June 1944. Meanwhile, Hurricane and ME-109 in close formation overhead. ME-109, originally of course the German version, fitted with a Daimler-Benz inverted V12 engine, but the Spaniards bought the airframes from Germany, but they didn't get any Daimler-Benz engines. So post-war they fitted them with Merlin engines, which meant a different thrust line, of course, for the engine, which involved a certain degree of modification. In fact, that's ME-109 and Hurricane. Peter Vasher's Hurricane, which is for sale if you've got a handy 3 million quid. The ME-109, a very beautiful airplane to fly once it's in the air, but tricky on takeoff and landing. They do another low pass. I think the Mustang and Spitfire probably on their way back to Duxford. We'll get confirmation of that pretty soon. Back to Duxford in Cambridgeshire, probably 20 minutes, 25 minutes flight, but a lot of discussion, of course, about the security of the undercarriage. But with 3 greens, with 2 greens on the control panel, which should indicate that the undercarriage is down and locked. Alistair Kay at the control column, one of the most experienced pilots we've got. He'll make sure it's a very, very gentle landing. Hurricane, it's almost a pre-war design and construction, fabric body. We've got the cars for the Jackie Stewart celebration coming round to the start line, so pretty soon we'll hand back to Marcus and the motorcar team for this celebration of our famous world champion, who's here of course with his family. 50 years since that memorable day when Jackie for the first time hopped in a single-seater Formula 3 Cooper and astonished John Cooper and all the other onlookers with his speed and smoothness. So we need to have eyes on the ground and eyes in the air as the ME-109 and the Hurricane continue their display on the big screen. A good indication of the Hurricane wing, very different shape from that of the Spitfire, much thicker wing, an easier aircraft to land, much wider based undercarriage than the Spitfire. So hopefully we'll have a camera on focused on the Hurricane when it comes into land, but in the meantime lots of interest coming up the finishing line towards onto the grid for this well-deserved celebration of the career of Jackie Stewart.
Thank you, Chris, for the Jackie Stewart tribute cars there. Jackie himself in the Matra MS-80 today. The Matra Cosworth. Drove the Tyrrell 06 yesterday and the Formula 3 Cooper on Friday. And he's loving this. So before we get into the Jackie Stewart tribute, let's hear from our Goodwood commercial partners. Well, back at the motor circuit, and we've got super action overhead, and the cars of the Jackie Stewart tribute parade are making their way around. Delighted to say that Doug joined us. Doug, great range of vehicles, just showing the dexterity and the skill set of Jackie Stewart. It's all in front of our eyes.
I love these moments when we manage to pull together the cars from one of the great drivers' total career. It was the same with John Surtees, the same with Dan Gurney, and the other drivers to whom we've paid these tributes before. And Jackie's just pulling up to the line in what he described yesterday as the favourite, the car of which he is most fond of all the cars that he drove. Which is the Matra MS80, in which he won the 1969 Formula One Drivers' Championship. Entered by Ken Tyrrell, of course, to keep Matra International prepared in this country, in the Tyrrell Works at Ockham.
And with the Cosworth
Cosworth engine. I think Matra were very disappointed when Jackie tested their own V12 engine and decided that it was very nice, but the Cosworth V8 was nicer.
And less thirsty, I would have thought.
Less thirsty, indeed. And
could have housed all that fuel somewhere.
Yep, absolutely. And that year, 1969, that they ran the two MS-80s for himself and for Jean-Pierre Beltoise. And in 1968, the previous year, Jackie had driven the Cosworth-powered MS-10, and Jean-Pierre the Matra V12 engine car there, which I believe was the MS-11. The BRMP 261 there, driven, I believe, by Paul today. Sons Paul and Mark, very much part of Stuart Enterprises, I guess you'd call it. But it was wonderful yesterday here to have with us Jackie's mechanics, including Alan Stace and Neil Davis, who had been here that day 50 years ago when he was given his famous test drive by Ken Tyrrell in the little Formula 3 Cooper prototype. And Jackie was absolutely adamant that he wanted them up front and he wanted to pay the fulsome tribute to them that he did.
Down in the assembly area, that's Martin Walford and his very glamorous daughter who's dolled up for the part beautifully.
I say, Marcus, steady on.
Miles Griffiths, with who's debuting the ex-Wolfgang Seidel Lotus 24 BRM in the place that hasn't run since restoration.
Good Lord. Actually, this Glover Trophy that's coming up with the Ferrari 1512 running and so that performed so well in practice, really looking forward to it.
It's great, isn't it? Yeah, absolutely brilliant. And lovely to see that little Cooper here as well. It's such a clean-lined Formula 3 car, the Cooper BMC.
Absolutely owned by Michael Cooper, John Cooper's son.
Is it?
And Michael is absolutely thrilled to bits with the way it's been rebuilt and the way it's come out. The car went into Ireland, and it was actually used up effectively with parts of the frame and the suspension and so on being used in a Hillman Imp.
Oh Lord!
A Hillman Imp autocross car. And it was found.
Is that slightly sacrilegious?
Well, just a little bit. It was found by a Mr. Brooks, who painstakingly rebuilt it, and it's now been rebuilt again. But it is Jackie's original car.
It's a type. 71 or 73 or
something like that. Yeah. I only did a Cooper book, but I did it about 25 years ago.
Probably why I asked you, Dan.
Yes. Well, give us a break.
You've been to other places since.
I can't remember what I did this morning. Leave alone what I was doing.
You were up here talking us through something else.
Oh, is that what happened?
Did you remember climbing that ladder to the sauna?
Jackie, of course, tremendous safety campaigner, and in period there's Richard Atwood on the big screens with his wife Veronica. Richard Atwood, one of the most charming and capable of Formula 1 drivers.
Behind him, James King, preparing to get into the Brabham BT7, in which Dan Gurney won the 1964 French Grand Prix at Rouen.
Indeed.
The weekend that Jim Clark drove the RAR5B Remus.
50 years ago again.
Yeah, and James King was there.
Really?
At that
What
meeting,
a Rouen?
touring Europe, watching the racing in his summer holidays.
Good Lord. What, and it affected him so badly he just had to have the car.
Absolutely.
The Jackie Stewart thing, is extraordinary, because Jackie, in period, when he began his great safety campaigning, which so changed the face of motor racing, some of the diehards really vilified him, saying that he was frit. He was a scaredy cat, a big girl's blouse. In fact, his record proves completely the opposite. Anybody who could beat Graham Hill and the rest of the field by a clear minute in the fog and the drizzle at the Nürburgring in 1968.
With a wrist in plaster.
With a wrist in plaster, was no scaredy cat.
Absolutely. Well, that's a wonderful tribute. And he played a wonderful tribute to his mechanics, who said they did their job better than I did mine. So they must have been very good indeed.
That's quite something, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is. Coming from Jackie, you'd take that. I believe we're going to go to some social media, Doug. And if...
I don't know what that is.
Well, me neither, until this weekend. So you can be part of this Goodwood Revival of 2014, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, or on the website goodwood.com/revival. And a lot of you have been sharing your views of the weekend from various different places. We had a tweet from an oil rig in the North Sea yesterday. Chap was really enjoying himself. Cato, he was called. Stunning parade today at Goodwood Revival. Very emotional from Stella Dower. Captured it all, didn't it? Aircraft and cars. Attempted to hitchhike at Goodwood Revival. So not working. Amy Bell, no, they can't see you. They're quite busy. Soaking up the sun and petrol at Goodwood Revival. Anna Burgess, Alex Penfold, and You're Not My Father. So chuffed about our second place yesterday. Well done, Henry Mann, and some Alan Mann Racing. Matt Jackson, who shared with him in the Mustang. 50 years old, the Mustangs this year. Glorious sunshine for the final of the race. Goodwood Revival, Goodwood Festival, Goodwood. I don't understand all these hashtags and apps and bits and pieces. No.
That was interesting, that note from Matt Jackson, wasn't it? Because a lot of the current drivers who come here absolutely are thrilled to bits if they do well here. They really are.
So they should be. It's a very, very difficult place to tame.
And completely different discipline to what they're used to.
So different, and that's what makes it special.
Yeah.
If it happened every weekend for them, it would be just normal work, wouldn't it? This is just joy. And there is Sir John Surtees, as we call him, even though he's not been knighted. Travesty. It's got to be righted, Doug.
We'll make him a lord.
That work? Yeah. He might prefer that.
He doesn't need it. He doesn't need it. He is who he is.
But he remains Sir John to us. To the race motorsport fraternity.
Certainly John the Great. Il Grande John.
Yeah. Is he a bard or an ovate or anything else?
Well, Mr. Ferrari always addressed him as Giovanni. And the Italian tifosi, of course, christened him Il Grande John when he was riding before MV in Count Augusta.
Well, the trumpeters' fanfare means we're going to get some cars in a minute. Well, the cars then, the 1.5 litre Grand Prix cars. The last time Formula One was small capacity, really. So the first time they came through with these little 1.5 litre engines, they sounded much, much better then. They sound much better than the Ferrari car ever will. So they're coming out to play. Didn't want to have turbocharged cars later from 77. We've got Turbo 1600s these days, Turbo 1500s in the late 70s, but normally aspirated 1500s from 1961. This is just celebrating John Surtees' World Championship back in 1964, half a century on, and John is out there on circuit in the Ferrari. It's wonderful to see, isn't it, though?
Yes, people tend to forget that John had actually been knocked senseless in the 1964 TT immediately before the crucial Italian Grand Prix when he crashed. He got involved in somebody else's accident in a GTO 64 and was very badly concussed, and it was really touch and go about whether he could drive in the next race or not. And he went to Monza and kept on accumulating points from that point forward and ended up as the only man ever to win the Formula One Drivers' World Championship, in addition to having been motorcycle.
But like Graham Hill's Grand Prix World Championship, Formula One Grand Prix World Championship in 1962, it all went down to the wire at the final round, didn't it? We could so easily have had Jim Clark winning it 4 times running.
It went to the last lap of the last race in Mexico City.
Absolutely. And, he drove the. There were 2 distinct versions of that Ferrari, weren't there?
Well, there was the V8 and the flat 12.
Yeah. And it's very interesting to see. This is glorious. This is the one he's driving now. Just looks so beautiful.
Well, you know, the car that Joe Colasacco is driving in the race, the 1512, is the flat 12-cylinder engine sister chassis to this one that John's in, the 158 V8.
Extraordinary noise.
And the engine of that, you look at it open mouthed, it's just like a Swiss watch. It is just so intricate and so delicate.
But it's an Italian.
Well, you know, one of the things.
Good time.
One of the things Harvey Postlethwaite, who used to be chief engineer at Ferrari, but did the Hesketh and so on and so forth, and the Wolf, once told me that the one thing you don't need is an Italian watch or a German computer.
Fantastic. Well, I remember having Alpha Suds on the road, and we had to have a little trailer full of WD-40 just to make sure it would start on a damp morning.
Yes, they were supplied in period pre-rusted.
Apparently so. My first one was brand new, so it came looking very sparkly.
On the outside.
Jello fly. There's John Surtees then, down in this little V8.
The
Ferrari.
great John Surtees.
Absolutely.
What a remarkable man he is, actually. He's not the easiest man in the world, but he is a great man, make no mistake.
Tough adversary on track and in the workshop there behind it. Really, really clean brain. Didn't miss anything. I think this is beautiful that he's leading the tribute. He's coming through to hit the grid as if he's on pole position. He came close to winning the Portuguese Grand Prix in 1960, didn't he, in the Lotus 18?
He did.
And his foot slipped off the pedal, got some oil down there, or fuel.
Yep. That's when they were bouncing around over the tram lines and the cobblestones at Porto.
Yes, the bizarre corner, the Castle of Cheese.
Yeah.
Castello de Queijo. Most odd.
I think Formula One would be a lot more interesting if they had cobblestone sections and tram lines, and goodness me, some of these girls are gorgeous.
Can't disagree. In the background, on the left hand of the side of the
that was Bob
Dance. Bob Dance, the legendary Lotus mechanic. And this lady with a very nice little bowler hat. Here is the grid then for the Glover Trophy, period race. 25, Andy Middlehurst, winner for the last 3 years in John Bowers' Lotus Climax 25. Alongside him is 14, Mark Piercy, Lola Climax Mark 4, the type of car that John Surtees and Roy Salvadori drove in period. Alongside them, number 17, Joe Colasacco, already on the podium today. He's in the Ferrari 1512 ex-Surtees car. Then 6, we've got James King, the ex-Dan Gurney French Grand Prix of 64, winning Brabham BT7. 29, Nick Fennell going really well, his Lotus 25. Number 4 is Andrew Beaumont with the ex-Maston Gregory Ennis Island. Trevor Taylor, Lotus 24, that actually won a race here. BRM engine did period. Then we go back to Dan Collins with the Lotus 21, the car that Ennis Island won the 1961 American Grand Prix, the first Works Lotus Grand Prix win. 18 is Miles Griffiths, debuting the ex-Wolfgang Seidel Lotus BRM 24 that Philip Walker owns. And then Alex Morton is in 10th place with the ex-Neville Liddell Lotus 21. He's alongside David Clark at BRM P57, number 28 Tommaso Gelmini, Sirocco BRM, 27 Michel Wanty. The Sirocco is missing.
Yes, sadly.
27 is Michel Wanty, Lotus 24. 10 is Kurt Del Bene with the BRP BRM. 15 is Mr. John of B with his Lola Climax Mark 4, another Surtees car. And 19, Martin Stretton, Redoubtable Martin Stretton, driving Paul Drayson's Lotus BRM 24. Going further down the order, 24 should be David Coplow with the ex-Jack Brabham Lotus 24, Parnell team car. 50 is Jason Wright with the Derrington Francis ATS. 26 is Andrew Waring with his BRM P261. 16, Charles McCabe with his BRM from the States. 23 is Federico Buratti with his Lotus Climax 21, ex-Jim Clark car. This is the Springbok Series winner. 1 is John Romano, Brabham, the BT11 from the States. 3 is the Luxembourger Marco Rollinger with his Brabham BT3, the first Brabham Formula 1 car. 9 is Julia de Beldanza, the Argentinian lady driving the BRM B578. 36, Tony Best, the ex-Jim Clark Lotus 21, maybe there. They had problems in practice. Ex-Jim Clark 1961 car that was damaged in the dreadful accident that claimed the life of Wolfgang von Trips at Monza. And 2, Nigel Williams with the Lotus BRM 24 with the Lola body put on by the Parnell team. That car had a fuel metering unit belt failure on the opening lap of practice, thus did not get away.
Looking right the way to the back of the grid, Sam Wilson, you can just see on the right-hand side of the image there, he is at the tail of the field. He's had a good time in practice, but I don't know why he's been put to the back, but there he is.
Yeah.
Number 71 he seems to be running as.
Yeah, Sam Wilson then, who is looking down. Yeah, Sam Wilson in the... Well, it's a change of car, that's right. He's driving the little Cooper. He's switched from the Lotus BRM 24, the car that morphed into the first Dulon Formula Ford car, incidentally, to this lovely little Cooper that was quite badly damaged in the startline incident at Zandvoort a couple of weeks ago. So a brilliant job for Alan Bailey and Rob Boughton and the crew back there over near Henley to get it together. So a change of car. The man who was quickest of all in qualifying goes from the back in the little Cooper. Well, they're pushing a car. Is that
David
Clark's BRM? There's Olivier Panis' helmet. There's a Chris Avon helmet there. That's Nigel Williams. That's black and red stripe. Was it Chris Avon's mentioned blue roll? But away they go then on this final reconnaissance lap. And lovely sound. A lot of V8 cars down there. Lovely to see Miles Griffin's getting a chance. And Philip Walker's newly restored Lotus 24, that's the number 18 car, white car. Denti has done the chassis. Sam Wilson was flying yesterday in Formula Junior, the Chichester Trophy, Chichester Cup race. He finished second in that to David Methley in a Lotus 20 with a Tomahawk Dave Charlton car from South Africa. Look at this. This is the picture that I always imagine it's like the front of the box of the Waddington's Game Grand Prix. Bruce, as they come down towards you.
Always too much tyre wear.
Absolutely.
Great game. Quite fancy playing when I get home tonight, actually. So if you're watching Sam Wilson come up from the back, it's number 71. He's got a very bright blue and green helmet in that little Cooper, so do look out for him. He's sure to be flying up the order. And as Marcus said, he thought there was the problem with the Lotus BRM, with which he took provisional pole position. He was the fastest guy, lapping in 1 minute 24.6, nearly half a second quicker than the current pole sitter Andy Middlehurst, and that is no mean feat.
No, Andy Middlehurst 3 times a winner here the last 3 years in the Lotus, which was a Jim Clark car from 1962, owned by Australian John Bowers. To support it as often as he can. He was over at Zandvoort a couple of weeks ago. And there is Sam Wilson with that psychedelic blue and green crash helmet. It's types of John Taylor drove, talented building driver in the early 60s. So right, one car is the Griffiths machine. Unusually far back, Martin Stretton. And there's the first Brabham, the turquoise and gold number 3, Marco Rollinger from Luxembourg. Another BRM, it's the 9 car, Pulli de Baldanza. Tony Best is there with the ex-Jimmy Clark Lotus 21. And there at the back, Sam Wilson. Now watch Sam Wilson come through, he's a terrific racer. Lola is that of Mark Piercy. Alongside him is Joe Colasacco, the Italian-American, with the Lawrence Oriana team, 12-cylinder. Ferrari, 12 cylinders and 1500cc. Well, Formula One changed in 1961 from a 2.5 litre formula to a 1.5 litre formula. At that time, Formula Junior was the second tier. It's the Glover Trophy race, and that was an 1100cc class. It was essentially the Formula 2 and Formula 3 of its period. We saw those cars out yesterday. That finished in 1963 and was replaced by 1 litre Formula 3 and 1 litre Formula 2. And it was a similar car, or the car that we saw in that Jackie Stewart parade that took on the mantle of the cars of the junior training ground, which led drivers like Jackie Stewart as Formula 3 champion 64 into Formula 1. Now there is the green flag at the back of the pack. Down goes the flag and away they go. Mark Piercy very quick out of the blocks, and one car slow away down the order, and I reckon that may well have been the ATS Darrington Francis, but it's Piercy who leads Colasacco, trying to get second around the outside, but no, through comes Middlehurst into second place, up into Madrick Corner. It's Piercy, Middlehurst, Colasacco, James King is in fourth place, and I reckon, that's Miles Griffiths up into fifth in a car that came here basically untested. So a brilliant effort in the opening lap from Miles Griffiths. Watch him, he's a great racer. He's won HGPCA races in recent years in John Bond Smith's Cooper.
Very, very tight as they come to St Mary's, Marcus, because Andy Middlehurst is fighting back against fast-starting Mark Piercy. And the BRM is, the Lola is leading the way, but down the inside into Lavant for the first time goes Andy Middlehurst in the green and yellow, number 25 Lotus, to take the lead from Piercy's Lola.
Through, and Colasacco is going to get a double-edged sword and a bit of a toe there. They do give a little bit of toe. Colasacco in the Ferrari with the Prover number across the back. James King is in behind him, and that's ex-Dan Gurney 1964 French Grand Prix and Mexican Grand Prix winning car. Car that was built in 1963. F1 163, that car, but in 64 Dan Gurney, the big American, won 2 Grand Prix in it. And there's 6 cars in the breakaway. Nick Fennell's up there in 29 as well, the ex-All-China motorcycle champion.
Great variety of chassis, isn't it? Lotus, Lola, Ferrari, Brabham, Lotus again.
Well, fabulous. We've got Middlehurst, Piercy, Colasacco, King, Fennell in 29, and Griffiths. And engines, we've got Climax, Ferrari, Climax, and BRM, because it's a BRM V8 engine in Miles Griffiths' car, number 18. Behind them is number 4, Andrew Beaumont, in the pale green Lotus 24. That's a car which races now with a Climax engine, but had a BRM engine in period. There weren't actually that many Climax V8 engines. The car coming in is Tony Best from the back of the field.
Well, Nick Fennell might have gone past Miles Griffiths, but Griffiths is fighting back as they go down to Lavant for the second time, as Fennell looks up the inside of James King as they go down to the corner. But Miles Griffith, as you said, very little time in this car before and going really well. And hanging on to the tail of that group is Andrew Beaumont in number 4, the apple green car.
Absolutely, the British Racing partnership car. Martin Stretton has got himself up pretty much the head of the next group.
Yeah, and just 2 places behind is Wilson.
Yeah, we've got the 4-cylinder cars of Alex Morton, 20, and Dan Collins, 21, both Lotus 21s. They're running in 8th and 9th place.
This is fantastic, real nose-to-tail stuff. 6 cars just about to become 7 if Beaumont can get onto the tail as they go on to their 3rd lap. Fastest lap of the race so far, 1 minute 31. That was a standing start. Now the fastest lap, 1 minute 25.9.
King up into 3rd place. Colasacco is 4th. Fennell and Griffiths 5th and 6th. Beaumont and Stretton. So Stretton brings his V8 up to play in the main pack. And then we've got Collins and Morton behind them in the 4-cylinder cars. Wanty, the Belgian, next up in car 27. He is in 12th place.
King's making a move in 3rd place, trying to get into 2nd. I think he's just managed it. He's got it just before the kink. So he dived down the inside of Mark Piercy, who made such a good start. And now Piercy's under attack from behind from Colasacco in the gorgeous 1512 Ferrari.
Yeah, it's superb, isn't it? Piercy in 3rd place, Colasacco, and Fennell looks down the inside. Fennell races very, very little these days. He does tend to save his cars and himself for Goodwood. Very, very special. Works in finance and has a lovely collection of Lotus cars, including an ex-Robin Widow's Lotus 23 that will hit the tracks pretty shortly. And here comes Fennell. He goes through past Piercy, looks up the outside of Colasacco. There's not a lot of room there, but that was down into Woodcote Corner. So wholesale changes here, because we've got Middlehurst leads. James King is in 2nd place. James King, who won a round of the British Formula 3 Championship back in 1977 in the Works March team, making it difficult for Andy Middlehurst. In 3rd place is Colasacco. 4th place is Fennell.
Fennell's got some great speed early in the race in this car. He's picked off a position or so every lap. I reckon it won't be long until he gets past Colasacco, and he has got the pace to get up there and challenge Middlehurst, I feel.
Piercy's in 5th place, and then hanging on is Miles Griffiths. Beaumont, Stretton, Wilson up from the back of the grid in 71. He's up into 9th place. And Wilson's best lap, well, He did a 26, so he's lapping just a little bit slower than the top 4 or 5.
Yeah, but he's got clear track ahead of him. All the others are in a big bunch up front, and he's got about a 5-second gap. That will come down.
Fennell has a fresh engine in this Lotus 25. I saw it about a month ago after Classic Team Lotus's place at Keffel, and it was all in bits. They were awaiting the engine, and here comes James King mounting a challenge and taking the lead through the kink. James King and Colasaco's trying to go with him. This is extraordinary. They've got each side of a BRM, which I think is Julia de Baldanza.
It is. She's going rather slowly at the back.
And Fennell's grabbed 3rd place out of that. Absolutely fantastic. James King leads the way in the Kendall Adams prepared Brabham BT7. 2nd place is Middlehurst, Classic Team Lotus 25. 3rd now is Fennell in the sister car. And in 4th place is Joe Colasaco in the Ferrari. Hanging with them is Piercy.
Well, you think how many times over the years we've seen Andy Middlehurst hit the front and just keep pulling away in this race, but this time he's really got a fabulous battle on his hands, because James King had a great start and just picked up a place almost every lap. Now he's leading in that Brabham number 6. Middlehurst in the first of the Lotus in number 25, and behind him Nick Fennell 29. Very, very similar looking cars.
Absolutely. To see how Sam Wilson's doing. Well, he's still in 7th place, 126.5 PB for him.
Yeah, he had
24.6 though.
I was going to say the big gap between he and the car ahead, which is number 4, which is Andrew Beaumont.
King's done a 124.6, which is virtually down on Wilson's pole position time. In the other car, remember, Wilson drove Alan Bailey's Lotus BRM 24 back then. James King with a 24.693 on his slate leads the way. We'll get through that path going past Rollinger, and we've got the 2 Classic Team Lotus cars side by side, with still Middlehurst hanging on from Fennell, who's nailed the nose of his car to the gearbox of Middlehurst's car. They were coming past Rollinger into the chicane, and in the slipstream is Nick Fennell, the ex-motorcycle champion.
He's used that slipstream very well. Oh, he hasn't got enough speed to go around the outside, but Middlehurst really has got a battle on his hands. So at least be the first of the Lotus drivers, and King driving beautifully in the Brabham out front, just eking a bit of an advantage.
He is, and Colasaco's going with him. It's 4 for the lead now. Piercy's just dropped off the back of that. Griffiths is right on Piercy's tail now, and gunning for 5th place. And then behind them we've got Martin Stretton. Martin Stretton now up into 7th in number 19, ahead of number 4, which is Andrew Beaumont. Behind Beaumont in that pale green UDT Lacesteel team car, the BRP car, is 71 Sam Wilson, down in the low 126s. And there we go, look at that. Middlehurst made a bit of a mistake, I think, and Fennell's nabbed him on the exit of Lavant. Suddenly Middlehurst finds himself in 4th place because Colasaco's gone through as well.
Well, it's all happening because Sam Wilson, you just mentioned him, and I suddenly thought he didn't come past. He has come past very slowly.
Oh dear.
So the Cooper replacement has not been successful. So there's the battle. King leading the race, and it's all changing. This is the best Glover Trophy race I think we've had for quite a number of years.
It's the best we've ever had, to be honest with you. And often it tends to be a bit of a runaway after the first 2 or 3 laps, but this occasion it's all working differently. Middlehurst, a little bit of an error, I think, at Lavant.
It must have been for him to drop that far back, but Fennell nearly clipped the chicane on the way out, so he's really trying to take the shortest route around the circuit.
I couldn't see in the sun, but it's perhaps slightly smoky, that car. But here we go, you're coming down into Lavant. This is the replay on your screens.
Yeah, Middlehurst still ahead.
He
Fennell
ran up
behind.
the edge. Oh yes, he ran over the curb on the outside, and he had to just apply some opposite lock. And in the meantime, with a very clean exit, Nick Fennell managed to scrape through. Sam Wilson has arrived in the pits. Griffiths now in 18, ahead of Piercy.
Yeah, that happened last lap, just before they came down towards me. And Martin Stretton trying to catch up with them behind in number 19 in 7th place. But King leading now by 1.69 seconds. And Colasaco looking pretty good in the middle of that mix.
Absolutely. So we've got Brabham from Lotus, from Ferrari, from Lotus, from Lola. And Lotus came bursting onto the scene in the 62 season with the Bowmaker team. John Surtees and Roy Southboy, they did get their V8s. Oh, look at that. Yes, Fennell did knock, as you say, did knock the chicane.
Right, has Fennell got the pace to catch? Well, in fact, he just set the fastest lap of the race. He should, in that case, be able to haul back James King in number 6, who's only 1.5 seconds clear, 1.6 seconds clear, but was, in fact, their laps last time round were separated by 0.03 of a second. So
Fennell, 24.226, is underneath Sam Wilson, the Formula Junior Ace's pole time.
Yeah, by a third of a second. Very handy margin indeed. Of course, that Wilson was in a different car. But this battle for 5th place between Miles Griffith and Mark Piercy. Mark Piercy started the race so well in the Lola, and he's sort of probably fallen back into his natural position within this race, but he just can't make it stick on Griffiths.
Collins and Morton in the 2 4-cylinder cars, or the 4-cylinder cars down in 9th and 10th. Collins in the Exodus Island 61 American Grand Prix winner. 20 is Morton in the ex-Neville the South African car. As a change, we've got Colasacco up into 2nd place. Is that? No, it's not. Colasacco is being closed upon by Fennell. Now, by Middlehurst. Where is Fennell? Further up the road, but how much further?
No,
up
he
the
isn't.
road?
Something's happened. He's not got to the 2nd sector.
He's
not got out of the 2nd sector. There
he's gone. Fennell's broken, unfortunately. Hand is up out of the cockpit. And I thought there'd been a change. There has been a change, but only due to the demise, unfortunately, of Nick Fennell, who has that fastest lap to his credit. James King, meanwhile, comes past at the end of the 8th lap. In 2nd place now is Joe Colasacco, and in 3rd place, the winner for the last 3 years, Andy Middlehurst.
So it's Brabham, Ferrari and Lotus at the front. Great mix.
Absolutely.
Great
It's going to put Miles Griffiths into 4th place. First time out in the White X Wolfgang Seidel Scuderia Colonia car. Lotus BRM. And in 5th place, the Lola of Mark Piercy. And then Stretton in another of the Lotus with the BRM engines. Those up ahead have the Climax engines. Into the pits comes Nick Fennell. What a shame. And down into Lavant, there was an opportunity, or at least Andy Middlehurst saw a slight invitation to have a go at Colasacco. Colasacco is the winner of the Formula Junior front engine race. Last time that group ran here 2 years ago, 2012.
Well, I reckon by the time the cars get down towards Woodcote, Stretton will almost be upon Piercy, who's still trying to catch up with Griffiths, but Stretton really has put a good charge in. Number 19.
In the top 10 has come Kurt Del Bene, the American, with the BRP. Tell you. Oh, and look at that! Colasacco's made a mistake. He's got stuck inside the
John Romano.
John Romano, Brabham, and they got wheels interlocked. Romano was sent through the boards, and Colasacco out of the race as well. The 2 Americans out of the race. The boards have been deranged, and that's put Middlehurst back into 2nd place. You can see what happened. Yeah. He'd had a look at Colasacco on the 2nd apex of Woodcote. He went up the inside, locked up, and as he locked up, he basically hooked John Romano off in the ex-Duncan Dayton Brabham, and made a bit of a building site of the chicane.
Here's another look from, well, I don't know if John Romano just didn't see him, or he just couldn't afford to lift at all, because he didn't want Middlehurst to go
his way
past
out
him.
of it unless he went straight up the escape road, and he was too late for that because he was already aiming at the thing. Of course, it split the radiator.
Meanwhile, Stretton has got past Piercy.
Safety car is out. Safety car is out. So what a shame that it's diffused all the, in one sense, the interest up at the front, as Colasacco is basically hooked out of the shrubbery.
So just
and the polystyrene. Oh, and look at that! That's Mr. John of B.
John of B. That's another one tumbling.
Another of the John Surtees Lola Mark IVs. It's the car that I raced at Silverstone in 1999 when my oldest daughter, Fanula, who's here watching, was a mere babe.
So just to refresh your memories, the order is James King leading from Andy Middlehurst. That's 6 from 25. Miles Griffiths up into 3rd place in number 18.
Great effort for him, but of course he's got a lot to do now because we've got Piercy, who may be rejuvenated.
Stretton is ahead of Piercy. He just got past him.
Yeah, this time round, but again past us last time. We had Griffiths come through 3rd at the end of the last lap. This time round, yes, King, Middlehurst, 2.1 between them, And yes, Griffiths is still third, and Stretton fourth.
Yeah, no, the point in question was that Stretton had got past Piercy, which he has.
Oh, sorry. Yes, you're right.
So a great drive from Martin Stretton. We knew he wasn't going to stay down in 16th place where he started, but up to 4th.
That's right. And we're 9 3/4 minutes to go. Has it bent the steering wheel in the Ferrari? I think it may well have done. Mr. John of B in his Jackie X helmet is sitting down there in the gravel. Fantastic little car, like a singing saw. You've got to keep it really going, really revving high. Had a gear missing when I raced it at Silverstone at the invitation of Duncan Dayton, its then owner. And an absolute delight in every respect. John Surtees being such a hero, it was a great privilege to have a go there. But what's going to happen? They're going to put a sort of temporary work in progress board up there in the middle of the chicane, and the clock continues to tick down. Fastest lap is still with Nick Fennell, 124.226. Poor old John Romano's car. It's probably got more cosmetic damage than anything else. The radiator certainly is holed, and as you can see from the radiator, which of course on those cars pretty much has the oil cooler embedded in the side of it, and it's probably split the oil cooler as well, but it's put all the residue through the wall. It's not on the circuit, which is I suppose something. It's for small races. But order is 6, which is King, 25 Middlehurst, 18 Griffiths, 19 Stretton up in 4th place. Then we've got 21 Collins was the last through at the end of that one.
Yes, what's happened to Piercy? Piercy's in the pits.
Yeah.
This is being in the pits, so that's why Beaumont and Collins are there.
Piercy was under it.
Just looking at speeds though, Marcus, the fastest lap of the runners who are still here, 1 minute 24.229 by race leader James King. Also in the 24s is Middlehurst, 24.7. But in terms of pace, Stretton is right there. He could have a real shot when this race gets restarted.
Yes, you'd expect that for sure. And safety car. There's the tractor drawing the lovely Lola away. There's Nick Fennell's car in the pits, and I'm wondering if it's just an odd little problem with it down there, whether he might come out and just have another go to give it a lap. It's on a fresh engine. Maybe give it a lap just to see if whatever the problem the Classic Team Lotus boys have found down there has been cured. If it's just something like a wire off or something like that, it would be probably worth a go. Bene is there, that lovely little sleek pale green VRP for BRN. Andrew Waring, one of the veterans, is there in car 26. And Nigel Williams in 2. Pleasingly, he's come up through the order, having only got a lap in qualifying before that fuel metering unit, the piece of mechanical equipment which distributes the fuel, the petrol, to each of the cylinders. He's come through into 11th place ahead of Jason Wright, who was slow away in the Darrington Francis ATS. And here we go, you can see this incident again. It happened ahead of Andy Middlehurst. Yes, Golasake realised he wasn't going to make it, but I think at that point his options were open until Romano arrived at the chicane, and we thought, no, we're not going to get 2 abreast through there. The rear corner of the Ferrari which tanked the gravel. Well, let's hope, as the marshals are running across the circuit, try to put some barriers in place. The circuit Thames has come, rental Thames van. Thames Mombler pickup, my brother will know what that means, and I think it might have another little panel on it. Lucky we brought extra. 14 Mark Piercy has an oil leak. 14 That's news from the pits. From the pits, from the pits. It appears he has an oil leak, as they say. We've got the crews coming across with extra bits of fencing. It's a great job they're doing down there. It's going to hook it all in together. It's like building a course for show jumping, isn't it? Bringing the privet oxer in from the stores. Well, let's wonder what the engine temperatures are looking like. Fairly slow parade round the track. Dan Collins is up on the back of that group. That's David Clark, number 8. BRM. He's a lap down. He's in 15th place with the stack pipes. Look at those stack pipes heading upwards the exhausts. Sometimes they ran them flat coming out of the back of the engine. Sometimes they ran them up skyward, and it changed the torque characteristics of the BRM V8 engine quite considerably. Now, this psychologically might be quite good for Andy Middlehurst, who probably thought he was sunk in this race a few minutes ago. There's the Ferrari, beautiful blue, Cambridge blue wheels, redolent of the Maranello concessionaires cars. It hasn't bent the steering wheel, just a flat bottom steering wheel, I think, in that. If you look at it, well, the safety car is going to have to go round again, and we are down to 3.5 minutes. James King trying to look cool. Andy Middlehurst will very much fancy his chances. And Miles Griffiths is running out in the wider air to try and get a little bit of air through the radiator of the white car, but he's tucked back in again. His worry is that Stretton will be coming up. We've got the 23 car on the right, which is the lapped car of Federico Barratti. That's the ex-Jim Clark Springbok Championship winning Lotus 21. So this is an interesting one. It's going to pan out. We're down to 3 minutes to go. We have seen in previous races that a little bit of time may be added just to give them a couple of laps, but at the moment it looks like being one. They're pretty much all behind, all in this group now. It took a long time for the stragglers to catch up. I mean that in a nasty way, merely an observation. You get behind a slow and regular lapped car, and the driver of that pays a lot of attention. He's very, very courteous past the marshals cleaning up an incident. Then it's very easy to lose a lot of seconds behind a pace car. But the engines will be warmer than they were.
And of course, James King is in the box seat in that Brabham number 6. He will be the one who will be first to react.
Well, he's the one who, if he gets a really, really good exit from the chicane, if he can back Andy Middlehurst up a little bit towards Miles Griffiths and the rest. But Miles Griffiths is stuck behind Federico Barratti in the 23. Federico Barratti, who was out in the ex-Whitehead Ferrari yesterday in the Goodwood Trophy race. They're trying to wind the pace up a little bit now. I reckon they're pretty much done down here, you know. And we'll soon see, because if the Aston Martin indicates left when he gets to the chicane and goes into the cutout, then I suspect that will be withdrawn, and we may just to be underway.
We'll get one lap.
We're going to get one lap, aren't we? But they're coming down towards Woodcote Corner now.
Yes.
What's going to happen with the clock? I'm watching the clock it's going to jump up, I think. We might get a couple of laps out of this one, but let's just see. The Aston Martin is going to pull out at the moment. Yes, it goes back to 7 minutes. 7 minutes. So we've got a race on our hands, ladies and gentlemen, again. Not just a dash, and James King does react very quickly, and the man with the problem is probably Miles Griffiths. He's got Martin Stretton and also Andrew Beaumont up behind him. He's going to get past Barratti hopefully before Madrick corner, but his pursuers don't until the middle of the corner. Stretton goes through on the inside, but up front Andy Middlehurst is right on the gearbox of James King's Brabham. The ex-Dan Gurney, it's a Dan Gurney versus Jim Clark motor race this, out front, with Gurney in inverted commas with the black helmet, and Clark in inverted commas with the dark blue helmet with the white strip across it all very redolent of period, and they're pulling away.
Oh, and they're very close together.
They are.
Miles Griffiths is some way back in third place. There was almost a rub on the gearbox on the exhaust pipe.
Oh,
a spinner.
Martin
That's not
goes
usual.
round in 19.
Well, he was right under the tail of Griffiths. Obviously got that little bit too close. But anyhow, still leading the race is... Well, hold on.
Not.
It's Middlehurst.
Andy Middlehurst has got his way ahead. Middlehurst has got his way ahead down at Lavant.
Too busy looking at spinning Martin Strettons, but now James King fancy a fight back as they're coming up the Lavant Straight. Good grief, that's very impressive.
Fast on the outside, but he leaves a gap down the inside. Unbelievable.
That was a little bit careless.
So it's all back to how it was at the start of the straight. James King knows he's got the speed in a straight line, I suspect.
This must be the move into Lavant. Yes, you see James King going in and round up the inside goes Andy Middlehurst. So 25 puts the Lotus back in front of the number 6 Brabham. Very tidy move.
Absolutely. In third place, I can see the white car, which is Miles Griffiths. And then Andrew Beaumont up into fourth place. The first of the 4 cylinders is Dan Collins in fifth. Martin Stretton recovering in sixth place ahead of Morton, Alex Morton. Local man, and a spin there. Is that Nigel Williams? It is Nigel Williams. Goes round in the what looks like a Lola on the surface, but there's a Lotus 24 BRM underneath it. Morton, Del Bene, David Coplow, who's a long-time racer in FIA, historic Formula 1, various cars. Andrew Waring is now in 10th place.
Well, quite interesting that having had this great speed to overhaul Middlehurst down the Lavant Straight last time around, over the course of the lap and through the fast park from Madwick all the way round to me, he has not closed the gap this time, the American driver. So Andy Middlehurst with the clock counting down, he's still in front. Yes, this time the gap is coming down a little bit, but I thought he'd have made it earlier in the lap to get onto the tail. But look how James King in the Brabham closes all the way up, but driving a very careful, cautious defensive line to keep the lead. Andy Middlehurst.
Yeah, he's not going to give this one up in a hurry. Now he's got back to the front of the pack. This is absolutely wonderful. Lotus versus Brabham. The Brabham tracking the Lotus going up towards Madgewick Corner. There's no gap on the inside.
Well, Miles Griffiths in number 18 can see what they're up to. He just can't get close to them. He's lapping about almost 2 seconds slower.
A car new to him and basically arrived untested. So it's an interesting voyage of discovery for Miles Griffiths.
Down through Ford Water. James King slightly closer in the Brabham this time, and closing as they come to the kink before St Mary's. But again, a lovely defensive line.
Stretton's gone, hasn't he? Stretton dropping down.
He has, but King definitely has the speed, but Middlehurst is leaving him no opportunities whatsoever to use it.
Up into the top 10 has come Jason Wright with the squadron. Kenny Rogers, ATS Derrington Francis, and James King made a bit of a mistake there at Lavant, got out wide, touched the grass. That sapped his momentum coming out. Certainly touched the curb, but he's hurtling back into it down at Woodcote. He's better on the brakes, that's for sure. This one badly. Oh, and Miles Griffiths out of the race, I'm afraid to say.
Out of third place, that's a shame, but as you said, this was almost a test run here for Miles in this number 18. So up into third place comes Andrew Beaumont in the number 4, the BRP.
Yep.
The pale green car.
That's another classic Team Lotus running car. Andrew Beaumont with his Ronnie Peterson crash helmet. Funny, isn't it? Jim Clark and Jack Brown. Ronnie Peterson running 1, 2, 3. It's a different era to Ronnie's. Ronnie was in Formula 3 at the end of the 1960s. This is from the beginning of the 1960s. 62 car is the a bit snaky through St Mary's for James King there.
He certainly was, and had to lift off the throttle a bit to get it back balanced. But again, he's attacking as they go down to.
He's working hard, and there's a slower car in the way, and that's going to help James King. That's Julio de Baldanza in the BRM.
Well, he needed all the help he can get because the clock is running down. They'll complete this lap and one more, but he's going to use that speed. He had a good exit from Lavant corner through the kink onto the straight. This is where he's got the power. He's going to go, and he's flashed past there a handful of laps ago, and he's done it again. But is he going to? He left the door open. Do you remember?
Not this time. Not this time.
Not quite enough, but half enough.
Oh, and then he gets he goes wide in the middle part of the corner. and Middlehurst comes back through.
Okay, this is his last shot at it, going on to the final lap of the race. Just over 1 minute until the checkered flag will come round. They're lapping in 1 minute 25. So yes, this
is amazing.
Is the last lap.
Yes, superb race this. These glorious little 1.5 litre Grand Prix cars. First two, a long, long way ahead of the rest.
Well, I tell you what, from 6th place to 10th place, they're covered by about five cars in 5 seconds. From Del Bene, Coplow, Waring, Williams and Jason Wright in the Darrington Francis.
Beaumont third, Collins up to 4th. Meanwhile, the lead battle is still raging.
So it is, as it comes down my way for the final time. Still the Lotus with Middlehurst in front, but faster through the corner. But again, he has to tiptoe towards the exit of St Mary's and lost the momentum
doesn't
that he
quite
so
have the chassis
needed.
balance, does
No,
he?
he doesn't. He needed a good run through St Mary's to make a move down into Lavant. He's going through Lavant and he's
not
again
close enough,
slid
is
a
he?
little wide. He might have the power down the straight, but he's losing his chances. He just doesn't seem to have the grip. So can Andy Middlehurst cling on to score yet another win in this Glover Trophy race? But he's been made to work very hard. It's been a fabulous, fabulous race.
Darts
for
down
all
the
sorts of
outside.
reasons.
He's trying to squeeze. He's got only one corner to think about it. I think Middlehurst is going to get this, for the 4th year in a row. And John Bowers is close to 25.
It's a shame we lost Nick Fennell early on because he certainly could have been in among this challenge and the
It
Ferrari.
is.
But another win for Andy Middlehurst, kept very, very honest by James King, 1 and 2.
Absolutely brilliant. What a great race that was. The Glover Trophy period race here at Goodwood. Just superb. And Middlehurst wins by 1/4 of a second exactly.
And here coming through, he couldn't get into the shot from the head-on while the other cars were in it, but Andrew Beaumont, quite a distant 3rd place, but he'll be delighted with
He
that.
most certainly will. And who's going to be next? It's going to be another classic Team Lotus car, 21. Dan Collins leading the next group. And here's Dan Collins under pressure from Alex Morton, the two Lotus 21s, and they cross the line side by side. Absolutely fantastic. Collins just getting it from Morton, who's waving to the marshals. And in 6th place, the American Kurt Del Bene, who has on his tail David Coplow. In the ex-Jack Brabham Lotus BRM 24. Andrew Waring is 8th. Right behind him is the recovering Nigel Williams, who'd spun at Woodcote. And in 10th place, not far adrift of them, Jason Wright. I spent some time with earlier in the day, introduced me again to Arturo Mazzario, which was a great excitement for him, having watched Arturo's first Grand Prix in the British Grand Prix of 1972, where he finished 6th in the Ferrari 312B2. He was driving the Alaman Escort in the Jackie Stewart tribute today, by the way. Fabulous then. Glover Trophy, our penultimate race of the day. Here's the race result. First for the 4th year running, 25, Andy Middlehurst, Lotus 25. 1/4 of a second behind him. Second, number 6, James King, the American, in the Brabham BT7. Third, number 4, Andrew Beaumont, Lotus 24. 4th, number 21, the 4-cylinder winner, if you like, Dan Collins. In 5th place, similar car, right alongside him at the flag, 20, Alex Morton. 6th was Kurt Del Bene in the BRP BRM V8, number 10. 7th, David Coplow in the Lotus 24 V8, number 24, and next up Andrew Waring in 26, the BRM. Nigel Williams, Lotus BRM, the one that's dressed as a Lola, was next up, car 2. 10th was Jason Wright, Darrington Francis ATS, number 50. 11th, Charles McCabe, the other American, in his BRM P57, number 16. David Clark, and that sister car, was next, number 8. In 13th place was Federico Buratti in his ex-Jim Clark Lotus 21, car 23. 14th was Marco Rollinger in the number 3 Brabham. 15th, classified but didn't finish, Miles Griffiths in the number 18 Lotus BRM 24, the ex-Wolfgang Seidel car. And in 16th place, Julia de Baldanza with her BRM P578. Well, the first 3 are down on the grid. Yep, waiting for the highlights of this race. So they are down on the grid, and we saw Bob Dance there, the legendary Lotus mechanic of the 1960s. A push start for the BRM of David Clark. And as they jostle for position coming up into Madgwick Corner, it was Mark Piercy who was quickest out of the blocks in the Lola. It's John Surtees later. We saw John Surtees on track leading this grid round in his in his Ferrari from 1964. Third place there was the Ferrari, Joe Colasacco. Up James King fourth at that point, and right behind Nick Fennell and the white car of Miles Griffiths. Well, this is a classic sight of jostling small capacity Grand Prix cars through on the kink. Before St Mary's goes James King. He's past Piercy. Already gone is Andy Middlehurst, and Middlehurst leads the way in 25. But look at this, on the kink, through goes the Brabham of James King. James King, say a works march driver back in 1970s. He's now got a 7 at the start of his age group. Into the pits, unfortunately, comes Nick Fennell, who'd got ahead of Andy Middlehurst early in the race. This is the situation at the moment when Joe Colasacco locked up and took John Romano with him through the wall, and that brought out the safety car. After the safety car, which was lengthened by necessity to hook the Lola of Mr. John of B out of the gravel at Lavant, we had a restart. The Aston Martin pulled off. We had James King at this point ahead of Andy Middlehurst, and I said that Andy Middlehurst might be psychologically better off as a result of that one. He thought the race was run for him earlier in the event, certainly from the point of view of trying to win it. And there he is with the Brabham. A big spin there for Nigel Williams, who goes round. They did lap in practice. And a big spin after the restart for Martin Stretton with the Lotus 24. White green crash helmet, Danger Mouse rejoins. Pulling off though, sadly, was Miles Griffiths in the number 18. It's Wolfgang Seidel Lotus. A big effort. That got James King ahead, but then unbelievably, he left the door open again in the middle of Woodcote Corner when he should have commanded the corner, you'd have thought, and held on. He ran up the curb on the exit, and that was the finishing order. There was nothing James King could do to get back ahead of Andy Middlehurst, who wins the Glover Trophy race for the 4th year running. Congratulations to him, John Bowers, the owner, and Classic Team Lotus. Down on the grid, Henry Hope Frost has our top 3.
Yes, indeed, Marcus, thank you. I'm just waiting for Andrew Ronnie Peterson Beaumont to select his podium cigar. Andrew, well done.
Yeah, thanks very much. It was, I'm not sure if it was a deserved third, but I'll take it anyway. There was a few mechanical failures which promoted me, but yeah, it was a really good race and I enjoyed it.
You were there when it counted?
Absolutely, yeah. To finish first you've got to finish, and to finish third you've got to finish as well. So.
You were just telling me this is your favourite car, the Lotus 24. It is immaculate.
Yeah, it's fantastically well prepared by Classic Team Lotus, my mechanic Tim. All of their cars are just absolutely tip-top condition, and it's a pleasure to drive, to be honest.
Well done, thank you.
Thank you.
Andrew Beaumont then, third place in the Lotus 24. And now we move on to James Dan Gurney King. James, that was one of the best Glover trophies I've ever seen.
Well, thank you very much. The car's great. Sam and Tom prep a good car, and Tony Mandel builds a great engine, and we had her all cooking the day, and I got a message from Abby Gurney this morning saying, take it to the front. So
that's cool.
That's what we tried to do. Yeah, we tried to do, and we had them covered, I think, until the safety car came out, and then I think Andy, who's very, very good, found a second wind, and we had a good battle there at the end. We traded places 2 or 3 times, and he came out on top. So, but great race, and thank Lord March for putting on this great event. It's best thing in the world.
Well done, James. Second place in the Brabham BT7. And let's move on to our winner for the 4th consecutive year. And I'm delighted to say he's joined by legendary Lotus mechanic Bob Dance. Andy, well done, but you made it hard for yourself.
Yeah, but starting a pole the inside is not the best place, so I got a bit of wheel spin, and then the 2 outside drivers got cut across me, and then I seemed to be giving away power to everybody. I just couldn't keep them passed on the straight, so I just had to keep my foot in, and it all sort of come back for me for the race, really, so it was good.
And you had a very uncharacteristic whoopsie round the back, didn't you?
Yeah, I can't remember that actually, but I missed
That's
the
best way.
I missed the gear, but the bottom Levant core was normally a 3rd gear, and then I thought I'll go for second, go deep into there, and that's where I got James, so I held him out to drive for a little bit.
Fantastic. Bob, the car is immaculate. Great memories for you, of course, working on this again.
Yes, absolutely. I thought we were
Bit tight today, but Andy pulled it off for us, and we'll all go home happy as always after a win, and look forward to seeing you again next year. But I don't know whether we can do it again. We'll have to have another go.
Bidding for 5. Jimmy would have loved this, wouldn't he?
Yes. And he was driven. But driving today was of Jim Clark standards, you know. Pressure on and get your head down and go for it.
That's some endorsement for you, Andy. Well done. Winner of the Glover Trophy, ladies and gentlemen, Andy Middlehurst in the Lotus 25 for the 4th consecutive year.
Well, let's just hear as the jubilation continues down on the start line from our vital Goodwood Revival commercial partners. Well, back live then as the drivers melt away into the background. Bear in mind there's a prize giving coming up after the last race of the weekend, the Freddie March Memorial Trophy, but still be part of the story. Still time to tweet, Facebook, YouTube, or follow us on goodwood.com/revival. You can access us via that page. Quite a lot of you have been over the weekend and getting involved. Thanks, Goodwood Revival, for a great event. We're happy we won the TT together with David Hart at Goodwood Revival. Guido van der Garde at G van der Garde. Dutch success here in the TT. Great display from the mid-air squadron earlier at the Goodwood Revival. Love those guys. Av Geek, Goodwood Revival. Jordan Weir. Yeah, endorse that. It's wonderful, those Rolls-Royce Avon engines, and the high-speed pass by the two Hunters was quite stunning, making those noises all the way home, I think. Jaguar D-Types now coming out for a demo, and those Jaguar D-Types, the type of car that won the Le Mans 24 Hours in 1955, 56 and 57. On the back of two victories by the predecessor of the XK120C, the C-Type in 51 and 53. are on track. You won't see a sleeker or more beautiful sports car of the 1950s, and they are ageless in the same way, Chris, as a Ford GT40 is from 10 years later.
Malcolm Sayer was an amazingly clever designer. He had a funny way of designing bodies. He produced a whole series of transverse lines
Formers,
within formers, so it made it very easy for the bodybuilders to build them. And the interesting thing, they weren't really low drag. Although they were timed at 180 or so down the Mulsanne, but the great thing about the D-Type was that it was pretty much impervious to crosswinds,
which is very handy at a lot of the high-speed circuits they raced at.
Yes. And the guy said that down the Mulsanne straight at 180 miles an hour was the time when you could relax. The D-Type went dead straight.
Just looked
didn't
after you.
try and wander one way or the other.
Among the drivers, 1988 Le Mans 24-hour winners, a Jaguar Le Mans winner, and that's Andy Wallace.
Can I just say something for all us AV geeks? We've just had a nice comment from an AV geek. Well, we all are. If you're expecting the scramble all aircraft at 5 o'clock, it's going to be just scrambled one aircraft, and it's John Romain in the ME-109. He's not going to do a display. He's on his way back to Duxford. We've got a lot of aircraft to get out of Goodwood, but it gives me an opportunity to say a huge thanks to the Mid-Air Squadron for bringing the wonderful Canberra and the Hunters to the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight for the memorable flight of the pair of Lancasters, their Spitfires and Hurricane, and to the Old Flying Machine Company for their four-ship, the Mustang, the ME-109, the Hurricane and the Spitfire. What could be better? So a glorious weekend of flying at Goodwood Revival. Thanks everybody very much indeed.
Yeah, Chris, that's a great wrap up there from the aviation side. RAF West Hampnet, which morphed into the Goodwood Race Circuit in September 1948, and here we are back in 2014 celebrating the 17th of Lord March's revival meetings. As I say, after the final race of the weekend, the Freddie March Memorial Trophy, which remembers the 1952, 53, 55 9-hour races here, which were all won by Aston Martins, incidentally. Peter Collins and Pat Griffith winning the first one in a car which we will see in that race, which is absolutely brilliant. There will be the traditional prize giving, and Lord March will make the prize giving presentations from up on top of the building, the race control building, the one with the clock on it, and you're all invited down onto the track and into the pits under the counters to see the winning riders and drivers receive their awards.
If you see the pale blue E-Type with a little blue on its nose, when that car was brand new, the owner invited me, age 14, to hop in the passenger seat and get a ride around the Dorset lanes. A highlight, one of the highlights of my teenage years. That was amazing.
Why is it that colour specifically then?
Ronnie Hoare ordered it pale blue. Its number plate was, I think, RRU18 at the time. I don't know why he specified blue. He ran a Ford dealership in Bournemouth.
The Ferraris were Cambridge blue stripes over the Maranello red, weren't they?
It may be that he went to Cambridge. I'm not sure.
I guess that may well have been the case. Yes, his dealerships in Bournemouth, very, very close to where I live now. Funny, you were in Dorset when you were a lad, and you've gone to the Midlands. I was in London when I was lad. I've gone to Dorset.
A good move to make.
Good move
Lovely
to make
county.
Certainly for the seaside for my kids. I'm away 30 weekends a year following motorsport.
I'm sure everybody knows the story of the XK SS. Jaguar had a production line of D-types. They couldn't sell the last 12 or so cars, so they made this decision to put a big wide windscreen on them, make them into two-seater sports cars in the hope that they would sell much better. Well, they sold some of them, and then tragically the Coventry factory had an enormous fire, and all the D-types and XKSs on the production line were wrecked.
That's one of the Stewarts. Is that Paul Stewart driving the 27?
Yes,
car?
it is.
Yeah.
Nick Mason in XKD1, which is maybe the least modified of all these. As you can imagine, 60 years of a racing career, they get bent, they have engine changes, they have changes of number plate. But lovely to see the the 2 long-nose Écurie Cross cars, followed by a third and a fourth. And so we've got Écurie Cross, the 3 long-nose Écurie Cross cars from the last year that they won.
Écurie Cross won in 56 and 57.
Yeah, and then 56 it was the short-nose cars, of which I think we've only got one representative here today.
We had Mike Hawthorne, Ivor Buer, Con Flockhart and Ninian Sanderson were the 4 drivers who shared those results. It was the 4 of them over the 3 years. It was Hawthorne and Buer in the first year, wasn't it? And then the Kos group after that.
And in 54, the prototype, in fact the second one made, should have won the race because the leading Ferrari in the last hour went into the pits and they had an enormous struggle to get it started again, and the D-type got closer and closer, but finally they got the Ferrari started by various nefarious means, and the Ferrari won the race with the D-type not far behind at all.
Stewart with his green tartan stripe, the car ahead of this one.
That's Nick Mason's car. I don't think that's Nick driving it.
No, I think that's looks like Charles Neal Jones driving it.
Charles has had a busy weekend.
He's raced a Bugatti, didn't he?
He raced a Bugatti. He was desperately trying to fettle the birdcage Maserati, which sadly failed halfway through that race. But Annette Mason is in the next race in the pretty blue Le Mans replica Fraser Nash.
That's Andy Wallace with the red and blue AW around the band of his helmet and the crown of the skid lid. Top single-seater racer prior to going sports car racing and winning the great classics here in Daytona.
And Le Mans in the Group C.
Paul was saying that, yeah, but he was a Formula Ford ace, he was a Formula 3 champion, etc. And
he now has the doubtful privilege of demonstrating the Bugatti Veyron to potential customers. Someone's got to do it.
Do you have to then sit alongside the customer, or they demonstrate it to you?
I think you do.
Oh.
Max Trimble, who co-commentates with me at Shelsley Walsh, bought a short-nosed D-type from Écurie Cross to replace his C-type, raced it a few times, and then tragically had an enormous accident at Spa, which put him in hospital and cost him a leg. And that's the car that Dick Skipworth had beautifully restored and was seen for many years on the Écurie Cross Transporter. But the good news is that when the Dick Skipworth's collection was sold off last year, one buyer bought the C-type, the D-type and the Transporter, and with luck hopefully they'll all stay in this country.
And Dick Skipworth went out and with the change bought himself an ERA.
Yes, the winning ERA, the pale green one.
Yeah. R3A, absolutely, the car which Mark Gillies won again yesterday, won that Goodwood Trophy race for the 4th time.
Cars are lining up in the assembly area for the Earl of March Trophy, our last race this weekend. It's been an amazing weekend, it just flies by.
There is the Ben Eastick car that was not a period D-type as such, but it is more of it than not is period parts that have been reunited as one car.
There goes John Romain saying goodbye to Goodwood in the ME109. You can see that awkward canopy that compared very unfavourably with the bubble canopy of the Spitfire.
It's like a sort of cloche, isn't it?
It is, and very difficult to. It's very heavy and difficult to lift up. You can see clearly now the strangely angled undercarriage of the 109, which made it so tricky on the ground.
And also how he's operating effectively blind. Let's look out over the exhaust stubs.
You can't see straight ahead. Merlin engine with the 6 exhaust pipes each side. Very different from the inverted V12 Daimler-Benz engine. And you can just see the leading edge slats on the wings, which go clickety-clack and come out when the airplane is flying slowly. And John looks after the Old Flying Machine Company at Duxford, and pretty soon there is the wonderful end-of-season air display at Duxford. If you haven't been, please go. It's wonderful, and if it's not even an air display day, Duxford is a lovely place to visit, not only for the airplanes that are in the museums, but you can go to the workshops.
Absolutely, yeah. I went a couple of years ago when I was en route to Snetterton, and Snetterton's about 210 miles from me, something like that. I decided to call in the previous day, spend a day at Duxford, and it was just fascinating. And as a bonus, Caroline Grace was there, and she took the two-seat split up. I'd only been there about half an hour, and I stood just enraptured beside the runway.
John Romain carefully opens the throttle. Watch the rudder, because he's pedalling very hard on the rudder pedals to keep it straight. Few bounces and up into the air.
You can see now, can't you? It's level.
Well, almost. The undercarriage then will flip up, the landing flaps will go up, and it turns into a delightful aeroplane to fly. 25 minutes or so back to Duxford, near to Cambridge. So John, representing the lovely airplanes that we've had this weekend at the Revival, who will forget...
There are flaps going.
There go the flaps.
Yeah.
Who will forget the two Lancasters in formation together? Thank you to the Canadian Lancaster team for bringing it over.
I tell you what, very, very special day indeed for those World War II veterans who were here, because I wouldn't imagine they expected to see that either, and for them 100 times more poignant than it was for us.
And Rob Wilderball, who runs the Aero Club here, was going to meet the flight engineer, Canadian flight engineer, on the C-47 Dakota in the display that he had not seen since he left the Canadian Air Force 70 odd years ago.
Fantastic.
Gullwing Mercedes. How about that?
That's the 300 SL Mercedes, which is coming out. We've got that rather stout roll cage in there, which I think is an aftermarket special, isn't it?
I think it is. Detachable steering wheel on the production 300 SLs. You pulled a lever and it hinged. The bottom of the steering wheel hinged forward to allow you to get your legs in. Not easy for girls to get into a 300 SL with dignity. I think, is it Jochen going to drive it in our
yes,
final
it is.
race?
Yep, he's qualified 11th.
Just caught a glimpse over the other side of the assembly area of the two Fraser-Nashes. Annette Mason's blue one.
It's a kind of semi-matte finish, isn't it?
It is, yes.
Before its time.
Not sure that I like it very much.
Very popular these days, particularly on a Bentley Continental.
I know.
Orange wheels.
If you live in Wilmslow.
As Hank Hope Frost does.
D-Type still circulating, making that glorious six-cylinder twin-cam XK noise. It's not a noise, it's a song, isn't it, Marcus?
It's music. Engine that first saw light of day back in 1948.
XKSS with the luggage rack on the back, the only place to keep the luggage, because that number plate is concealing the spare wheel trap. I do like these high-speed demonstrations. We had them at the members' meeting.
We did.
And it's nice to see these things opening their throats and the drivers giving them some welly.
Absolutely. Talking of the members' meeting, 73rd members' meeting selling now to GRSC members. It'll be held on the weekend, just a two-day meeting, held on the weekend of March 21st and 22nd.
And a race for the 1 litre Screamers, Formula 3 Screamers.
Yeah,
fantastic.
Yeah. And we had a preview of that in a way, because we saw the little Cooper that Jackie Stewart tested in '64 for the first year of 1 litre Formula 3 this weekend. Well, Henry Hope Frost has caught up with Jochen Mass down in the assembly area for the Freddie March Memorial Trophy. Henry.
Thanks, Marcus. Yes, Jochen just climbing aboard this wonderful Mercedes 300 SL Gullwing. Jochen, you're 11th. Can you win?
Wait, I have to take my helmet off. I can't hear a word.
That's very kind. He's going to take his helmet off again for us, so he can hear me. It's this wonderful machine with the gull-wing doors open. Jochen, this is a wonderful machine. Can you win from 11th?
No, I can't win with that car, but it's a good car, but it's not really strong enough to win. We'll be okay. You know, we'll see what we can do, but winning, no. But we'll do as good as we can. As I said, I love driving it. The car looks nice, feels okay, not bad at all. And, you know, it's a fantastic effort, actually, from Hans and his guys to come up with a 300 gull-wing sort of race car, because the factory never did anything after 55. So it's all a private effort, and I do a sterling job with that car. It's pretty nice. I like it. But, you know, for winning in the moment in that group, no. There are more racier cars than this one. You know, in the thing, they're all, you know, look at the C and D types, they're much younger. And so, no.
You'll have to use all your guile and experience.
Yeah, I gain a lot of status if I do well within the company. You know, they say, Mas, well done. That was good. Yeah. But no, look, I enjoy driving it. That's, after all, I mean, that's Goodwood. And you do what you can do. Winning is nice, but if you don't win, if you can't win for realistic reasons, just be happy that you finish a good race, that you, for yourself, you know if you've done a good race or a lousy race, because you made too many mistakes or whatever. So if you don't do that, that's what counts. You know, that you run a clean, beautiful race for yourself. And that's, I think, the most appreciable thing.
You've got nothing to prove, have you?
Oh yes, every race you have something to prove.
You've still got it then.
Whichever way, yeah, absolutely.
Enjoy yourself, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Jochen entrusted by Mercedes Classic to drive all their wonderful cars.
Vielen Dank, Herr Maas. That was absolutely wonderful.
Wasn't that good? So he comes to the Festival of Speed and drives up the hill in the wonderful pre-war and post-war Grand Prix cars.
He does. And he came to the members' meeting, and he won't miss a Goodwood, because he's that kind of guy. He's a petrol head. He just loves it. Always did, always will.
I asked him whether there could be a similar event in Germany. He said no, impossible.
And I think that is the way of it. This is absolutely unique, and rightly so. The hub of world motor racing was Great Britain, and while it was practiced in many other countries, nothing was quite like what we had here. Henry now is, I understand, with Sam Hancock, who starts from pole in the Cunningham C4R Rep.
Yes, indeed, our fastest qualifier for our last race, Marcus, the Freddie March Memorial Trophy. Sam in the Cunningham C4R. This is a bit of a beast, isn't it?
I think it's a beautiful beast. It's, I just think it's just got so much presence. It's stunning to look at, and it's my buddy Ben's car, and I'm very grateful to him for entrusting me with it. And I think it's probably one of the most underrated cars at Goodwood, because we just sort of hopped in it yesterday. I'd never driven it before, and okay, there's, to be honest, a huge amount of free play in the steering wheel. You have to start turning into the corner about 100 yards before the actual turning point. But once you commit and it takes a set, the chassis, the balance, fantastic, and the engine just pulls and pulls. It's brilliant fun.
You've got the throttle pedal to help with the steering too, haven't you?
Yeah, I haven't quite figured that bit out yet. I'll see how I go during the course of the race.
Very close between you and Darren in the Lagonda. He's won this race before. Should be good.
I expect it'll be really tight. I mean, obviously I'd love to convert the pole, but stringing together one sort of clean and consistent lap was tough enough in quali, so trying to do that over the race distance will be the challenge, but I'm up for it, and with a bit of luck, we'll get the old girl over the line first.
Enjoy it. Thank you, Sam.
Thanks ever so much.
Has that got a Chrysler engine, Marcus?
I don't know. I thought it was a Chev, but I could be wrong. Often am. It's a car that Ben Schuckborough had built, and he went to the States. There was one in one of the museums. I think it might well have been the Collier Museum, and he was given access to it. And I apologise if it's the wrong museum, but I was told a couple of years ago by Ben, and given free access to the car, and they scanned the body in such a way that the artisans here could make an absolute millimetre perfect replica of that body for what is a replica chassis. I think I'm right in saying that Jim Stokes Workshops down in Waterlooville, Hampshire, who remake the most amazing sort of straight 8 engines and pre-war engines for other, marks, put it together, and it's brilliant.
Good to see the Lagonda V12 doing well. In period, it was not as quick as the 6-cylinder DB3S's. Endless problems with the engine.
It's like so many cars comes into its own in a sprint race when handled by someone with a handy talent set.
And when it's restored with good modern metals.
Yes.
Fine for the common man. Actually, for uncommon men and women.
Indeed. Yes, you think of all kinds of cars that were horses for courses in their day, and the Lola T70 Mark 3B was a lovely, lovely car for sprint races, but it didn't hang together very often for long ones, principally because the cast iron heads used to crack, cylinder heads. But the Penske car had alley heads in period, and that is why it managed in '69 to win the Daytona 24 Hours with Mark Donoghue in terms of Chuck Parsons, I think it was. There's an Allard Cadillac engine, 4-litre Cadillac Cooper Jaguar.
There's Jochen.
Yep, brilliant. Aston Martin DB3 Mark Midgley's car, C-Type Jag.
There's Martin Hunt's Le Mans replica Fraser Nash.
Bristol engine, straight 6.
Yep.
Gorgeous Aston Martin. That's David Bennett's car. Maserati A6 GCS. There's the glorious Alfa Romeo, which is on the Daily Telegraph bags.
Here comes the
3 or 4 of those.
That's the Nash that used to belong to my brother. It was the single-seater that Ken Morton raced in the Swiss Grand Prix.
Healy there. C-Type Jag, that's Rob Walton, Walmart man. There, the number 17 car, that's the Aston Martin DB3, Rob Hall driving it. It's owned by Martin Melling. It's the car that won the 1952 Goodwood 9-hour race here. The Jags were quicker in all of the years, 52, 53 and 55, but the Aston Martins outlasted them.
And it was designed by the same designer who produced the Grand Prix Silver Arrows Auto Unions before the war, Eberhorst.
Eberhard von Eberhorst, absolutely right. Robert Eberhard von Eberhorst, as I recall. Well, basking in the sunshine still, we have been blessed, because before the weekend there were pretty strong chances of rain on Sunday in particular. And
they wouldn't dare.
150,000 people have been blowing in the opposite direction and kept it away.
That early Cooper Jaguar was interesting, wasn't it, with the driver right outside the chassis.
It was not the easiest on the eye. Here's one, the 16 car, which was Bertie Bradnack's car in period 2 Healy 100S's, very closely matched. Those cars were in qualifying. Carsten LeBlanc, the Dutchman, and Adrian Wilmot driving Peter Thornton's car. There's the Allard. I raced one of those at Spa a few years ago. It was a bit of an adventure when you touched the brakes. You weren't quite sure which way it was going to lurch. It did lurch eventually. It did slow down eventually.
Pretty white DB3S. I think it's still on drum brakes, which the early cars had.
Super stuff. And that was poleman Sam Hancock laying some rubber, just a little
clearing
bit of show. Yes, and probably to clear the carbs there.
Interesting talking to David Franklin, Marcus, about the advantage of a hill climb apprenticeship before going circuit racing, that hill climbers tend to be quick off the start.
Very much so. It does work very well. The grid's about to come up, and I can tell you it is a Chrysler V8 engine in that Cunningham. It's a Chrysler engine, you're absolutely right. Here's the grid then. Sam Hancock in the Cunningham Chrysler C4R, number 14 on pole. 49 Darren McWhirter, Lagonda V12 Lamar alongside. 20 Nick Finberg, Jaguar C-Type, also on the front row. Row 2, 16 Robert Newell with the Cooper Jaguar T33. 22 is Carsten LeBlanc with the Austin Healey 100S. Third row is 6 Adrian Wilmot, similar car, 100S. 7 Rob Walton in the Jaguar C-Type, 17 Rob Hall in that 1952 Goodwood 9 Hours winning Aston Martin DB3 in the black livery. Watch for that number 17 car. It's beautiful and beautifully driven. Row 4 is number 18, Michael Milligan, Spike Milligan from the Leventon Boxgrove Motor Club with the HWM Jaguar. 19 is Ben Cousins, Jaguar C-Type. 25 on row 5 is Jochen Maas, the German, with the Mercedes-Benz 300 SL Gullwing, the 1975 Spanish Grand Prix winner. 56 is Eddie Maguire, the Irishman, with his Gordini Type 23S. 3 is Steve Bolby Brooks in his Aston Martin DB3S. Row 6, 2 Bob Francis from the States, the Allard J2. And 59, Derek Hood with the Cooper Jaguar. Row 7 is 34, Mark Midgley, based out of Switzerland, with the Aston Martin DB3. 35, David Brazel with his Jaguar C-Type. 15 is Martin Hunt, Fraser Nash Le Mans Rep. Row 8 is 8, David Franklin, Ferrari 250 Mille. 27, David Bennett, Aston Martin DB3S. Row 9 is 21, Lucas Huni from Switzerland with the Maserati A6 GCS. 1, Chris Mann with the ex-Sanese Alfa Romeo 3000 Disco Volante PR3000. 5 is the Lebanese driver Tarek Mahmoud with his Austin Healey 104. That completes row 9. Behind Mahmoud, we will have Manuel Elikabe, 23, with his Maserati A6 GCS. Before, Gavin Henderson, Jaguar C-Type. Number 10, Annette Mason, Fraser Nash Le Mans Rep. 10, Najib Khan from the States, Fraser Nash Le Mans Rep. 527, Martin Sukari with the Maserati A6 GCS. 11 is Queenie Lauman. Queenie Lauman.
She's scratched.
She's scratched in the
so
Fraser Nash.
Nigel Webb.
Nigel Webb only managed a lap in practice, or most of a lap in practice in the C-Type Jag. He is not there. So that is your grid. And that monster of a Cunningham.
Karina Lauman's Nash had a misfire, Bristol engine misfire, and she didn't want to do it any harm.
I'm sure she didn't. Her husband James Wood been racing here this weekend. It's a 5,454cc Chrysler V8, 5.5 litres in that Cunningham on pole, in the command of a man who's won historic F1 races. Sam Hancock and brother Ollie, great handlers of cars, as his dad Anthony. Somebody gastropub entrepreneur these days, used to own Bluebecker's restaurant chain. Here's one of the Jags, the silver Jag of Derek Hood.
Martin Hunt's green Le Mans replica Nash. Took me up Goodwood Hill in it, media day last year.
I really enjoyed driving one for a few miles on the road, probably 10 years ago, something like that. The Franks sit in their own cars. So we had several. In Ryan Classic, I think probably got most of them between them over the years. I took it down the road to down Melton Mowbray Way, and thoroughly enjoyed it. 7 blue helmet, Rob Walton. 17. It's the 52 Aston Martin, the big Allard with its cycle type wings, hefty old chassis. They're good old things. They're pretty wieldy.
The Flying Saucer Di Volante. There's the V12 Lagonda on the front row.
Yes, the Alfa not so much of a flying saucer as many of the other
originals
cars, yeah. But this one crashed in period by Sonesi, who was quite badly burned, Consalvo Sonesi at Monza, and put together years later by Christopher Mann with help from the wonderful artisans at Allwood Hall, and I think with the late Henry Wessels as well. And brilliantly, a few years ago, trying to get its FIA papers through to race international events, he heard there was a meeting. I told him there was a meeting at the Nürburgring, the Oldtimer Grand Prix, and he jumped into it outside his house in Greenwich in South London, and he drove it to Germany, let them pour all over it. They thought it was absolutely wonderful, didn't know what all the fuss was about, and granted the papers there and then, so we drove it home.
Wonderful.
Probably via a couple of laps of the Nordschleife. Christopher and Peter Mann, his brother, big racing addicts over decades now. Had an ERA, Lotus 18. Peter Mann still has Fraser Nash, Le Mans Rep. He still has a Cooper Bristol, which runs here in wing form as well. That's the Cunningham, Briggs Cunningham, of course, great American entrant of race cars.
It's going to be interesting to see the drag off the line by the Cunningham alongside the big V12.
Has the potential to spin its wheels and actually not go very far at all.
Well, that will make for an interesting race.
Yes, all about balancing the throttle. But it's got so much torque that I imagine you could probably start it in third gear if you had to. Freddie March Memorial Trophy then, our final race of the 2014 Goodwood Revival meeting. The yellow flag at the front, just to stop everybody. Once the green flag is raised at the back, the Union Jack will drop.
John Felix, complete with bowler hat.
Indeed. There is that green flag. So any second now with engine revs rising. Away they go. Looks like it's pretty clean so far. There's the HWM looking out to the right, not massive, exploring the left-hand side, and it's bustling through on the inside. Sam Hancock is a bit wide going into the corner, but that all looks fine. Here he comes, the Lagonda's behind him. Then there's the C-Type Jag, number 20, and then the Cooper Jaguar, Robert Newell, number 16. Behind in 5th place, the black Aston Martin with Rob Hall in it. And Rob Hall started in 8th place, already up into 5th ahead of the Healey's.
Very, very impressive, and the first two just trying to break clear at the moment with pole sitter Sam Hancock leading, but quite twitchy as he comes into St Mary's, but the car actually pretty well planted. He was able to put the power down, but
he
I
went
think
really wide, didn't he?
He did on the exit. He's held on to the lead, but I think maybe go out the inside. No, not this time. Discretion, the better part of valour. Darren McWhirter will wait and he'll pick his moment, but his line around the circuit far more controlled than Sam Hancock, who's got a bit more power to play with.
Yes, this is where the dragster should take off. Sam Hancock's about to light the blue touch paper, but right behind him is the big man from Elgin in Scotland, which is Darren McWhirter. The Jaguar-powered cars are fanned out behind. Number 20 is Nick Finberg from Kings Langley.
Austin Healey's right in the mix there, aren't they, with Spike Milligan in between them, but Adrian Wilmot in the leading Healey, that's number 6.
Yeah, Wilmot ahead of Milligan. Behind Milligan is the black. There's Rob Walton in the number 7 C-Type Jag, but it's Hancock in 14, McWhirter in 49, Finberg in 20, 16 is Newell. No relation to Andy Newell, we saw in the TT. 17 is Rob Hall. 6 is Adrian Wilmot. 7th is 18, which is Spike Milligan.
Who made such a spectacular start. That head-on shot had him whizzing across from one side of the grid to the other.
He did. In 8th place is 22, Carsten LeBlanc. 9th is 7, Rob Walton, and in 10th place, Jochen Mass up one from the start position.
Some of the cars on drum brakes, some on disc. Drums, of course, tend to begin to fade.
But some on the grass and some not, and that's Nick Finberg, who got it very wrong going out of St Mary's. Managed to gather it together, but he's fallen back behind. He's down into 6th place now. He's fallen behind Adrian Wilmot as Rob Walton gets involved on the inside of Carsten LeBlanc.
Yep, he does. The C-Type behind the Healey, the 100S models were very, very effective. And down they come, down the long straight, and the Lagonda V12 comes up alongside the Chrysler V8-powered Cunningham. Down into the braking area, Sam Hancock just moves back across.
Is the Lagonda on drums, Marcus, or discs?
Do you know?
I don't think it's drums. Has to be very careful not to overheat them.
Well, these two are very, very evenly matched in practice. The difference between them was 0.046 of a second. And a big twitch there from Sam Hancock. He said to Henry Hopecroft before the race, it's one thing doing one quick lap, I've got to put a string of them together, and he's worried about the consistency of Darren McWhirter, but McWhirter still behind in the Lagonda go. Let's have a look at a replay of it all going wrong from 3rd place for number 20, which is Nick Finberg.
He did well to hang on to that.
Very well.
And avoid getting back onto the track and putting somebody else off with it.
Well, particularly with the whole stream of cars from sort of 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th in behind. He did very well when he rejoined the tarmac there.
Yeah, Newell now into 3rd place as a result of that. Rob Hall is 4th. Up into 5th has come Adrian Wilmot. Nick Finberg down to 6th place.
Well, McWhirter's still keeping Hancock under pressure, but not quite close enough at any particular point. He's just any mistake. Ooh, clipping the grass on the inside. as the track just bends slightly to the right before Lavant, but still leading the race in the big rorty-torty looking Cunningham is Sam Hancock, number 14.
Indeed, Derek Hood and 59 up from 15th to 12th over the first couple of laps. Here comes Sam Hancock. Chris, what's the howitzer casing for on the bonnet of the Cunningham, do you think?
I think it feeds the carburetor.
But it's clear, you can actually see through it.
Yes.
Which is
Maybe it's
interesting.
an oil cooler.
Oh, and there goes the Allard. Don't go too hard sideways into that gravel. Well held, sir. Kept it out of the gravel. You didn't want to hit that sideways. That's Bob Francis.
Now fully awake. I think we can safely say.
Culture flame. We're going to see what happened. I think we probably are. Oh yes.
Oh, ouch.
Just kind of touched into that, wasn't he?
Yeah, Derek Hood on the inside and very much on the outside, Bob Francis, but useful wheel twiddling there.
He kept it squirting the gravel, didn't he?
So coming around, that's it's not a replay, it's another of the same from Sam Hancock.
It's a kind of peripatetic wrestling match, isn't it?
Yes.
Up front.
Well, the gap between them is a third of a second, just under 0.374.
Well, he said in his empty area he has to turn the wheel 100 yards before the corner. Watch his
quite
hands
disconcerting,
on the
isn't it?
Well, he seems to have to turn it quite hard just after the corner too.
Walton making some ground up. Rob Walton, the American, number 7, now ahead of Spike Milligan.
Yeah, just looking to see Adrian Wilmot, I think, is going to have to work very hard. He's trying to get down the inside of Rob Hall, but in turn he's got Nick Finberg fighting back after the spin, not the spin, the big wide moment out of St Mary's in C-Type number 20. But Wilmot trying to make the track wider than it really was, and I think this gives a chance to be attacked from behind by Finberg.
Yeah, Finberg coming back at them, son of Aubrey Finberg. Absolute genius in metalwork.
Yeah, well, Finberg's made it work. He's gone past both of them. He's got past Wilmot, who has also got past Rob Hall. So Rob Hall lost 2 places in that battle.
Look under very, very close in the chicane.
And I think it's going to be a place change.
Blazing.
Wilmot going down the inside of Finberg. He lost the place, and then, and I think in fact there might be another change of place behind, because a better exit sees Rob Hall right on the tail of the C-Type. But up to 4th place now goes Adrian Wilmot.
I remember Adrian Wilmot in Formula Ford and Formula 3 back in the 80s. A real character, always smiling. Father Cyril Wilmot raced minis in the 60s. So Adrian Wilmot up into 4th place.
And Lagonda ahead.
Well, a change.
So where did that happen? But it was coming. It's been coming for quite a while. But it just looks altogether less exciting than Lagonda. It just seems that rather easier to drive. But looking around the outside, I think we know that it's a diminishing return there, and so does Sam Hancock, but it's got to have a look.
Bruce, last time round, a 1:31.748 from McWhirter, who did a 34.0 in qualifying, which is amazing. So he's much, much quicker today in a race situation.
Well, he's being very, very precise. Nowhere near as leery as Sam Hancock's having to be.
Hancock's quicker too, of course. Hancock did 33s for pole, a long 33 at that. He's down in a long 31.
Cunningham can break much later for Woodcote, but
which would suggest discs against drums.
Yeah.
Well, Hancock still prepared to attack. He got a bit more grunt coming out of the
and traffic ahead of him.
Well, now's the chance. 5:27. That's Martin Sucari in the A6 GCS Maserati. Hopefully he can keep out of the way when they get up to Madgwick. He's staying hard on the left-hand side of the circuit.
On each side of him. Well, Martin Sucari, that was exciting. And showing his displeasure, shall we say, was Sam Hancock.
Well, that's the first time there's been clear blue sky between the first and second place runners in the race. And, of course, the early running was led by number 14, the Cunningham, with Sam Hancock. But now, with Darren McWhirter ahead, he's eased way further ahead.
Spike Milligan into the pits in car number 18. Unfortunately, the HWM Jag has gone lame.
So McWhirter now enjoying a bit of breathing space, a couple of seconds, thanks to Sam Hancock having to go round the outside of Sucari in 5:27 at Madgwick, lost his momentum, and that is where the gap came from.
Mass, despite the fact he's been jostled up and down a little bit among the open cars, is back up into 10th place in 25, ahead of where he started. That was Finberg and Wilmot getting into a wobble. Again, they were coming past Martin and Sakari. He had nothing to do with that, in actual fact.
No, there's just a very great speed differential there,
Yeah.
so that's why that happened. Round the outside goes Finberg.
On the kink.
He's got the grunt, but when you see them coming down to the chicane, I guarantee if he's close enough, Wilmot will have a dab up the inside. He seems better under the brakes in there.
Gone past. They had one of the Fraser Nashes there as well. Wilmot trying to put himself up the inside, going towards the chicane. Is he going to back off? Has to. Right behind them is Hall. Werter from Hancock. It's gone out to 2.3 seconds as a result of that moment at Madgwick. Newell with a personal best. He's still in 3rd place. He's away clear of Finberg now, 3.7 seconds or so ahead of the number 20 car. And then behind them 6 Wilmot and Hall.
I sense this lap the gap is coming down between 1st and 2nd. It seems Sam Hancock is just easing his way back towards the tail of Darren McWhirter. It won't happen this lap. Still fabulous racing on the screen between Adrian Wilmot and the Austin Healey and Nick Finberg, and Rob Hall has closed right in behind them in the Aston Martin to pick up the pieces.
It's amazing, this lovely old Aston Martin in the back of that trio. Heroic victor here in 1952. And Rob Hall, who's such a talent behind the wheel, is wanting to get really stuck into what is a hefty high-octane dice. Werter through then. It's 2.7 now, it's gone out. 2.7 gone out by 0.4 of a second. McWhirter got the better of Sam Hancock. Well, maybe until we get to the next group of back markers. Newell in 3rd place still in the Cooper Jag. 4th is Finberg, it's his teammate. 5th is Wilmot, and 6th is Hall. Walton and LeBlanc are next up, not that far apart. And then Cousins and Mass.
Well, I don't know what went wrong at the end of the last lap for Sam Hancock. He was much closer to McWhirter than he is this time around, and maybe his brakes are starting to go. Maybe he lost a bit of time down braking into the chicane, but certainly on speed through St Mary's he had no problems whatsoever.
Just not on it as hard, is he? And a best sector 1 of all from leader McWhirter, so he's got the upper hand here without doubt now. Got past Chris Mann's Alfa Romeo and the Healey. Finberg making up for that earlier Kilhooly.
But he's not really dropping Wilmot at all, and he really would have expected on sheer speed that he would, but he ain't.
Another pit visitor. That's let's see who it was. Up on the straight back into the paddock in actual fact. Oh, and a very, very strange deep line to the chicane, forced by lapping somebody going in, has left Nick Finberg really open to attack from Adrian Wilmot.
But the Austin Healey just doesn't have the grunt of the C-Type though, so Wilmot is all about momentum. He isn't on to full acceleration.
Finberg had lapped another C-Type going into the chicane. New fastest lap to our leader, and it's 3.6 seconds back, 1:31.6.
The gap will come down this time because McWhirter got blocked coming into St Mary's, and that will allow a little bit of time to be taken back by Sam Hancock. And still the battle rages for 4th place. Nick Finberg hanging on, but Adrian Wilmot keeping him very, very honest indeed. As they go through St Mary's, who's got the better traction? Certainly the Austin Healey does as it comes through the corner, through the dip. Doesn't have the pace to dive down the inside, but Adrian Wilmot will keep taking a look just to unsettle Nick Finberg.
When does Adrian Wilmot race now? 3 times a year maybe? I would look at that wide Finberg over the curb onto the grass, and Wilmot darts through the gap.
Well, it was all about the pressure. That's all he could do. He didn't have anything else in his arsenal, so to speak. He had to just keep pushing Nick Finberg and hope the mistake came. We saw that a little problem for Finberg at the chicane at the end of last lap, and the pressure is telling from Wilmot, and now he's struck up into 4th place.
Here we go, down into Lavin's corner. Finberg's trying to carry the speed, but he's run wide, and he goes right over the grass, over the curb as well. Does well to keep the car pointing where he wants it to be, but he lost the place by the time he managed to get it all back under control.
So the gap between 1st and 2nd between Darren McWhirter and Sam Hancock, the driver you see there in the Cunningham, coming down halfway around another lap.
Best with Hancock that time of 31.9.
Yeah, so he closed it down to 3.2 seconds, but don't forget McWhirter was blocked around the back part of the circuit. Luckily, car 27, the Aston Martin, keeping out of the way of Hancock. He sails past to go down to Lavant for the 10th time. Gosh, we've hardly talked about Robert Newell, just racing on his own in 3rd place in the number 16 Cooper Jaguar T33. Whereas everywhere else you look, people are in the thick of battle. And I've just noticed, having got past Nick Finberg, Adrian Wilmot's starting to really drop him. He was a 1.5 seconds faster on the last lap, and in fact, Finberg's now got to watch out for Rob Hall closing in behind in Aston Martin 17.
Wilmot is not gaining, however, on Rob Newell in 2nd place, the Dorset farmer. Raced in Formula Ford back in the 1970s, and an XK racing champ subsequently. Father raced at Donington pre-war.
Aha, there is Newell, who he felt has just been having a race all of his own. But
this car raced in period by Bertie Bradnack.
Gap between 1st and 2nd has gone out by nearly a second last time round to 4.1 seconds now. Hancock just has nothing to do with McWhirter.
And McWhirter is still able to put in personal best sectors, so the car must be feeling pretty fresh.
Well, McWhirter's coming up to lap Derek Hood in the other Cooper Jaguar T33, and hopefully he can pull that off, because
Aston LeBlanc's got Rob Walton, so he's up into 7th place in the other Healy, the other white Healy 100S, car 22.
That's the white one with the blue undercolour, whereas Adrian Wilmots has got green. Now good driving, one of the Fraser-Nash reps, letting Hancock know he's got to go to the right-hand side as he goes up around the kink on the Lavant Straight. All driver hand signals are welcomed when you're coming through as in the leading pack.
Number 4 in, it's Gavin Henderson in his C-type. Simon Blake, team chief in the tweed jacket on the far side looking in.
Jochen Mass was quite right when asked by Henry Hope Frost whether he could win, and he was very realistic, and so it's proved, because he's down in 10th place, 2 seconds behind Ben Cussons in the C-type. So 25, Jochen Mass in the Mercedes, down in 10th. Darren McWhirter really enjoying his run here, looking totally on top of that Lagonda V12. He's picking his way through the back markers, no pressure from behind now, 5.3 seconds clear. He's picking another second every lap, adding it to his advantage.
Fantastic with the window open here. I can hear the noise of that Allard of Bob Francis, and so having driven one, you don't hear that when you're going round. That's all kind of behind you and left in your wake, so to speak.
Looks if the C-type's got gear selection trouble.
Looks like maybe a clutch issue.
Rob Hall, I was just saying a few laps ago that he might be able to haul in Nick Finberg for 5th place, but that's not proving the case, with Finberg now pulling away by a second a lap, and in fact he in 5th, Wilmot in 4th and Newell in 3rd, all setting their fastest laps of the race last time around, so they're going well as the race progresses.
I can offer a crumb of comfort for Jochen Mass, who's leading the closed car class.
David Franklin down in 12th place. In the very pretty Ferrari.
Franklin just done his personal best in his 50th year of motorsport, 1:37.234. Mass was in the 35s earlier in the race, but Franklin now matching his times, but he's about 28 seconds behind.
Sam Hancock just set his fastest lap of the race to bring the gap between he and race leader Darren McWhirter down below 5 seconds, 4.85, but we only have 6 minutes remaining until the checkered flag will be coming out, so I think the time has ticked away from Hancock, but he's going to keep pressing on.
Is herring after Rob Newell and is within 1.7 seconds, having gone round that time, about 1.3 seconds quicker, something like that?
Well, it's in his remit. I'm looking across to see where they are. I've had the first two come past me at St Mary's. Have to look for the white. The easier one to pick out will not be the green Cooper. It'll be the white Austin Healey, which had just come through Ford Water. They both have gone through the dip, and it's possibly just about a second between them. And definitely Adrian Wilmot is closing in. Lights just being flicked on, and they're now ablaze as he homes in number 6 on number 16 through St Mary's. They both go.
Yeah, Nick Finberg, an increasingly small dot in the mirrors of number 6, Adrian Wilmot. And there's traffic ahead. That may be something that appeals to Adrian Wilmot. 2 Fraser Nash Le Mans reps having a battle of their own.
And they're appreciably slower than these two, so it's just as long as they can get past them on the straight bits rather than finding them in the middle of the track down at Woodcote. It's worked very well for Newell. He's gone down the inside, and Wilmot's got to be brave. He's tucked down inside one. He'll get round inside the second without too much compromise.
Martin Hunt, wasn't it, respectively?
Yeah, got Martin Hunt, the one in front, and maybe very slight compromise for Wilmot. But the thing is, they've been good grief, a new fastest lap of the race for race leader McWhirter, 1:31.3. He's flying.
He really is. Darren McWhirter's rubbing salt in the wounds of Sam Hancock here. Sam will still be smiling. We're going to have the sight of the 2 aerodynamic Cooper Jaguars together as Rob Newell catches Derek Hood to put a lap on him. But the Healey's not far behind.
I think Rob Newell's just about got enough in the tank to hold it off.
You're probably right. He's managed to put Derek Hood between himself and Adrian Wilmot.
Wilmot gets past on the inside of Hood. He had to pounce, and he did. So if he hadn't got that right, that would have been the end of the battle for 3rd place. But I think he's keeping it alive with 3.5 minutes remaining. Adrian Wilmot chasing hard in number 6.
When you're not racing regularly, you don't really know who you're up against. If you're racing them sort of 4 or 5 times a season, you begin to know who to give a wide berth to.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Adrian tends to go out at the Le Mans historic support race and Silverstone Classic, and here and Spa as well. So maybe slightly more than we realise. Well, interesting. Sam Hancock has just set the fastest final sector of all. He set his best lap last time around, so he's still giving it a go in 2nd place. But we do think Darren McWhirter, with 3 minutes remaining before the checkered flag is out, should be able to hang on to the lead. Now the question is, can Rob Newell in 16, who's just about to cross the start-finish line for the 14th time, stay ahead of Adrian Wilmot? The gap is almost exactly as it was before, 1.4 seconds.
Yes, Newell PB though, a 33.666, Wilmot a 33.687. One more lap after this one.
So as the final race, the 3rd day of this 17th Goodwood Revival is ticking down, the time is ticking away. Of course, we've still got the prize giving to go. It's been a fantastic 3 days here, Marcus.
It certainly has, and the racing from the Sussex Trophy race on Friday evening, right through to this finale, has been absolutely top draw as usual. And we still have one more victory to decide, and Darren McWhirter, the Scot, looks like he's pretty much got himself that victory. But of course we've seen 1 or 2 surefire winners denied on the last lap. Thinking back to Julian Bronson in the Richmond Trophy race.
Did we establish if it was just a lack of fuel? Jochen Mass has gone for a little bit of rallycross.
It wasn't. It was crown wheel and pinion failure in the rear axle.
Okay. Well caught, Mass back onto the circuit. He's given himself a wake up. Still in 10th place and seems safe there, but not if he carries on going off the circuit like that.
It's quite likely the leaders are on their final lap. It hasn't shown as such, but
I think there's possibly time for one more. McWhirter's just come past me, and definitely the gap is coming down. So there's a replay of Mass.
Into third. Where has Newell gone?
Looking out my window, well, they shouldn't be in my sight as yet. They should be getting towards Fordwater, I think. Now there I can see Wilmot at Fordwater.
Yep. Finberg was fourth, so where has Newell gone?
Into the pits.
He has.
Pitted, just.
He has, yep. Stationary in the pits.
Okay, so well, that's come to Adrian Wilmot, who will nail down third place. The next lap should be the last lap, I would reckon. Yep, taking the chicane, so he'll have time to get onto this final lap, is Darren McWhirter in the Lagonda, number 49, the dark green car. Sam Hancock giving chase. He was 4 seconds down last time around. It may have come down oh so slightly, but the new third place runner is Adrian Wilmot.
2.6, it's come down more than slightly, Bruce, but he's got back markers between himself and the race leader. Look at that, a 31.457, Hancock's best lap of the race. He's only a tenth of a second or so outside McWhirter's fastest lap in the race.
Now I just think back to that incident when they both came across Martin Sukari at Madgwick, and Hancock had to go around the outside. That was what broke them apart.
It was.
And then after that, it did look as though McWhirter just had it all under control. But this late sprint from Sam Hancock really makes me think it could have been even better than it is today. Just gone past Sukari as well. And the gap is coming down, but that's very late in the race. Do your fastest lap, Sam Hancock. But going around Lavant for the final time, Darren McWhirter heading for another win in this great event.
McWhirter's car placement is absolutely perfect, isn't it?
Yeah, he's been super smooth, really in control of that car. Whereas Sam Hancock's had to do much more wrestling in the Cunningham that started on pole, but as he said, that was one flying lap. Doing a whole series of laps right on its ultimate pace were going to be a little bit tricky.
Well, down to Woodcote then for the final time, and it's Darren McWhirter. Jochen Mass, meanwhile, up into 9th place as a result of that late retirement of Rob Newell. So he's going to finish 2 places ahead of his start position. It's always a victory. And through then comes McWhirter, not for the first time, to win the Freddie March Memorial Trophy. The checkered flag awaits, and it greets the V12 Lagonda, which again is king of the sprints here at Goodwood. The lofty McWhirter waves his hand. Sam Hancock 2.9 seconds behind at the close. Here's Adrian Wilmot with one last exuberant power slide through Woodcote corner, dams the brakes, flicks through the chicane, and is back on the throttle over Healy of Adrian Wilmot, car number 6, which started 6th, finishes 3rd. That's a very good result for him, ahead of Nick Finberg. Had 1 or 2 adventures en route in the Jag C-Type PUR 120 from the historic automobile stable. There are winners on screen. Give them a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. 5th place is 17, Rob Hall in the 52 9 hours winner, the Aston Martin of Martin Melling. 6th place, Carsten LeBlanc in the number 22 Healy. 7th is Robson Walton in his Jaguar C-Type. But Cousins is next in the 19 car. And the last unlapped runner is going to be Jochen Mass in 25, who finishes ahead of 8, David Franklin, who climbed up into 10th place from a starting position of 19th. Well, confirmation then of that Freddie March Memorial Trophy finale of this meeting. Race result then: first, number 49, Darren McWhirter, Lagonda V12 Le Mans. Second, number 14, Sam Hancock in the Chrysler-powered Cunningham C4R. In 3rd place, number 6, Adrian Wilmot in the Austin Healey 100S. 4th, number 20, Nick Finberg with the Jaguar C-Type. 5th, number 17, the Aston Martin DB3 of Rob Hall. 6th, number 22, Carsten LeBlanc with the Austin Healey 100S. 7th, number 7, Rob Walton, Jaguar C-Type. 8th, the similar car, number 19, of Ben Cousins. 9th, Jochen Mass in the Mercedes-Benz 300 Gullwing. 25. 10th, David Franklin, Ferrari 250 mm, number 8. 11th was Steve Boltley Brooks, Aston Martin DB3S number 3. 12th, Mark Midgley, the DB3 Aston, number 34. 13th, David Brazel in his Jaguar C-Type, number 35. 14th, Derek Hood, Cooper Jaguar T33, number 59. 15th, Bob Francis, after that Larry spin at Laventon, number 2, the Allard J2. And in 16th place, Martin Hunt in his Fraser Nash. Well, as they sat expectantly in the assembly area for the finale, the Freddie March Memorial Trophy, sometimes promoted to the Friday night slot, but a change this year with the Sussex Trophy taking that. They come out to complete a meeting rather than start it. It's the big Ferrari of David Franklin from the Arnold Meyer stable. There we go then, off the grid. Cameras all trained on them, jostling for this. There you see Milligan's HWM dive across the track. Jochen Masker on the grass the other side, but it's Sam Hancock who bursts through on the inside of Darren McWhirter to get ahead. He runs very, very wide though, touching the grass up out of St Mary's towards Lavant. McWhirter looks to the inside, but Hancock maintains his car's momentum and equilibrium. Fenberg had a huge moment which he did well to recover from, and the battle then was these two guys locking horns. Just Francis was pretty much stuck, but he sprayed that gravel really impressively before dropping it and going around in a quick 180. So Hancock, all-in wrestling champion in the Cunningham. Another huge moment for Nick Fenberg. There's Adrian Wilmot hounding him down, and Fenberg goes herbaceous for the third time in the race and loses the place. But this is our victor, and it is once again Darren McWhirter in the Lagonda V12 who wins the Freddie March Trophy as a sprint race. He comes through ahead of Sam Hancock in the number 14, the Cunningham, owned by Ben Shuckborough, and Adrian Wilmot in the Healy number 6. Down on the start line then we've got Henry Hope Frost with our winners.
Yes indeed, for the final time, Marcus, thank you. Third place, Adrian Wilmot in the Little Austin Healy. Tigered your way up from 6, and you've still got a big smile on.
I've got a huge smile. It's the owner of the car who's up there watching. We had a third here 2 years ago, and I promised him we'd try and do it again, and we have, and it was very unfortunate for the gentleman that pulled out on the last lap or 2 laps to go. But yes, great, fantastic, really enjoyed it.
There's something rather magical, isn't there, about racing around in the sort of early evening sun, the last race of the weekend?
Yeah, it's fantastic, you know, when the sun's setting over there. Not that you've got much time to look at it, but yeah, it's a fantastic event. I've been fortunate enough to do 2 races today, but this was undoubtedly the better one.
Good stuff. Go and enjoy that la-di-da. Thank you, Adrian. Well done. Let's talk to Sam Hancock, our pole sitter in the Cunningham. Good fun. You were close early on, but then he had too much for you.
Yeah, I mean, it was... that was one of the... You think of all the racing I've done over all the years and all the different cars, that was one of the hardest I think I've ever done. It is a beauty, but like we said at the beginning, it is also a beast. Just wrestling through that free play on the steering wheel makes positioning the car very hard. So I was able to defend for a bit, but he had really good pace, and he got a good run out of the first corner down into Ford Water, strapped on a big pair of kahunas and stuffed it up the inside, and who am I to argue? Because if you go through on the outside in a car that's sort of moving around as much as the Cunningham does, you don't quite know if you're going to run out of road on the exit. So it's not my car, it's Ben's. He's watching, and I didn't want to scratch it. So after that, just settle into second place, really.
It's nice, isn't it, for you guys who are used to downforce and big fat slicks, to have something with a ton of power and not much grip?
To be honest, you learn so much about driving, about racing in the old cars. I reckon you learn much more in a race like that about the raw skill of driving around a racetrack in a historic race car than you do in anything modern with slicks and wings, because you have to be so precise. And once you commit your line to a corner, there's no changing it. So it has to be perfect. And obviously they move around a lot. And you realise during the course of a race, just when you start kind of braiding the setup or the balance, you realise, actually, it's nothing, the car's great, it's me, you know. I need to pull my finger out and do a better job. And when that happens, you learn and you improve.
Good stuff. Well done, Sam.
Thanks ever so much.
Right, and our final winner of the day, for the fourth Freddie March Memorial, 2007, 2009, 2010, and yeah, I looked it up earlier, I have to admit. Well done, Darren.
Thank you very much. That was hard work. That was the hardest one yet. For the first 10 minutes, I didn't think I was going to get past Sam. I really thought it was going to be a second place, but hey-ho. Caught him napping, going out of my Madgwick through Fordwater and made it stick. But a squeaky moment when we met at Fordwater side by side, because both cars with the drum brakes, they get punished because the cars are exceptionally quick in a straight line, and the drums eventually 5 laps in, you're sending a letter asking it to slow down opposed to just pressing the brakes. So, but anyway, they held out and survived for another day without any scratches on it. So yeah, good result.
Good stuff, and great to have the little boys on the grid at the end there.
Yes, that's it's the older one's second trip here and the younger one's first trip here, so I had to win. Couldn't let them down, and what a way to end the weekend. Yeah.
Good stuff. Well done, Darren.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Darren McWhirter then, ladies and gentlemen, winners of our final race, the Freddie March Memorial Trophy. Well, Marcus, that's it from me down here. It's been wonderful, as ever. Lots of fun down here on the grid. Some truly epic motor races. You and Bruce, once again, done a cracking job. I'll hand back to you to say cheerio, and I look forward to more of the same next year.
Yeah, thank you, Henry. Thanks for all your work down there, and a very safe ride back to Cheshire and your growing family. And a big thanks to everybody who has made this possible, from the marshals and everybody in all the logistical roles they've played to bring such a massive festival, from the guys and girls in the car park to everybody
and our
out there, and our brilliant cameramen who are waving down there enthusiastically. It has been a triumphant 17th revival meeting. To Lord March and his team, an enormous thank you, because it's their vision and it's their round the year work that bring us here for this meeting, and also now for these March members meetings, which were reissued this year. It's been brilliant. The marshals have done an absolutely outstanding job, and look at this, what a legendary weekend. Thank you, Lord March, and the Goodwood Revival crew. Goodwood Revival 2014 is unbelievable, says Tobias Gaunt. And we concur wholeheartedly with that. Absolutely brilliant. A high thank you to Goodwood Revival for an excellent weekend, even though Stavros' 6 ride wasn't playing fair. It's from Michelle. Oh, this is Stavros. Might just be a comment. So huge thanks from Brett Wasserman. Brilliant. It's interesting that we can bring this to you all wherever you are. Had such an amazing time at the Goodwood Revival. Couldn't have been a better day. The God of Mischief, the Rusty 2295.
Marcus, before you close, just let me mention that Goodwood Radio will stay on the air for at least another hour as you're trying to get out of the car park. So please stay listening to 87.7.
Indeed, I shall be down at the presentation. I need to catch up with some of the winners while you guys go off and do the radio show. It's been a great joy working with you, Chris, with Barry Nutley, with Bruce Jones out of the back, and with Henry Hope Frost as ever. It's been the world-class motor racing event of the year, the world-class aviation event, and that World War II special this afternoon, 75 years after the opening of RAF West Hampton. It was truly exceptional having those veterans here. We are all absolutely humbled in their presence. And some of the veterans of motorsport here as well, of course. Sir Jackie Stewart, 3-time world champion, whose tribute really has been outstanding all weekend. And great to speak to people like Bob Dance, the top Team Lotus mechanic of the 1960s, who in his own words said that today's driving in that excellent Glover Trophy was of a Jim Clark standard. And from him, again, that's absolutely poignant and just right.
And can I say thank you to you, Marcus, because your talent on the microphone leaves me open-mouthed.
Well, it's a great joy to be here. It's also a great joy to have been working with Autosport for, I'm in my 38th year now. I've got about 4,000 words to write for tomorrow. That might be a little more difficult than talking about it. When it's happening in front of you, you just do your stuff. But no, it's been a joy, and do join us down at the end of the pits for the prize giving. It's always super to see. You've seen the guys and girls out there racing with their race gear and their crash helmets on, and it's good to put faces to names down there. It is always a joyous occasion. The yellow orb has been in the sky all weekend, which is more than we could have hoped for coming into this weekend, and really has completed an exceptional season of Goodwood Road Racing Club Motorsport, from the new members meeting in March through the Festival of Speed, the 22nd Festival of Speed, the 17th Motorsport Revival meeting. We've had 40 in this era now, 40 events in this era, which makes us think that it's going to be another 3 full seasons plus the members meeting. Hopefully we'll get to a 50 landmark, but we don't want to think too far ahead, because there's all sorts of excitement to come before then. It really has been exceptional. Thank you to everybody who has made it such a success. Thank you all for coming. It's in your droves. Be a record attendance this weekend, and wherever you're driving home to, drive safely, enjoy your reflections of the weekend, and please buy Autosport in the week. We've got a special amount of coverage in it, and hopefully you can keep it as a lasting souvenir of an incredible weekend. From me, Marcus Pye, I'd like to say goodnight. Chris, final word?
Thanks, Marcus, and congratulations to Paul, our producer, who's kept us on our toes all weekend.
He has. Those guys have been working in subarctic conditions in their truck while we've been in the sauna up here, but what a sauna. Good night.